How's it going? I don't know how many people actually are going to show up here. It's kind of late. I'm a little late from jumping on in here because I was trying to set up a webcam to have a decent camera here, but apparently, well, all I accomplished was ripping the door off of it. So, yeah, I'm going to take a $300 camera and break a door off. Uh, Anywho, hope the audio is good. I'm using like a $200 mic setup, so it should be. Eventually here I'll be able to figure out how to stream off a StreamYard, right, with hopefully this DJI camera here. But we shall see because it's rather irritating. Hey, what's up, F8? Just uh just being bored. Figure I would hop on here since everybody else has been doing a live. Yo, what's up, Jerome Jones? Hope the audio is not too loud. I'm using this DJI mic. If it's too loud, just tell me and I can turn it down. Right now I'm trying to fix this door on my $300 camera. I was trying to set up. What's up, Trucky with MC? Crystal clear? Oh, I hope so. This is like a $200 mic setup. It's a lot better than probably the audio off the the phone, I guess. I was trying to set up a webcam, but between using the mic and trying to hook the USB cable up to the phone, I think I need like a USB splitter or something. And now I'm trying to fix the door on this dang thing. I hope I didn't screw it up. All right, well, we'll put that down before I have a conniption fit. I was hoping to put the camera up and actually read some info off the phone. I did have Wi-Fi here, so I was going to read some articles, but the Wi-Fi over at the Flying J or the Flying J over there in Smithton, PA, decided to take a crap, I guess, because I can't get Wi-Fi anymore. So I don't know. Really don't know what I was going to talk about because it's going to be hard to try to read articles off here. Business is doing good, at least for me. I know it ain't doing too well for a lot of other people. Um, I kind of wanted to try to go over that and read a few articles, some FreightWave articles and stuff, but it ain't happening, I guess. Um, I guess what I'm going to end up having to do here is eventually try to find some kind of internet source to have in the truck besides my phone because I can only get like uh, 10 gig of Wi-Fi before it shuts off. So I'm looking at the T-Mobile Home, whatever that is, home Wi-Fi. But the problem is it's not available in my area, and I'd have to find somebody to send it to, and then probably my old man. I could maybe try doing that to be able to get the T-Mobile Wi-Fi, I guess, or home internet or whatever the heck it is. Well, let's go down some of these comments here. Yeah, the hotspot. Yeah, I'm brains in somewhere else. Like I said, I'm irritated. I just think I broke the door off this $300 camera. So, uh, just watched. Oh, Chuggo and MC just watched your last video. Wow, what video was that? Oh, you mean where I had the Go 2, that little tiny POV camera? Yeah, I think I'm going to take that back. I'm starting to see that a lot of electronics on YouTube are hyped up, and I think companies are paying them, either taking them on free trips or something, and they don't want to talk bad about the product because they want to be able to get the free money, the free trips, and be able to review their next product to be able to get the free money and free trips. So that's kind of what I've been learning because that little Instago 2 is it's almost useless. After, if you're lucky, you might get 8 minutes out of it. If you're lucky, you might get 5 minutes out of it. Jetpack. Uh, that's what, Verizon Jetpack, I'm guessing. Though I don't think 100 gigs will disappear pretty quick though. I'd imagine streaming. What? You stream probably for 2 or 3 hours. You're probably at like what, 20 gigs? I'd imagine. Yeah, Free, let's see, free money, free trips is what I'm about. Yeah, go on, start getting some sponsors there, F8. Like like Cash. Maybe you can start doing some camera footage and stuff, and seeing if you can get some free sponsors, free trips, and everything. I'm gonna probably do a review of that camera. Like I wanted to like it just because of how small it was. I'm trying to put together some video right now. I literally had it on my hat, and I was talking to the security guard out the window, and he didn't even bat an eye to it. It was like it wasn't even there, even though it's pretty. Here, I'll show you guys. Oh. Like, this is how big it is. It's the size of my thumb. So, problem is though, it overheats. The battery dies in like 15, 20 minutes, and nobody that reviewed it. There's hundreds of reviews on YouTube, and nobody said anything about that. So I'm a little ticked off about that. So most likely, what's going to happen is, as you can see, I went with DJI, so I'm going to probably try to get a DJI Action 2. Let's see. Truck with MC said it lasted last month and never used it all. Yo, Trucking Reviews, what's going on? Hey, you driving, or you sitting somewhere? You're probably driving, I'd imagine. I don't know. I probably, considering I can't read anything off my phone, I'm going to probably need somebody to come in here to at least try to carry this live feed now. What am I ticked off by? Nothing. I'm nothing. I'm a little bit ticked off that I got screwed on this camera here because the reviews are bullshit. But oh yeah, you're driving. Well, yeah. I mean, just if whenever you get done driving or whatever, if you're stopping somewhere, just let me know and I'll send you a link, or whoever wants a link. Actually, you know what? All right. I know Spectre told me how to do this last night, so let's see. Here we go. We go to here, go to there, copy. All right, I just posted it in the comments. Shit, I think I got to go over to YouTube to post it. I don't know if I have anybody on here as a mediator, but if I do, can somebody pin that in the comments in YouTube? Because that's going to be I'm going to have to. You know what? Let me see here. I'm going to disappear for a second. I'm going to pin this link. Might get loud here for a second. I don't know. All right, I'm back. I pinned the link. I don't know if hopefully everyone didn't freaking leave on me. But yeah, that's a pretty pain in the ass to do that with a phone. I'm guessing maybe I should try pinning the link before I even start. I don't know how I can do that. I guess log into Google, YouTube and pin it in the comments first, and then come over to StreamYard. Will probably be the best bet to do. So yeah, so not last night, the other night, me and Spectre were talking about business, and he went out. He had a lot of great information because Spectre actually has basically a small fleet, and the amount of uh, people that watched that video actually was pretty good. I think it's like 350 views already. But that's a lot. A lot of times, those guys that have big fleets like that, they just don't simply have the time to come out here or come on, YouTube here, and help people out. StreamYard's an app now. I didn't know that. I thought I tried to look for a StreamYard app. It's not in the. Is it in the actual app store, or is it on StreamYard? The legend.
What's going on, man?
Yo, what's up, the legend?
Not much. Just chilling at home for the day. I don't pick up till Wednesday morning in Georgia.
Hold on. All right, go ahead, talk.
Nah, I'm sitting at home chilling. I don't have to pick up my next load till Wednesday morning in Houma, Georgia.
Guess what? I'm gonna have to get rid of this great audio here because I don't have a set of headphones, and I'd have to do audio out on the damn the DJI here. Here, let's get rid of this. Man, this ain't going good.
I can't hear you now. I don't know if they can hear me, but
There, is that better?
I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I had to unplug the DJI mic because apparently if I plug it in the phone, I have to have it out, I guess.
You don't have a fucking Bluetooth, like a Blue Parrot or something?
I just use earbuds. I don't like having that big thing on me.
You get what you pay for, man. I mean, that's like the best trucking headset everybody knows.
Well, I don't think it would work anyway because as soon as I plug it into the phone, you can see I got a DJI mic, and as soon as I plug it in the,
I used to go live with my Bluetooth in my ear all the time.
Well, I mean, I know I could go live with this too, but I just wanted to try this out because I figured the audio would be superior, which apparently it was for the time being.
No, I was saying I don't pick up my next load till Wednesday morning in Homer, Georgia. I got to pick up a load of mulch, and I got to take it to Iowa. So I'm at home. So I figured, fuck it, I get to relax for a day. So I'm just chilling and sitting around the house.
Let's see here. All right. So apparently there's a StreamYard app, but I didn't know about that. I've looked for it before, but I guess maybe it's in StreamYard somewhere, like on their website.
It's not an app. What it is unless they developed an app, what it is, it's all internet based. And if you pay for StreamYards, like I used to pay for StreamYards. If you pay for StreamYards, you can have like shit going across the screen. You can have your
No. He said that I can log into StreamYard and I guess like the app, and I guess still be able to comment on YouTube or something.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. You got the pay for version. You can pop up the chat on the side, and what it'll do is you got to link your YouTube to it and whatever else you can stream.
Oh, and then I can easily pin it and stuff right to the.
It'll be on one side of the screen, and then everything else, like me and you, will be on the other side of the screen. And
man, I never thought I'd be freaking. I guess I'm going to join the way of my old man and become a electronic illiterate, I guess.
Is if you have two devices, you just keep YouTube chat up on one device, mute the sound on it, and you can still see the chat, and then you just use the other thing that you have StreamYards on.
Well, that's normally what I would do. I would just use my other phone, but I don't have.
I mean,
I don't have Wi-Fi right now, so.
Right now.
Yeah. I don't have Wi-Fi right now, so. But here, Music City said that Yeah, I guess I can plug into the out and just use a headset or something, right? Or actually, I could probably use
What about you got some fucking
you
ear thingies, like the old fashioned fucking where you just
know,
stick them in
I wonder if this would, I wonder if the Bluetooth would Bluetooth to the DJI. Um,
your
maybe it would. I don't know. I don't want to try it right now. I'm
Yeah.
already irritated. I couldn't use my webcam and everything else. I broke the door off. I didn't break the door off it, but I can't get it to click back on.
You don't have a laptop?
Huh? No, God, I haven't. I had a laptop and I barely ever used it. And then what the hell happened with it? It was sitting in here. I used it. I used it once. Checked my QuickBooks, and I left it. Where the hell did I leave it? I left it somewhere. It was technically safe, and it slid the hell off. And you know how you have the wireless uh, mouse?
Yeah.
Well, when it slid off, of course, the wireless mouse thing was plugged in the USB, and it just jammed it in and like ran the whole board on the little laptop.
Yeah.
Just killed it.
That's what
So.
I used to do. When I went live with my laptop, I bought a C920 Logitech camera, put it on top of the thing, plugged it in. That's it. And then when I got the hoity-toity Sony A6400 camera, and I got my little freaking stick 4K fucking thing, and then I had all that stuff. But
yeah, I'd still end up having to get a hotspot anyway. So, because like I said, I get $10.
What I know as far as trucking goes, everybody's getting that big ass that box from T-Mobile. It's $50.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. They won't. They won't. When I put my address in, it says it's not available.
What you do is you go to the store and just say you want to purchase the damn thing, and then you get it, and then you just tell them I'm an over-the-road truck driver because you can take the box anywhere with you.
Oh, all right, that works. That's what I was thinking about doing.
Yeah, it's me too. I was thinking about doing the same thing because a couple people that I know, like I watched the one dude from Prime, Rex Strexa or whatever, riding with Rex.
I cannot say that. I cannot say that name, but he says DJI makes drones. Yeah, I know they make drones.
Android Guru. Is that the mini? The what you call it?
That's the Mini Pro 3. I haven't got the flight yet because I mean, I've gotten to fly it, but I haven't got to really use it because the SD cards have, for some reason, took longer than when I got it.
I don't know how he does it, but what's his name? Just trucking. Whatever he has this shit set up where he can sit there and back his trailer up in the door, and it follows his ass while he's backing into a door.
Oh yeah. You can go right into the menu because I got the
like an autopilot or some shit. Like I didn't know you could do that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you just select an object and it makes a square around it and hold it, and it'll actually follow that object. You gotta be careful because if there's something to the side or something, it only has sensors for the bottom, top, front, and rear. But on the side, so if it's coming to the side and there's a power line there or something, it'll just.
Yeah, I was wondering like how the hell is he doing that, and then I found out the drone he has, and I didn't know they could do that with them now because I was gonna do that a long time ago, but I didn't know.
Hey, is that thing still in here?
Is what?
This one good buddy of mine, I guess. I mean, I haven't met him. I've been trying to meet him, but we keep going by each other. That's it. He's from Minnesota.
Yeah.
He just bought a newish LT International with a Cummins in it.
Yeah.
So.
I wish I would have done the trucking channel thing a long time ago, man. I'm thinking about going to do it again, to do one, but there's no point. Like I've already 20-something years into this. I'd have to go backwards. I can't. I'm not like everybody else. First day of driving school and blah blah blah. I
don't have none of that first day crap. I mean, I do a long time ago or something, or not even really that.
So it's like, what do I talk about? Like I can't really.
Right now, I just been helping anybody that's less experienced than me. I've been helping people out.
Weren't you getting yelled at for not helping people out before?
Oh, I don't even give a shit. No, I get mostly yelled at for calling fucking idiots out, but
yeah, I like that. It's funny. Was that you that posted the one with the truck? Had the trailer and is wobbling, and all of a sudden the trailer goes off the side of the ramp, off the ramp.
Oh yeah. Just woo, left the chat. Yeah, that was me.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. I want to, but it's like it's almost like I'd be like a broken record. I mean, I can give my experience, I could talk about it, but I can't show you in it because I've already done it. Like that's the only problem. And if I did this, I'm
You can
so
still do back, and you can still do back and video. Like I don't really show anything. I
you're,
just show what I do my normal day. You know, like I said, I get to put the POV. Well, this thing's going back, but
yeah. So basically,
yeah,
you have an IRL channel then, in real life. Basically.
huh?
You have an IRL channel then, basically.
An IRL channel?
Yeah, in real life.
Not really. Like nobody ever really comes on here. You know, it's usually just me most of the time. Probably one of the best live feeds I had so far is with Spectre.
Yeah, but my biggest thing is like live shows. That's where I guess I would do good, but I'd piss a lot of people off. I don't know if I should do it.
I really don't care. I mean, I already got threats and stuff on there and crap. I don't know if people are gonna, come find me and shit because I'm going to match. So
time ago, met off of here. I got with a girl and she put a hit on me. So it's
what?
I've been doxxed. I've been all that. I've already been through all that shit. And that's
I've been trying to stay on that drama. The problem is though, as soon as you call something out, simple stuff like if you call the guy out from Colorado, that whole situation, the trucker from Colorado that wiped out and killed like 5 people and all that crap. Like if you call that out, there's guys that are like, oh, he didn't do nothing wrong, blah 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 blah.
I thought about going and doing like my own trucking thing, but I thought about going out like doing like a what is that called when you watch somebody else's video?
Review.
Video. I thought about doing a lot of these big trucking YouTubers because the way they make everything so glorified and make it so easy and like.
See, I don't want to call out a name, but I'm going to do it anyway. I mean, I have respect for what he's done because apparently he's a Marine and everything, but. I cannot believe what Coach has turned into.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
You don't know who the truckers coach is?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Rundown of this is how much of the trucking I watch. Okay, and this is just recently. This is not like a long time. I watch what's in the Gentry and Sons trucking. I like that dude.
Everybody watches him, but he's got so much going on that there's no way I could ever compete with that.
No.
Maybe if I won the lottery or something.
Just trucking is the other one, but I guess he's like the Playboy model of trucking YouTube. I don't know. Just trucking. Like and then I watched that one girl from she's an owner operator with Dart, Shannon something, I think is her name. I pop in.
Shannon? Oh, with the girl from Dart?
Yeah, she's got the 2 dogs.
Well then do you know who Cassius King is?
I've seen a couple of his videos. Yeah.
Yeah, just DIY.
To
DIY
me,
semi.
Yeah, to me, I guess I don't know. He's kind of boring to me. I can't help it. It's just.
Oh, you probably like more like James Best kind of content.
I don't even know who the fuck that is. Like I watched Trucker Gal. She's funny as shit. I like her.
Well, she's over there too. A lot of times she goes over and checks out James Best. There's a lot of drama over there though.
I see, but that's the thing. When you watch her show, watch her when she's live. You don't really, or even her video, you don't really see it. I don't see it, so I don't know. But like,
well, I'm not saying from her. I'm saying because sometimes that like I guess circle or whatnot. Yeah, here Music City Transport says my channel is just me driving sounds of the truck and scenery.
Oh, that other dude, FSC. He's got the Orwell fucking cab over thing. He does oversized shit.
FFC, yeah. He's got Orwell, the Peterbilt cab over.
Way, isn't he? Up that way, isn't he? Or is he no?
He is out of I think
Wisconsin somewhere.
Wisconsin or Idaho?
Somewhere.
Yeah, he's somewhere. He was originally from Jersey, believe it or not.
That's why I said Jersey, because he got that accent, but
I know it's funny. I'm from Wisconsin or Illinois or not Illinois, Idaho, and I have a New Jersey accent. Yeah.
And there's the other guy that I like his attitude because he's kind of like me, Trucker Brown. You know who that
Trucker
is?
Brown. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Trucker Brown.
It's
He
Prime.
used to be a Prime, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I watch him because I like his attitude about everything. He pisses a lot of people off, but that's like me, so I watch him a lot.
Well, a
Uh,
lot of people from Prime piss people off because they tend to be a little more, you know, I guess they tend to project a larger persona than they actually are or have going on. You
yeah,
know,
and then
that's
I watch Queen P, some chick that drives truck. She went back and forth from Michigan to Houston, Texas, back and forth with different jobs. I watch her. She's pretty cool.
Andrew Jackson trucking.
Who?
Andrew Jackson.
No, I don't know who the hell that is.
Yeah, he
See,
does the oil field.
I guess the majority of them, it's like kind of like the bigger ones, but there are some small ones, but not a
Whatever
lot.
one shows up on your
Yeah,
feed, basically.
I just went into trucking and just started. Oh, and that other dude, little guy, something or another.
Oh God, little guy.
Hey, they
Yeah.
all me. They know me because they vape, so they know me from my vaping channel. And then they watched a lot of some of the shit that I used to do over there, and a lot of people I used to piss off in that community, so they know me from there. So, but like,
When's the last time? When's the last time you were like filming or something, or even doing the owner operator gig?
I quit doing owner operator shit back in 2011 or 12. I did it from 2000.
Well, I thought you were back in it recently, like at least 18 or something.
No, but I'm a company driver, dude. I make my 75 cents a mile. I make my 6 figures a year as a company guy, and that's it. I don't have no headaches, no nothing, no fuel, none of that shit. I did
What are
it.
you working? What are you working for? Central Transport?
No, my company's got 25 trucks, and all I haul is pork products. We don't. We haul. We're basically a logistics company, and the trucking side is basically an insurance policy for the logistics company. So if
Yeah,
there's
I know what you got going on. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of little companies out there that are like that. That are technically owned by a bigger company, but they're not, and they
yeah,
know somebody. Who knows somebody.
the logistics side is their main bread and butter. That's their thing. And then the owner of the company decided I'm going to need some trucks to, if I can't cover loads or get people to, that want to I got trucks to do it. So, all we do is the largest pork provider of the country. You can pretty much guess who that is. JBS.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
JBS.
Straight out of they got plants in Marshalltown, Iowa, Ottumwa, Iowa. They got Beardstown, Illinois. They got one in Wisconsin. They got one in what's the other Minnesota somewhere. And basically, I loads
They
out
got
of
one up in Hazelden, PA.
I don't know if we don't go to that one. I know we go to they got a
There's Hatfield.
the only other one we go out east is in North Carolina, and that's up there in the fucking mountain area off of 40. And that's just where they store cold storage. That's it. Not an actual slaughterhouse. And I've hauled a
So,
couple.
so you were more the owner operator in the golden days, I guess, or not really golden days, but at least.
There was the fucking recession, 2008. That's
Oh,
when
you
I
were in it. You were in it in 2008.
yeah, that's when I was in it from 2008 and finally around 2011, 12. That's when I said fuck it.
So how'd you survive 2008?
With a truck that barely broke the fuck down, and the last year when I got rid of it, I only spent $5,000 in maintenance. That was it. And
Because
then
that's basically what we're in again. It's 2008, if not worse.
my fuel bill that last year when I said fuck it, my fuel bill alone was $80,000 for the whole year. So I said nope, I'm done. At that point, I was just a glorified company driver. I can go where the hell I want to go and this and that. And I was a fuck it, I'm done. Now I'm more of an owner operator now, and I don't own the damn truck. I get told about 5 different loads that they got. What do you want to do? I pick the one I want to do. I go do it, and that's that. I take off when I want. I do what I want, basically. And I don't own the truck. I don't have to pay. I got a fuel card. I can fuel wherever the hell I want to fuel. That's it. Done. So I'm happy in this niche because I'm making more money than I've ever made before, even through the 2020 COVID shit and all that. I kept busy. I'm still fucking busy. Like everybody's bitching and complaining on YouTube about the spot market, this and that. Fuck the spot market. The contract rate is where it's at. Period. The shit that you're in now, that's where it's at. You're obviously probably making money. Otherwise, you wouldn't have went and got a brand new 2023 fucking truck. You'd be out of your mind if you were trying to do that with spot markets. You wouldn't be able to do that.
I'm hauling TQL loads. That's how I'm affording this truck.
Yeah. You're doing the daddy of all chicken companies, fucking Tyson.
Daddy of all meat company too. I figured found that out too. Yeah. So
I mean, if I was to have my own authority or my own truck, my own trailer, what I would want to do is I would want to pull maybe for like Cargill, like something like that, third ship, because that's still a family-owned entity that's around the world, not just in the States.
No, I know that's around the world. Yeah, there's a big Cargill somewhere over in Pennsylvania. So I think
the main one I've always passed was in Texas, in the back roads of northern Texas all the time. Is where or even there's this other one, another pork provider. It's called Seaboard. I don't know if you ever heard of Seaboard Farms or Transport or whatever. They were really big back in the day. Like a lot of operators that I know to this day that are still doing it, they a lot of them are hauling for national.
Well, I used to talk to people that worked for YRC and shit that used to make like 3 figures, and this was in the early '90s, late '80s.
My dad worked for fucking Jevic. I know you remember Jevic Transportation.
Yeah, Jevic. Yeah.
He would do how he made his money. A lot of money. He pissed a lot of people off because with them you had to get your time in seniority. It wasn't union. It was just seniority. You put your time in, right? And then they would bid on runs. Well, the one run that nobody wanted was going through the fucking Bronx and New York and all that. And he did that. He got there. He got 50 cents a mile, so much per pay per hour, and $35 fucking a stop. He might do 16 stops a day. So he made the money, and then people caught on to that, and they were bitching and complaining.
Weren't they bought out?
They were bought out by a liquidation company, and the company fucked everybody. They liquidated the whole
company. Oh yeah, and that's the new fucking trucking industry motto.
The owner of Jevic sold them to the liquidation company. Then he started New Century. Yeah. So I mean, it was, but he was home he got to the point where he was home every night, off on the weekends. He'd work overnights. He'd work midnight. So he would go and do his thing at midnight, go to work, come back. He's home off on the weekends. He made $100,000 a year home every day. Didn't have to fucking go on the road or any of that. Those jobs are still out there, but you got to have a clean record. You can't be washing your feet in the sink and fucking bottles of shit to wipe your fucking dinghy off in the fucking toilet, putting water all over the floor. You can't have holes in your truck.
Is that what they do? Is that why there's water all over the floor whenever you go?
No, dude, where have you been? Yes.
I was just in the stall earlier. I was like, what the fuck's there water all over the place for?
Water bottles in a stall, 9 times out of 10, after they piss, they take it and they flush out in their fucking dinghy and clean it off. And then they get water all over and they set the fucking bottle right there and they go out and wash their feet in the sink. And that's what.
So that's why there's all these plastic bottles there too.
That's well, you didn't know that, dude. There's
no.
It's on social media.
Oh my gosh. Well, this was supposed to be an educational. I guess this is educational. So guys, if you find those plastic bottles in the bathroom, don't pick them up and throw them out. Thank God I never did. But I don't think I ever did. Oh my God.
I forget where I was. There was a truck stop I stopped at. I remember. I think it was a mom and pop. Oh, Arizona. Hoppy, Arizona, or whatever. There's it's a 1 and 9. It used to be the Hoppy Travel Plaza off of where they got a sign there: do not leave bottles in the urinals. Throw them in the trash. They got a fucking picture in the stall.
Well, I know there for a while they used to take toilet paper and use it and just throw it on the ground next to the stall.
I don't doubt it. And speaking
That
of,
was because of the third world down south, across the border, they don't have the necessary toilet systems to flush toilet paper. So
speaking of TQL, I watched the video. The other guy I watched, the main guy I watched, is Mother Trucker or the Asian Mai show. He's always he put a video out of a guy that, and this is where I'll probably piss people off, but I'm going to say it anyway because that's my opinion. Is the guy, he and his partner, they have a couple trucks, right? They also started a brokerage firm, right? So they broker loads and stuff. Well, he's got this thing with TQL. He wants to basically boycott TQL. He's got a Facebook group of 20,000 people, and they want to boycott TQL, saying that they're not paying enough the drivers to haul these loads, right? But on the flip coin, though, he also made a statement of if I'm gonna haul a load, I should be able to charge what I feel that load's worth. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, you're being contradictory because that guy that's got the load he should be able to charge what he thinks it's worth.
Same thing, too. Yeah.
So it's not one way or the other. Just because you have a truck and stuff like that doesn't give you the right to charge more and not him. Like that makes no sense to me.
No, I know. Well, that's when you start getting into the, I would not political, but like the communistic, government should control everything and dictate what everyone makes. And I'm not about that. I mean, there's always going to be winners and losers. You can't.
He said across the board, everybody should be hauling a load no less than $3.50 a mile. Everybody, all brokers should pay $3.50 a mile minimum flat all across the board.
Here's FA Trucking. This guy knows what he's doing too. He's from up by Wisconsin. I haul a lot of customer freight going places other than others don't like, and running LTL reefer freight. And that's, you gotta do shit that people don't like. I guess he's laughing about the toilet stall thing, because I had no idea. I was always wondering what the hell those bottles were for. I was like, what, is everyone drink water while they're taking a dump? Like, holy crap.
It's all over Facebook trucking things. Like, I can't believe
I never saw it. I swear. Freaking trucker feed. Let's see what else I've been on. Oh shit. Trucking rates and lanes and stuff.
I'll be honest, I didn't know it either. A friend of mine that drives, he's the one who said that. I'm like, there's no way. And I was always wondering why, and I put it together. Yeah.
Like, man, Josh, you just made me like I almost hate being a fucking truck driver right now.
I don't know what to tell you, but
I'm trying not to curse that much, and here I go. I just did.
For me, the way I look at things, I don't give a shit what you're wearing, as long as you drive the truck safe, as long as you do your job safe, and as long as you do what you're supposed to do. And the biggest thing with me is that you're mindful of other people around you, other drivers. Like, when you go into a truck stop these days, you see these trucks, they park any which way, they stick their nose way the fuck out, they don't back all the way, and they don't get their ass out of the truck and say, okay, do I got 2 feet that I can still back up? No, they just park right there and leave it be, and they don't care for other people. Or you go in a rest area, there's a guy stopped because the one guy's back not pulled up enough, so he stops there, eats his food, and everybody else comes in and like sitting there like waiting to move. And you go up to the guy, are you going to ask that guy to move? Well, I will after I eat. Well, why don't you ask him to fucking move now so you can get the hell on, so you're not blocking other people?
I don't know what don't talk about. No. But it's like the one short I did. The guy, we were trying to explain that his brake chamber was leaking. There was a lot of we all know that. And I should have filmed the whole thing, but I clipped it up in a short, and so it's kind of. So everyone thinks he's trying to blindside back, which he wasn't. He's actually trying to pull out and get stuck on the curb and screw us all. But he didn't really, speak well English. He didn't understand. He had no idea what we were talking about a brake chamber.
Mm-hmm.
He had no idea.
You go up and take him and bring him in, like point to it, like that's the problem. Like
no, So, and what it probably is, he was a mega carrier, probably had 2 or 3 weeks of training, probably from someone else that only had maybe a month of training, been driving for a month.
Right.
And it's funny because you get the FMCSA and everything. They get on top of everyone. It's like guys that have guys with experience. They try to find ways to
Yeah.
the ELDs, the speed limiters. The only people it's really hindering are guys with experience.
Well, this is where I'm gonna probably piss people off again, and I'm gonna kind of disagree with you because I've been out here 20 plus years, and my issue is not with the new people. My issue is with the people that have been doing it for years already, because that's the ones I see fucking me over. I see the guy that's been doing it for 5, 10, 20 years, cutting me off, almost taking my hood off and everything else. And the guy that's with the experience that's so set in their ways and so comfortable with the job that they just feel like they just do it like they're almost in a freaking
Yeah, I guess I do end up having some of that too. Like I almost got in a fight with a Smith's transport driver before because he did something really stupid.
Yeah. And it's not the new ones. And if it is a new one, they got an excuse at least. If the guy with 20-something years or 10 years, they have no excuse. Okay? I had a guy at one time, I was going across 70 down that one fucking big ass mountain, and there's like a tunnel you go through. He's in a 379 Pete. I'm in the right lane, then there's a left lane. He passes me on the shoulder going down the fucking mountain at 70 miles an hour on the right shoulder. Excuse me? They're not going to put no new in a 379 Pete, jack the fuck up with chicken lights everywhere.
You'll be surprised what they do now.
So, I mean,
you sure it wasn't me?
No, it wasn't you. This guy had a fucking cowboy hat on, a fucking button-up shirt, and a belt buckle the size of a fucking dinner plate, and he looked like he was wearing skinny jeans and cowboy boots. So, I mean, but the guy's passing me doing 70 on a fucking shoulder. Okay, a right shoulder going down a fucking right before a fucking tunnel, and then fucking zips by me and damn near takes my fucking right side of my hood off. He was not a newbie. I could tell by the way he was talking on the fucking CB because I was on that CB. I was cussing him out, telling him to pull the hell over. I was doing all kinds of crap because he pissed me off. Like that.
There's my audio better now?
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right, I don't know because I can hear like reverbing a little bit. I didn't know.
So I mean, I just to me it's the people that have been out here, the ones that are so comfortable with doing it because they've been doing it for so long. They're the ones that get in my way. They're the ones that cause the bullshit, not the new people. Yeah, the new people fuck up a lot. They fuck up in the truck stops, backing into a place, this and that. But going down the fucking road when you're doing 70 miles an hour or stuff.
Well, I mean, it depends what they're doing because I've watched them, watching Patel Live or whatever on their tablets while they're driving and all kinds of bullshit.
You hear it in the stall next to you while they got that bottle of water.
Oh my god! Yeah, you're like. You're sitting there, it's nice and quiet. You got your earpiece in, next you're you're like, what the fuck are you doing over there? Having a wedding? Like
yeah.
Oh man.
That's the issue I have. I even when I was
it's I wouldn't say it's necessarily the older drivers, it's the older drivers that have they got a shitbag mentality. Like I've noticed, like if you like sit in a truck stop and you end up getting the drivers that have like 20 plus years experience and they've lived in the truck their whole life, they how they're like a little weird with social, they just are very, they almost seems like they have a mental illness to the point, and they just like fuck everybody,
Simply because the fact that when I was with NFI, you remember when I was with NFI?
Yeah, I remember with NFI, that whole trip. Yeah.
Dan? Remember Dan, the dude with the eye and the fucking short dude, chubby?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I took him out on the road, my very first road trip. I went from Swedesboro, New Jersey to that Beckman Dickerson plant down there, and I took a load of pharmaceutical shit all the way down to Nogales, Arizona. I took him out there with me, and I was new. Okay, at that point, I was on the road. And then from that point on, I was on the road for many, many years. I just took home time wherever. So I was one of those people. Okay, so
but you weren't like a psychopath though.
I don't know. Some people the way on my other channel and shit like that, they say I'm an asshole, but I guess I'd rather be an asshole than a psycho. I guess, but
No, I mean I met some of those guys where you're sitting down at like Denny's or back when people used to go into the Iron Skillet and shit, and they'd start talking to you, and you're like, what freaking planet are you from, pal? Like, just the stories, the outlandish stories that they used to tell about punching cops and stuff, and I'm like,
yeah,
like, come on, dude.
Or, the this is where I bet you there are people in chat will say the same damn thing. I hauled a load one time. I had 7 freaking people in unmarked cars following me, and I get to a scale, and then the scale dude broke the seal, and then all of a sudden the whole fucking marshals and this and U.S. I've never seen it 20 plus years I've been driving. Never once have I seen that happen.
No, the only time I ever seen that happen was at the border over there by El Paso, and they weren't following. It was
that's the border, but. It's the stories like that. The stupid stories like that are bullshit. They don't have. I don't give a crap what anybody says. It doesn't, because I would have seen it. The whole,
when I was
flashing at you. I finally saw that 15 years into my career. It took 15 years of my career to finally see that. Other than that, I never believed anybody saying that. Like that.
So you want to hear a realistic story that I had when I was at the El Paso border? So I used to go down to El Paso for Prime and pick up Carrier. We used to pick up the Carrier air conditioners that come out of Mexico, take them all the way up to Carrier Circle up in New York, over by Albany or Syracuse, where the actual Carrier plant used to be, for that used to employ Americans.
Yeah.
We'd take it there, and they would test the air conditioners to make sure that they were doing what they were supposed to do.
Right.
And the one time I picked up a trailer, and I was told, to check the trailers because you can stick shit underneath the trailer and stuff. Yeah. And I went and was looking under one time, and I'm looking up there, and I'm like, what the hell is that? So I put my hand up there, and it's between the frame of the trailer and everything. They're rolled up bags like Walmart bags or grocery store bags, and there's about 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, shit.
You fucking pull it out. It's heavy. I put it on the ground, and as soon as I just pulled the bag out, I was like, "Whoa!" Knew exactly what it was.
Oh,
they were like 3. There were 3 bags of cocaine, and the rest were freaking marijuana.
Wow!
So I called up Prime Dispatch. They told me to call the authorities. Homeland Security came down. They confiscated it. They asked me a bunch of questions, took my information and everything. I guess looked up my background and all that shit. And I'm like, look, I was like, trust me. I said, if I would wouldn't have called you guys. I said I would have been down in Tijuana partying, or whatever.
Right.
So, and what? Probably I pretty much was sure that for at least a month straight that they probably were at least. When I went down there to pick up a load, I don't want to say they were following me, but I bet you people were keeping an eye on me.
Oh, yeah.
Just for the hell of it. But I would be like, why the hell would I call though?
Yeah. The only thing I ever had happen to me, like stories strange like that, was back in the day, I remember that box company there at Tullytown area, the corrugated box company. It was like a union job or whatever. And
I know what you're talking about.
One of those driver temp services. And then I went and worked because I needed obviously job work and everything. So I went in there, got a truck, and all I had to do was take loads of like boxes and shit. Like JC Penney's over there in Bristol, I think it is. I took a loaded trailer of boxes there. I would sit there and wait. I got paid by the hour, and then I'd go back, grab another load, take it where else. Well, they were picketing. There was people I was a scab, basically. I went across the fucking line. And, and there was people walking back and forth. I even had a guy, like, throw a bottle at my truck or whatever. I went through the fucking line. You're going to get in my way, you're going to get ran over. I'm working. I'm not a union guy, so fuck you. And I went and did that. I went to the Wawa, the one, I don't remember if it was the one on 13 there. I want to say it was the one on 13 or the other one down the way. Well, I went in there to grab like a coffee or something. I come back out. I don't think anything of it.
Ford Road. I think it's Ford Road.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, and I went back and deliver the load at J.C. Penney's, and I go back to my doors. Somebody put a fucking big seal on the back of my trailer. They followed me, and when I went into the Wawa, they put the seal on the back of the trailer. One of those union people followed me from the picket line, and they did.
They put one of those metal locks things, the seals.
Yeah, and I couldn't because I didn't have fucking seal like cutters.
Bolt cutters, yeah.
So, that's the only wildest thing I've ever had happen. In that 20-something years, not really been. It's pretty much fucking boring.
What was it? Eddie Hall here says he's been pulled over 5 times by El Paso.
Oh, I go to El Paso all the time. I never have an issue there. I don't know. And I got to sit there and wait for the fucking Mexican truck to come across the border to get the shit off my truck, take it to fucking Mexico. So I've never had issues I go there all the time. El Paso mainly. I've been to Laredo maybe once or twice.
It's funny. I used to watch. They used to have Mexican trucks would bring the carrier units and stuff over the border, and I used to watch them. And they're supposed to go back over the border. I used to watch them take off and go north all the time. I'm like, where the hell are they going?
Yeah,
pick up loads.
How they're like Canada. They can bring a load anywhere in the States, but they got to grab a load and go right back, just like Canadians do. And here's the kicker: if you pay attention, some of these damn Mexican companies have better trucks than the companies here in the States.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, some of them do. Yeah,
crazy. Like
there's
boom. They got.
I know there's one that has. They have a terminal across the border and a terminal in Arizona. I think they're MVT or MZT. They have blue internationals.
Yeah, that's Mesa Valley Transportation. They have a big terminal in Arizona. Then they have the one there. But I don't know their particular story. But like with what I'm doing now, we have a company called EBT, and they got brand new freaking Volvos, new reefer trailers, and everything else. Like my company, we just now got like a bunch of brand new trailers. We're using old Hirschbach fucking trailers with them nasty ass stupid super singles that I can't stand.
What are you at home or in a hotel?
I'm at home, dude.
I was gonna say, what hotel has a freaking recliner in it?
This is my chair.
Oh.
That's the other. There's another guy I can't. Something about him I can't stand. I don't know if it's his voice, but it's this guy who does truck recovery for Hirschbach, and he's like, "We Hirschbaching, baby."
Oh, you're talking about Blackbeard or something beard?
That dude, man. Like I send him shit all the time, dude. You're a glorified fucking recruiter.
I used to like him and watch him when he had this T680, and then I think he had some family issues, which I don't blame him for that. Shit happens.
His personal life, that's his business. Like the shit that he's putting on YouTube is like Hirschbach's the greatest thing.
Well, he's still trying to make content, and I think he just had, his whole home life changed, so that's what he ends up. That's what he's stuck with now. So that's what he's trying to do.
I know what I've been seeing. He likes to spend a lot of time with the kid, which that's great because you should. If you're a father, you should spend a lot of time with your kid. Like that's fine. But like my issue with him is the false picture he's painting for Hirschbach. I know somebody that actually went through their program, and you are not an owner operator. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. When they micromanage you, tell you where to fuel and this and that, and everything, you are not an owner operator.
Oh well, what was it? Prime used to do the same crap too as some of their lease owner operators. I don't know if they did it to all of them. I imagine some of them told them to go pound sand, but I know a lot of the newer ones they would tell them where to fuel up on what stop. But you know what though, those stops were cheaper, usually, I guess, but
yeah, but
they were out of the way.
That I had is you just even being a company, when they tell you where to fuel, okay, they'll do you go over here and you go to the Love, or okay, next you got to go over to the Flying J, and you can never keep a specific one because you want to build up your fucking showers and you want to build up your fucking points. You want to
actually be able to keep yourself clean. Yeah,
I can fuel anywhere I want. I'll alternate. I'll go to Love's, fuel there one time. The next time I'll go to a TA Petrol. We don't use Flying J or Pilot. My company, they cannot stand Pilot or Flying J. They do not like it. So we can go anywhere else. Mom and Pops, Love's, TA Petrol.
I don't know what happened, but used to be I could fill up at Love's here pretty damn cheap, and even TA. But since things have gotten worse, I think we lost Love's. Like Love's, we get hardly any discount at, maybe like 35 or 40 cents off the cash price, if that.
You use Nastic. It's like the one truck guy or the small guy or the big guy. That's
TA, I'll still get 60 cents off sometimes, 40 or 50. It depends where the TA's at. But we're pretty much Pilot and Flying J now. I just filled up in Indiana. Where was it? Not Spirit. Spice. I guess it's Spice City or something, or Spice, Indiana, something like that. I just filled up for it was $3.15 a gallon.
Oh, nice. That's not bad. And before I came home, I filled up like 101 gallons, and I think the total cost was like $4 something for 100 something gallons. I don't know if that's good or not, because like I said, I don't pay attention to that shit no more because I try to go where it's cheaper via what's on the sign. But other than that, I don't pay attention. I filled up like 101 gallons today, and it was like $4 something. And $4 something for the fuel. Then I got reefer fuel, so I was probably around $5 something, maybe $6, high $5, low $6 for everything.
Eddie Hall here said he says the points are really good at Love's. See, the biggest problem I have about Love's is their points fall off. I don't like that. Huh?
They told me they didn't.
They fall. And when every time I've used my Love's cards and haven't used it for a little while, and look, I'm missing points.
Really?
Either that or the showers disappear. One of the
Not that they're falling off. They have had a few glitches sometimes. Like I've gotten fuel and I didn't get my points, and they're like, "Don't worry about it."
This has been happening for a long time. I figured they just fall off because if you look it up, if you Google it, it says they fall off. The points fall off of Love's.
I've had up to $500 on my card at one time.
Now, I've had a lot of points on Pilot, and I have like a couple $100 in TA points. They just stay there. They never go away.
TA, I found out that since I don't know if it has anything to do with BP buying them.
Oh, I don't know now. Yeah.
Getting rid of the cards. If you have a card, you can still use it, but they're not going to issue any more cards. But also, if you're not at a certain tier card, it used to be as long as you had a freaking regular TA card, you didn't have to be platinum or anything, your showers would stay. Now they fall off until you reach a certain tier. You got to reach a certain tier with TA and Petro just to keep your showers. It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. And I'm going to put a little PSA out there for people. I don't know if there's probably people out there to do this, but I was at a Love's one time, and this girl had a fucking air fryer on the counter. I was like, since when the hell did Love's start selling air fryer? It was a fancy like Hamilton stainless steel. I was like, she's like, oh no, we get points as employees, and we save our points, and we can buy shit off the thing. I was like, oh, that's cool. So we got to talking about points, and I asked, so what's the most amount of points you've ever seen on the card? She's like, well, this driver came in with $5,000 worth of points on his card. And I was talking about employee-wise, but she told me about the driver, and then she told me what he was doing. You know them purple cushion seats that you put on the seat to sit on? He was going in there, buying 2 of them, paying for it and everything, gets his points, and he'd go back later, come back in, return the seats, and he kept the points. So he built up his card $5,000 worth of points by buying shit and then returning. And she's like, I'm about to have my husband get a damn card and do this, like shit. But where he fucked up was he kept going back to the same one. Instead of buying, if he was going to do it right, you buy them at one, you go return them within a lot of time at another one. Then you won't get caught. So they had a picture of him up there and everything. They were trying to find the guy. What about a fairing? Are you talking about your fairing thing?
Yeah, they freaking rattle. You buy a $200,000 truck and your flarings rattle.
That's because the trucks today ain't real trucks, man. They're all fucking plastic.
Well, I mean, it's plastic to keep the wind down. I know that. I mean, but you would think they would at least try. You know what though? These TAC cars, for some reason, they try to knock the idle down so low to keep the fuel, keep the fuel from idling down, so you're not using a lot of fuel. But they knock it down so low it throws the harmonic balance of the engine out. and they like if I open the hood up while this thing's idling, I'm surprised there ain't nuts and bolts falling out of it. Like it's just the whole time. And all you have to do is kick the idle up, maybe like to maybe 630, 650 instead of it sits at 600 RPM the whole time. Truck, and it just rattles like crazy.
The def cap. I got a 2020 Volvo. The def, like the lid that pops open and you got the cap. Well, the lid part has got a little fucking rubber nubbin that goes into this one part and it keeps it, from moving, and it's it. That fucking thing cracks, so now I got to get that fucking replaced because it's a fucking plastic truck. Like my cabinets in my fucking thing that are broke that I got to get fixed and everything, which is fine.
Well, they were all plastic though. The only trucks that had like wood cabinets were Western Stars there for a while, and that's it. But I tell you what, the way they make these trucks now with the cabinets and stuff like this, if you look over here, I got like a rubber seal around all the cabinets. They're all quiet. There's no noises in here except for the rattling parts outside, and my microwave rattling around a little bit, which I'll fix eventually.
With the plastic, so you wouldn't hear rubbing now. That finally, it only took them till 2023 to do it, but
yeah, I know, yeah. Like you should hear my international. Like, actually, the only thing that really rattles on my international 9400 is the dashboard, and that's just because, the defroster vents are cracked, so they just rattle around. But I gotta fix them. But I gotta put an engine in it first. So
you got it back. You gonna put it back on with the company you're with? Put another driver in it, or what?
Well, I got to put an engine in it. I have a connection that I'm probably going to maybe put a PTO on it and do dump for $140 an hour, dump work.
Well, there you go.
So
I just hope you're the right person to put in it, because that's the other problem with having multiple trucks, is trying to find somebody that's reliable or not.
Oh, I have somebody. I mean, I don't know what he's doing now, but I know last time he was calling me up and asking me, because the thing is, out where I live, like he was doing. So this guy was doing like oversized for like mine equipment and stuff, hauling mine equipment around. And the guy he was working for, he has a pretty sweet little place, has a, crane with a big American flag up out in front of it and everything, and brand new truck and everything. But he was only paying him like $19 an hour to haul. Like, we're talking about like 150, 180,000 pounds of machinery around.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I mean, you're desperate times.
And even take it apart and help take it apart and shit, and put it on the truck and stuff.
Wow.
Now you got to think though. Where I live though, so it's I mean, if you're very computer, this guy's a little bit older, but if you're very computer illiterate, yeah, you go on Indeed, you can find a better job. But if you're like in that area and you're just like old school, you can get taken advantage of pretty easily.
One of my dad's friends, because he lives up there by Scranton. He was doing. He was hauling a water truck for fracking. He was making a shit ton of money doing that. He said
KW and Boise fixed him for free. I had to fight tooth and nail to get this truck aligned from Kenworth. When I didn't even put like 100 miles on it yet, and I had to fight tooth and nail to get it aligned for free. Wow. And even then, they didn't. They don't really have real alignment equipment. They got some plates, and that's it.
90-day like fucking walk in any problems.
They're like, oh, well, maybe you hit a curb. I'm like, come on, dude. I was like, the fucking truck. The truck don't even have like grease on the fifth wheel or anything yet. They never greased it and shit. Wow. I was like, come on. And finally, I fought with them, and I guess Kenworth did like an internal IOU or some crap like that. But like even now, like the alignment's starting to get worse again. I haven't really checked the tires. I felt them. They don't feel like they're doing anything different, but it's probably wearing the tires weird. I know it's 70 mile an hour. I get like a, I can feel something like bouncing, like ding ding, like maybe the tire's out of balance too now or something.
Putting Centromatics on it.
I'm just gonna take it to MTD, align it, and say, here, align it and balance all the tires and everything.
Because Centromatics are supposed to automatically
or MD alignment, not MD alignment. I mean.
And a couple people.
I don't know. I've heard good things about those Centromatic, balancers, and bad things about them. So
I haven't really heard anything bad, but I know I watch just one of the other people I watch. I watch Trucking. I think it's called Trucking Together with a woman and that one dude that got like this Kenworth W9.
Hey Eddie, Eddie, I guess you have a T680 next gen. Will they is there a fix for the dashboard not saving your not memory for the for your layout, your dash layout? Because it used to save it there for a while. It was I think I had one problem with it. Now for some reason I don't want to save my dash layout at all.
Maybe you need to get a load out to Boise to that Kenworth where he went, and then
yeah, I know. You know, it's funny. I can't believe dealerships. Like, I'm from the, I used to do auto mechanics. I can't believe, like, the lack of service in the like commercial truck world. Like, with the amount of money that some of these trucks are.
All about this. All about.
Well, I remember there was a Kenworth I went into in, where was I at? I think outside Albany, and I went in there. And I'm at the service desk and I'm waiting, and they're fucking around on their phones and, walking by and bullshit. And I'm waiting and waiting and waiting. I was waiting there for like 10, 15. I said, "What the fuck?" I said, "You buy a $200,000 truck, you can't get any service here?" We just thought. I was like, "Well, I'm standing right in front of the service, kiosk or whatever."
Wow. I don't know about like Kenworth, like. Back in the day when I used to work for this mushroom company, they had got a bunch of new Pete's, and they went through Rush Peterbilt, and the one out of Dallas,
Peterbilt, Pocono Pete.
No, Rush Peterbilt out of.
Well,
Dallas.
That's Rush Peterbilt too,
but they dealt with the one in Dallas because that's where we were out of, and they bought like 10 brand new 20 or 2021. 579 Pete, and anytime we had a problem, we went to this one guy. He's even got his own YouTube channel. One of the sales reps. Every time I've been to a Rush Peterbilt for anything, I've always had good service. I've never had any issues.
I used to go to Pocono Pete too for a lot of my parts because it was just easier to go to there for the PACCAR parts than it was to go. Because I had to I've had pretty good service with Coopersburg Kenworth.
Dude, you need to go where this dude goes. You get a load out to Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, I know. They don't really like the way they have their system set up. You kind of stay in your little area, and
really?
like me, I'm kind of like I'm only technically because they actually have different pay for different areas because they're competing with different.
Texas?
Huh?
Didn't you get the truck from Texas?
I got the truck. I bought the truck in Texas. Yeah, by MHC.
You fucking do shit then.
Huh?
You should be able to get a load of Texas and go deal with them since that's where you got it from.
Well, it's MH. I could take the any MHC, but it's just a matter. It's a matter of service and whether or not they'll approve it and stuff. You know what I mean?
I think the problem is MHC because you know who owns MHC is fucking Prime.
Really?
That's the Prime is the owner of MHC. You never knew that?
I just thought he owned 2 dealerships over there in Missouri. I didn't know he owned MHC.
I've heard it. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I'm hearing. Is he's the owner of MHC?
What is his name? Rob Lowe or whatever his name is, or some shit.
That's probably the problem, but I don't know.
If you need, you can go there, talk to Brent, and tell him you know Eddie Hall from Unlimited. I also have a YouTube channel and did work for them too.
There you go.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if I ever get out that way, that's it. See, because like I said, they try to, like, I usually stay on the East Coast or, like, I'll go into Indiana and stuff because my rate, I have, like, a Northeast rate for the company. So my rate is probably the highest in the whole company. If I was down in, like, let's say I lived in Tennessee and I said, hey, I want to do the Tennessee area or whatever, like, it goes from, because I get up into the 305 range from rate per mile. Yeah. If I down there it drops because they're competing with other carriers.
Yeah, but it's contract shit is contract shit, is it not?
Well, yeah. If I do go out that way, I get paid the same rate to come back and stuff. So, but it just depends where the DC has stuff going, really. So
it's all over the place.
The big DC here for Tyson's over there in Pottsville, so that covers like the whole East Coast. Then there's a rather big DC over in
I got out of the fucking Northeast, man, doing all that. I used to do the boroughs. I said, fuck this shit, I'm done. I don't go to.
I'm never over there. If I do end up going over there, they pay me $250 extra. But
For me to go there, you better give me 500.
I mean, I told him I'm fine with Long Island. Supposedly, never go to boroughs. I'm okay with Long Island. I can deal with Long Island. I'll go in at freaking 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and come get the hell out. You know what I mean?
Point too.
I used to do the Bronx. I used to take granite and stuff into the Bronx with a flatbed, a 48-foot flatbed with a spread axle and stuff.
You remember
A few times I may or may not have come out through going through Manhattan and come out through the Lincoln Tunnel. You know. But,
yeah, I did my time up there. I don't do that shit no more. That's where I learned how to drive a truck. Was up that way. I'm done with that. Nope. I don't have to go. We don't go. I don't have to go.
yeah, most of my stuff is like 84, 495 up there. You know, up to Boston and stuff. Go up to Maine. We usually. Yeah, well, I don't go inside a bar. I'm usually mostly around, like, you know, you got BJ's and stuff up there.
Mass right in Boston. Screw that place. No, that is not made for trucks. No. Boston, Massachusetts, New York City, the boroughs, they can all kiss my ass. I do not want to go there. I'm never going there again. Never.
I wish I had this camera on because I did a rookie mistake the other night. I listened to Google instead of go the way I was going to go. I was like, oh, well, it'll save me like 5-10 minutes. So I make a right out of the facility here in Cincinnati. And next thing you know, I'm going, and I see the train trestle thing come up on Google, and I didn't think anything. I'm like, it's Cincinnati. It's not that old. I come around the corner, and here the damn trestle is. It's like 11 foot tall. I'm like, God damn it. And I had to go down some narrow residential street, back out of it, and turn around. And
shit, I was like, man. I don't know if you've ever heard of it's a Northeast meat company. They got white and black trucks, straight trucks.
Thanks, Eddie.
What the hell's the name of this? It's this big company that they're based out of New York City, but they also have a place in Boston area, in the Chelsea, Mass area. I can't remember the name, but it's this big.
They're based out of New York City?
They're based out of New York, like downtown, like right on the outskirts of Hunts Point.
What is that, a food place?
A food place. And they have.
I think I know what you're talking about.
The Maxwell straight trucks, and then they have.
I think I've had their products. I've actually.
You probably have, but here's the thing: I had to go to their place in Chelsea, Mass, and my first time there, I get right there, literally right around, and stupid me follow the GPS, turn left right here. When all I had to go was go around a bit, and I would have been there. So I went all the way up, kept going, and I'm going up this incline, kept going, boom, 90-degree turn. I had to back down like 30 fucking blocks all the way back out of the turn where I initially turned, and then finally going. That was fucking.
See, you want to know the crazy. I mean, I don't know if you watched any of the videos on my channel. You see when I used to do utility poles?
Yeah, I seen a couple of them. I don't remember, but I've watched a couple.
I used to go wherever the utility poles were. So, like, literally, I would be on like Goat Pass with like 130 foot long combination load, sitting there, like, they're like, oh yeah, just bring a pole through here. I get over, because we didn't have no surveyors, you know what I mean? They technically we did, but they would just be like, yeah, go this way. They wouldn't really. So it wasn't like I actually went out there and viewed what I was doing. So I'd get like 100 foot long or 110 foot long poles or 120 foot long poles.
Yeah.
And, so overall I'd be like 160 feet long, 170, 180 feet long, and I'd be with the pilot cars and we'd be going, and, you go up into like Bedford and stuff, up in these little old mountain roads, and you come to these 90-degree turns and stuff, and you're like, what the hell? You're sitting there. You're sitting there because I used to bring a portable electric winch, and you're sitting there trying, putting soap down, dragging the ass end of the trail over, trying not to get the freaking pole to hit the trees and stuff, trying to get around. And oh my god, it wasn't worth I didn't get paid any extra really to do oversize. It was I kind of got stiffed a little bit on that job, but it was fun though.
You get to learn something and you get to have fun doing it. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, that was a man's job right there. That shit.
I did flat my very first year, and I don't remember that Wawa on 13, the lumber companies behind there. You had JB Wholesale, and you had that other one. I used to work for JB. That was my very first job with the old ass roll off flatbed where you got to push the fucking pin down to get the rollers to lock and unlock. And they had the old ass Type R Mac with the fucking cap centered off, and it had the 5-spoke fucking. We had to change our flat tires ourselves. We had to strap everything down. I got $12 an hour. I used to do a lot of off roading with that.
$12 an hour. What was this? Like 1985?
Something like that. It's been a long ass time. That's I didn't get. I'm not like a lot of people out here. A lot of people out here nowadays, they go to a over the road company to get there. I started out getting my experience at a local company, and then I went road.
Yeah, I wasn't at Prime real quick. I like left Prime as soon as I could and got a local job doing granite.
So and then I did tile. I drove a fucking twin screw international like dump truck set up for like a dump bed, but they put a box on it and then a lift gate. I did tile. I did that stuff. Those were my very first driving job.
I used to do roof trusses. That was fun too. You get like a 14-foot wide roof truss. Yeah, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's exempt." Oh, okay. Sitting there trying not to take out people's mailboxes and stuff. And you know, since it was, you know, like umbrella permitted or whatever, there was no, you know, you didn't set up a route. You just said, "Oh, there's the address. Drive out there." Well, yeah, you're getting driving along, and you're like, road work, one lane, you know, no loads, like 13.
It was cool. It was cool. You put the PTO in, you unlock her, change the PTO, raise it up, take off the logos, boom, done.
Yeah, we would just pull the pin or whatever and unlock the rollers and just drive forward, and it would slide off and then just slide out from under it.
But after that,
either that or I craned it off, one or the other. So
that first year flatbed, I said, nope, I'm never doing flatbed again. I never have since. I'm too lazy for that shit. Nope. I had a friend of mine who lied about his experience to get in with combined transport hauling glass. And he learned how to, he literally went and got in and started hauling glass and learned how to haul glass and everything. And he made good money.
Oh, he didn't. I was waiting for you to tell me a story that he lost like $30,000 worth of glass off the side of the truck or something.
Broke panels of glass, but a lot of the times it was while they were loading. He only did it one time driving, and it was because he hit a fucking pothole, like a crazy pothole. And you do get deducted out of your pay for that. But he that's how he lied his way in, got in. He did heavy haul. He lied his way in doing heavy haul, everything. He got an experience by lying his way in and got in.
Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of maybe done a little bit of that too, and back in the beginning, but you know, I knew I was able to do it. I went, you know, could you imagine like Sim Salah Bin doing that? Come on.
But yeah, I just never got in. I like opening, closing doors and backing in. That's it. Like a lot of people don't like reefer stuff. I don't mind it. I don't mind the weird hours.
I don't mind it, but I don't let well, I did get screwed on these last two loads, but I usually don't. I wouldn't say demanding, but I know enough not to let myself get screwed. You know what I mean? With reefer. Like, I will flat out go in there and be like, I'm not going to be an asshole about it, but I'll go in there and I'll tell, like, look, this is how it is. This is my problem. This is the problem you have. Can't we kind of meet in the, you know, in the middle? And I need to get out of here, you know. And there's been times I've done this too a little bit, you know, especially when I was doing reefer, like during the spot market here.
Yeah.
I used to go in and tell the girl, you know, I'd go in, where was I at? I forget the place, but it was outside Chicago. And I knew they were going to take long. And I said, look, I said, here's $20 for you. I said, whoever's going to be unloaded, I said, there'll be another $20 in the back of the reefer, you know, in the back of the trailer. I said, can you get me out of here in like, you know, 2 or 3 hours? And she's like, I'll see what we can do. Dude, sure enough, 2 hours. Sure enough, like an hour and 40 minutes, I was in and out.
I got duped out of fucking. I hate Pepsi loads. If I never haul another Pepsi load again, I'll be happy. I took a load of Pepsi up to Omaha, Nebraska, and I get there, and the guy's like, "Oh, your shit fell over." Like, you couldn't even see it. Had them plastic things. You couldn't even see it. He's like, "Oh, you definitely have stuff falling over. We can't unload that," and blah blah blah. And I had it reworked twice where I picked it up at, and then the guy never put a seal on it. So I was like, "Okay, what the fuck?" I went anyway. Well, because you didn't have a seal, he's like, "But since you don't have a seal, we won't say nothing." And he put a seal on it. But then he's like, "Oh, your stuff tipped over," so I had to call. And then they don't have anybody there to unload you, like the Pepsi people, because it's union. Then they're like, you have to call somebody to come over there. And then this Pepsi guy, I'm sitting there waiting in the line. He comes up, hey man, we can help you out. We'll hook you up. How much? You can give like $150 or whatever. So I call my company. Yeah, they're saying these guys, they're Pepsi employees, will unload my truck for $150 cash. And so they swindled me out of $150 cash to unload my shit. I was like, are you kidding me? But I wanted to get the fuck out of there because it was going on home time. I wanted to be done.
Yeah, I remember that was like, that sounds like the old days. I remember lumpers were kind of like that bullshit where they'd want cash, you give them cash, and then they'd be like, they had no idea who you were, crap like that.
Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't just. And he's like, act like you're gonna shake my hand. And I gave him fucking. I was like, I felt like guilty or something, like I was doing something wrong. I was like, what the fuck, man?
What was it? Eddie Hall here says Flatbed is not paying too much more than reefer. They are about the same. It's not worth it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Flatbed. I'm guessing it's the economy because they get hit real hard because if you're not building houses and with the interest rates, there's the warehousing. I've noticed warehouses like there for a while they were going up like crazy, and now they kind of stopped because nobody wants to spend that high interest rates on the loans.
What I don't understand with this whole spot market thing versus the contracting, in my opinion, right now, contracting is the way to go. Number one, because you're in a contract, and then like unless you're just trucking and you make shit tons of money off of YouTube, and you can like even him, I don't understand. You got a trailer, you got a truck. Why aren't you trying to get your own contract? Fuck the spot market shit. Like,
you think just with his connections he could get something?
Like whole Uber.
I was gonna say who's Ubering. I mean, I have no problem with him doing that, but I just find it's weird how it's just weird how that ended up going.
That I don't like.
Here's what I said. I said if Just Trucking is having to Uber just to keep himself busy, I was like, man, there's guys out here that are like, when they get out of their truck, they're looking for change on the ground or going through did this guy maybe throw his chain and his shit back, or something.
That's the thing, though. He don't have to fucking Uber you. Dude, he went out and bought a fucking $10,000 minivan like it was nothing. Put fucking red rims on it. They were probably $4,000 plus the tires and getting them out. He's doing all this extra shit, and he's not. And he's poor. I can't find a load. The load boards are cold. Blah blah. But he's still buying. Obviously, the spot market's not hurting you if you keep buying shit. That's the part that pisses me off about the YouTube.
Well, I know. Well, he's turned into entertainment now. That's what he's turned into, and I don't blame him. He's built himself that way. I have no idea how. I would really like to hear. Like, I wish he'd go back to like when he really first started, because apparently he first started with like a 9400 International. That's what he had.
I started watching him. He had a 670 Volvo.
Well, before that, he had a 9400 International, and I think was doing like flatbed work or something with it. If I remember correctly.
I didn't go back that far. When I first started watching him, he had the Volvo and was it a black Volvo?
Like, I wish he would go back and like try to do like from the beginning, like where he started from and how how he built to where he was. I mean, he doesn't have to get into the entertainment side of it much, but I mean, just at least to put that information out there, kind of like.
That's the problem with this industry. Is you got all these big YouTubers making this shit glorified and all this money that this.
Well, there's more than that. He doesn't do it that much. I mean, I know he promotes load boards and stuff, which hey, that's at least it's he's not like scamming per se. But there's some guys out here that are like hustling the hell out of people, like literally taking the money right out of their pocket.
Fucking Beard dude, he's promoting a fucking load board. And he's a damn company guy. He's promoting that freaking Dispatch something or another. A freaking thing you can go get loads of. You're a fucking company guy, and you're promoting a load board. Like, it doesn't even go with you. That's my biggest thing with these YouTubers. Glorifying it. They're flooding people. Oh, I can make all kinds of money doing this. I'm gonna go in there, and then they flood the industry with all these people that think they're gonna make it. You gotta start from the bottom up and then go up. You don't just start from the top. Like these YouTubers make people think. It doesn't work that way.
Eddie here, he has his own contract hauling swinging beef. That pays really good.
Well, I didn't even
from Idaho to Cali.
They still do swinging meat. The last time I saw swinging meat was when I was with National Carriers, or aka Nasty Critters, and they had a couple trailers with hooks on them, but I didn't even know they really did swinging beef. So shit.
Yeah, I thought they quit doing that because people kept rolling them over.
Yeah,
He said low boards are not good lately. Well, yeah, they're.
but why, if you
Uh,
have a truck in a trailer, would you not try to get your own damn contract? And instead of sitting there on YouTube bitching about the spot market and bitching
Because he
about,
doesn't have. Because he doesn't have to. I guess. You know, he's gotten to that point where he's just doing it for entertainment purposes now. You know.
I just that gets in my craw with
But
the
I'm just glad. Yeah. To be honest, though, I think at least he doesn't. As far as I'm concerned, out of all of them out there, he's probably the least one that I think like hustles drivers. Because I don't. Because he never tries to do huge promotions for certain companies. I know he does the load board and stuff like that, but he doesn't try to do those mentoring programs where they're like full of crap and like for 19.95 a week you can I'll talk to you and stuff and
But even what's his name? Gentry and Sons Trucking, right? Shot burnt down. Oh my goodness, blah blah blah. He just bought a brand new fucking Detroit diesel motor, put it in the truck. He just hauled Elvis Presley's fucking plane, and he's doing other things. Like they make this big dramatic thing. Oh my God! And what are we gonna do? And then in the meantime, while there's all this, what are we going to do? Brand new engines are popping up. Other trucks, a 389 black 389 21 model. Fucking we just got this. And, like I thought you were hurting.
well I was with Gentry and Sons and stuff if the shop burned down it's not and Shorts is eventually going to pick that up. It's just going to take forever
Yeah.
depending on what he has in his insurance policy.
Yeah.
And
I don't doubt that
and I think he's taking what I really think he's doing right now is he's not really saying it, but he's taking some risks. He's going all out right now is what I think he's doing.
He said it on one of his. He's going to a bank and he's getting he's using his business credit line. He's going to business credit. It's a business.
Yeah, he's going all in on it. That's what he's doing.
And I mean, so far so good, but it's just this whole oh my God, poor me and blah blah blah.
Well, I would imagine he probably got like at least $20,000 to haul that Elvis Presley jet.
Probably.
I don't know how far it went. I know he had to pay. He had to pay for get the permits, pay for the escort. Because police escorts aren't cheap.
I don't even. He's an awesome dude. I like the stuff how he is with his family. I like how he is with his business. It's just the picture of what's being portrayed on YouTube, and I feel like there's a lack of ingenuity or not ingenuity, genuinity or genuineness, I guess, for lack of a better term, with a lot of these bigger YouTubers, and they paint this glorified picture, and it makes other people that are not in the industry want to come fly in the industry like they're going to get, and it gets flooded with all these new people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and then it causes a vicious cycle. I know. It's almost like this camera, I had a lot higher expectations for this camera than it really was, and that's because people are getting money and paid for it,
Or something like how many stars it got.
Let's see. Did I miss a comment here? Yeah, I gotta go. All right. Crazy something. Mother F. I don't know. It was truly a blessing funding your channel. I'm going to Smith and Solomon next week to start training. Your channel and one other have given me huge insight on what true reality is in trucking. Is to go into trucking.
Now,
hey.
Here you go. Here's another opinion of mine. Okay, you got a lot of people when they go to school to drive a truck, they go to a trucking company. When I got my city, I went to an actual school. There was no trucks to drive with a trainer. There was no, we're going to haul load here. I went to school, an actual school, for 480 hours. I don't know how many weeks a month it was, whatever.
Well, I can tell you what, they do not do that much now. They're not 480 hours now.
Well, I had a choice. I could have did the 2 week thing, but I went in. We did half of the fucking classroom shit, everything, and then the rest was on the range. And I passed the fucking thing with flying colors. They allowed us to use the hazmat book to do the hazmat test. I didn't use the hazmat book. If you go to an actual school that's not a fucking trucking company that just wants to put a warm body in a seat, pay you little to nothing, and then tell some guy that barely has any experience to train this guy, These people will actually learn something. The school I went to was All-State Career School in Leicester, PA, right there by the airport. The guy that
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
trained us how to drive and taught us everything had 30 fucking plus years in the business, and he did super heavy haul shit. That was his business.
See, like
Robin.
I wish I could. Like every time. Here's what happens to me, Josh. Every time I manage to get somewhere, either in trucking or life per se, either something with the economy takes it. Obama, maybe certain things I've done with my life, mess things up.
Mhm.
The recent election, and the way the economy's going now, and then the truck blows up. Like every time I manage to start getting somewhere, to I feel like I'm going to grow into my business, because I had a business before. I employed two guys, and stuff, and certain things I ended up losing it. That was a little bit of the economy, a little bit of personal reasons, but every time I end up building myself up and think I'm going to make to that next plateau, something happens and just fucking, So
hold on, though. You made a comment a couple of videos back. You made a comment when you were talking about your new truck and everything. You said, "I wish somebody would have told me a long time ago not to do this." That's what you said in your video. You said, "I wish somebody talked in there to talk me out of it." So
with what? Getting a new truck or getting the old truck?
Getting the new truck, getting in a truck, owning a truck. I think it was a roundabout term you said, or a roundabout whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's when I was probably sitting there freezing my ass off in the truck, because I didn't want to go buy a hotel, because I didn't know how much money I needed to save to get myself out of that predicament. Right. And you know what? That was set out of desperation more than anything. Because to be honest, me doing owner operator has afforded me things that I never would have had. I would have never been able to afford to go to Disney World and all this other shit.
What I'm getting at is that, yeah, you kind of went in it, jumped in it head first, learned things. Okay, it might have been a bad experience, but it was experience nonetheless, and you learned a lot from your mistakes. Okay, there's that way to go about it. Or like a lot of people that come to me and say, "I want to get a truck, I want to be my own," I tell them, and I'm sure you've heard this. I think I've heard you say it. What you need to do is get into a truck that's owned by somebody else. You need to drive that for a few years, treat it like it's your own truck.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Do all that, and then after you have that experience, then you go and do all that stuff or get into it. But the bottom line with owning a truck, if you can't calculate how much it costs you to run that truck every day, you shouldn't even do it. If you don't know the bottom line that you need to make that covers just the truck, not even you, just the truck, you shouldn't fucking do it. I don't know how many people I've come across that they can't even tell me or even know the formula to figure out how much it costs you to run that truck. Just run the truck. Not what the load pays you and how much you're gonna get, and just to run your truck, how much you need to make per mile just for that truck itself. And the other biggest thing too is when you start a business, the first 5 years of you having a truck, that money goes to the truck, not you. The truck, that's the truck's money. First 5 years. Okay? You're going to be eating crackers and beanie weenies and fucking ramen noodles. That's just how it is. Unless you come into the business with like 20, 30, 40, 50 grand already in your pocket, in the bank, whilst getting a truck, that's how you got to do it. The first 5 years goes to the truck, period, hands down.
You mean I can't buy that new Polaris side-by-side?
No Polaris side-by-side, no brand new fucking F.
What about my new Silverado?
No. And that's what they start getting these
I figured it'd be okay to, even though I bought my semi truck for $45,000 or $50,000, I figured it'd be okay to go out and buy a $60,000 Silverado.
Exactly. It's just, I don't know, man. There's a lot.
Yeah, look at the comments real here. It's starting to pile up a little bit. Let's see. Eddie Hall said, usually when you have a big YouTube channel, they pay you to talk about them, and most of the YouTubers will take their money and say whatever. Yeah, that's true. Like, like I know he marketed as JB Hunt 360, and anybody in their right mind knows that, you know, JB Hunt, some of the loads do pay good. Like I've hauled some of their flatbed loads once in a while. Like usually they're probably like hurting. That's why they paid pretty decent. But I never really got them off JB Hunt 360. It was always off the load board. And if you think about it, JB Hunt is basically, they're kind of doing what like Penske and them are doing. They're getting really big into 3PL, and like I've seen JB Hunt hauling dump trailers. I've seen him hauling scrap. I've seen him hauling not flatbeds, something else that was really weird. I couldn't believe they were hauling. Was it a grain? I've seen him hauling grain trailers. You know, they're like a flat out. You know, they'll work for whoever wants to contract them.
I've seen JB Hunt day cabs at a Tyson Point hauling flatbeds with chickens.
Really?
In Arkansas.
But you know what? That is a very good business model, because I wanted to do that business model too. I figured if you could just come to a big company and be like, look, here's how many trucks I can provide you. Here's how much it's going to cost, and just say you don't have to worry about anything. You just hand our drivers the BOLs and tell us where we got to go, and you don't have to worry about nothing. Right. And that's a great business model, because you don't have to have a zipper manager. You don't have to have anything. You just have a dispatch kind of guy that takes the load, writes up the BOLs and just hands them out. Hey, this BOL's going, this load's going here. This load's going there. And it, cuts down on their cost, and it cuts down on them having to worry, because if there's any problems, JB Hunt is the one that has to take care of those shipping problems. It's their problem.
I know two guys, okay? When I was a company driver at National Carriers, which is, I don't know if anybody knows, is owned by National Beef. The reason why they're owned by National Beef is so they get away with having to pay down detention time. So they bought National Carriers. Now National Carriers is the in-house for National Beef. I knew a guy that had 5 trucks on with National Carriers, 5 trucks, okay? 5 drivers, including him. He hauled boxed beef with them. He made damn good money. Then there's another guy I knew he had flashy ass W900 with all the bells and whistles, chicken lights, all that shit. What he did is he would go to the National Carriers. I don't know if it was Dodge City or Liberal, Kansas, one of the two, because they got 2 plants there. He would go there. He'd start hauling. He'd haul cattle for them. Okay, he'd haul cattle for them for a week or 2 weeks, whatever. Then he'd pick up a reefer load, go back, because he lived in North Carolina. He'd haul a reefer load back to North Carolina, go home, whatever, pick up a load, go back up that way, drop that reefer, pick up the cattle trailer, and start hauling cattle. That dude, at that time, I don't know what he was getting, $5 a fucking mile.
Cattle. Well, cattle. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure cattle is probably a more tight knit industry than it was. But yeah, cattle used to be where it was at. Yeah. But then again, that was before. Was that before ELD mandate and all that crap too?
It was right before they were just starting to implement. It was like going through.
Yeah. What is it? Eddie Hall here. Eddie Hall here said that he's had good luck with this camera. Eddie, sometimes I can get this thing to record like a full 8 minutes maybe before it overheats. Sometimes I can get it to record 5 minutes before it overheats. If I put it on the windshield here and turn the air conditioner on and the defroster, I can get it to go until the battery dies at about 20 minutes or 15 minutes or so. I figured this thing would at least last 30 minutes, and that's what I was hoping for. Because what I was hoping to do with this, Josh? Like the video I'm going to put out, you see me actually like walk into the shipper. You see. Yeah, like the POV, I can just take it and put a magnet on it and stick it right to my chest, like, and nobody even really notices it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what I was hoping to do with that. So at least you could still see everything. I wasn't freaking anybody out with a camera in their face. Got a GoPro or a cell phone. Like, hey,
just get a GoPro. That's what everybody uses, GoPro.
It's big though. People can see it. This nobody can really notice. You know what I mean? They act weird. They start yelling at you and shit.
That one time guy that works on the tanker, an edible tanker side, he's got to go. He puts it on his head. He never gets any people on that.
Well, I got this DJI. I might end up doing it either with this, or there's another one. It's called a DJI Action 2, and it's modular. and it's probably, you saw how this was like a little.
This is a fucking Ray-Ban dude. The fucking
the DJI Action 2 is like about the size of this. It's like, it's black. It would just sit there like that. Nobody would really notice it. You know what I mean?
Fucking get you one of those cameras the cops have on their chest. Get you one of those fucking.
They don't. Yeah, you know what's funny though? You would think those cops, our tax dollars are paying for, $900 to $1,000 camera setups, or even more, like $3,000 camera setups, and they're barely able to do like 1080p video. You know what I mean? And they're paying $3,000 for these freaking, cameras and shit. Typical government waste.
A lot of good things about the newest GoPro and shit. I don't know, man.
All the GoPros after 8, they all, from what I heard, they've never really updated the what is it? The
Hero Black 9. I want to get the 10 because it's got the front screen too, so you can actually see yourself.
The 9 don't have a front screen?
No, the 9 don't. No.
Oh, I thought the 9 did. But apparently, when they updated them, they never really updated the actual hardware inside, and there's just too much stuff going on for the computing power, and the screens are freezing, they're overheating and stuff.
They got the thing you could stick it in to go live with it and shit too, and they you can directly download over the air your video to your fucking computer, your phone, or whatever.
Oh yeah, I can download this. I can go live on here and go right to go right on the YouTube. But I don't want to go on YouTube. I want to go on StreamYard. I want to bring people on and shit. So
you say that was DJI? It looks like a fucking GoPro practically. Yeah, it practically looks like the GoPro 10.
It's like I think this was $320 or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
But it's nobody has any problems with it though. There's no overheating issues. There's no screens locking up or anything.
And is that the DJI what? Which one is that model?
This is the DJI Osmo 3. There's an Osmo 1, and Osmo 1 you can pick up used. Osmo 1s are pretty good. They're not great.
Using for most of your videos, that one there, like when you set it down, when you're backing and shit, is that the one you use?
Oh, the ones I set down when I'm backing, like on the flatbed and stuff you used to see?
No, I'm saying like when you back your Tyson trailer up, what are you using? Like when I did the one time when you set it down by the dock, you turn around and you backed it in.
I'll show you right now. That's the whole reason I bought this little damn camera. But like I said, it overheat. Like even now, it's just hot for me. Like opening the case up.
Oh wow. Oh, okay. This is that. But I'm talking about, that's the one you sat down by the dock though when you were backing in.
Oh no, you know what? That's just a camera. Like I was doing a lot of crap with cell phone work, with just cell phones.
Oh, cell phone.
A cell phone and a cell, like the thing I got right now, a cell phone tripod.
I got the fucking Sony A64. I'm not about to say that. It's a $1,300 camera.
Well, you got an older phone?
Yeah, no, I got the Note 20 Ultra 5G. What I use.
I mean, if you have a second phone too, you can do. Because that's what I used. I was using a Motorola, my older Motorola phone, and this phone. I would set the camera down. I would drive up, set the camera down where I want, drive back to where I was, and then I would set up the shot. If I had time, and that's how I would get good shots like that stuff.
The hoity-toity part of the cameras now. Like I said, I got the Sony A64 with the lens, and I got the fucking that little black. Like
even what I did now with this and the drone, I went way too much in it for what I'm gonna probably make out of YouTube right now. I just kind of, I don't know, it turned into a little bit of a hobby. So
just stick where you're using. What you're using is working, and your videos are fine. Like if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Subs or 100,000 subs, then you start upgrading your shit. That's
let's see. Eddie said $50K when you buy a truck just to get going for emergencies.
I heard
you got to have $50K in your pocket. I had $25K in my pocket, and I still barely even making good money there. Doing when shit was going good. It just for some reason every time I turned around, the truck was doing good, and then bam. It wouldn't be one thing. It would be like right in a line, like right after another. And then I would go to like TA, like I'd end up having a wheel seal go. And I was like, hey, TA, I had a wheel seal go. This is my second one or whatever. Can you just do all the wheel seals? And they do the wheel seals, and 3 months later or something, or 2 months later, the wheel seals would go. He'd be like, hey, do you warranty it? We only warranty it for 60 days.
Oh, wow. Yeah, fucking TA.
And then you take it somewhere else, and they're like, oh, they screwed it. You know, they didn't push it in this or did this. And I'm like,
TA,
you know.
if it's above a fucking PM, they can't do shit. Fuck that.
Yeah, well, I needed it done. I couldn't keep running down the road with it. You know, I didn't want to get DOT'd.
Dude, TA is like taking your car to Jiffy Lube, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Wasn't Jiffy Lube way back in the day? Come on now.
Here, Todd Allen said, see, Silverados, what about the idiots that bought the overpriced Hellcats? Well, a lot of stuff's overpriced now. A lot of shit's overpriced now.
Oh, man.
Let's see, overpriced used Hellcats with 50K. Yeah, with 50K, the hardest miles, yeah. I don't know if I could ever buy a used Hellcat unless I knew it was like some old guy or something had it. Because could you imagine going, I want to go down to Memphis, Tennessee. Oh, man, it's a good deal on this Hellcat. Let's buy this Hellcat out of Memphis, Tennessee.
You know what I drive? I make good money. You know what I fucking drive? 2019 Nissan Rogue. That's what I drive. I was driving a 2010 not 2010 Silverado. I was driving a 2010 Ram 1500 with like 215,000 miles on it until I ended up. I was like, look, I need some more extra money down to put down on this truck, and I ended up selling it. I sold it for like $8,000. Yeah, I'm the guy that I'm never gonna own a fucking Jap car. Fuck Jap cars, blah blah blah. This is the best car I ever had, man. A tank of gas lasts me forever. I never have any issues with the motor. Like, I love it, man. Fuck. It's a 4-cylinder. It gets up and goes even at a 4-cylinder. And I just love
Let's see. Eddie Hall said, there, I'm pulling up. Eddie Hall said, I have a GoPro 10. Use it without battery. Only use the cord power source. That way the camera won't heat up and stop working.
For that too. I forgot about that. Yeah. Like my camera, my Sony A64, they got dummy batteries with a cord. You stick it in there and you just plug it in and you never lose power. I didn't know they made fucking dummy batteries for fucking GoPros. That's cool.
I might not even have to put the battery in.
That's crazy. I had no clue. I definitely. I'm looking at.
And he said the battery will get hot and stop your camera. Yeah, like this thing legitimately, like I would say when it gets going and it shuts off for the heat. If I feel it, this thing's probably at like 150 degrees, probably.
No, you know why? You know why all these batteries are failing and shit, and these GoPros and all this shit, because they're made in China. That's why.
Well, I think a lot has to do with what happened during the pandemic and crap too.
That's why I'll never own a fucking Tesla. I'll never buy any fucking.
You know what though? The thing about China is you can get good stuff out of China is if there's quality control and there's a actual oversight. As soon as there's a lack of oversight and quality control, they just do what they're good at. What they hustle, if you want to call it that. Which we call it scamming, they call it hustling.
Yeah, Yeah, the problem
because you can go on Alibaba. You can go on Alibaba and buy Cummins parts. Like you can buy whole Cummins built engine, and and Cummins does source their parts out of China. Like they do have it built. The thing what they do is they basically go off label or not off label, but they go like black market. They take that stuff and they put it out there themselves. Yeah. And they just don't let Cummins know about it. You know what I mean? But a lot of Cummins products, I don't know about the blocks and stuff, but there's a lot of shit for Cummins that comes from China. And I think that's
made here,
I think that's
we wouldn't have issues with shit. That's flat out put.
I don't know about. I wouldn't say that the mentality of people today. The mentality of people today has changed there, Josh.
All right. Well, if the mentality was still the same and shit, and actually people were proud to buy shit in America, You wouldn't have problems with batteries. You wouldn't have problems with cars.
Like the mentality went from, man, I can't wait when I get home. I'm going to crack open a beer and smoke a blunt. It went from that to, let me go behind work, crack open a beer and smoke a blunt, and then go back and try to work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the that's the mentality has changed. People still had pride in their work and shit,
You
stuff
still
like that.
talking to any of the old people? The Mikes or the Kens or any of them?
No, I mean once in a while, I'll see Ken once we pick up his kid once in a while and stuff like that. But
Is he still
I don't know. He's got his own problems.
Is he still doing mechanic shit or no?
Yeah, he's working for Rob's.
Still? Dude, it's like fucking forever. Holy
He bought a $300,000 house in Crabtree.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't. It's like 290,000. I don't know, and has that. He has he had a 390 Dodge Charger.
He
sold
around, like, because every time you went somewhere, he went there. I figured just trucking it. He's been trying to do that too.
He sold that. Well, I mean, certain situations that went different ways with that. The same thing with Mike too. I don't know what happened to Mike, to be honest with you, but let's see. The battery will get hot and stop your camera. No battery, just that. He says for the GoPro, you just plug the cord in. You don't even need to put the battery in.
Okay, so probably there's a plug-in inside where the battery goes. You just plug the cord in and then plug it in the fucking.
Yeah, Eddie said the Insta 360 Go 2, only 3-minute shots max. Yeah. Yeah, but they don't tell you that. When you go to watch the reviews for YouTube and stuff, they show all this film footage and stuff. They don't tell you that, there's that one guy that he always goes out on his I don't know what they want to call it, his electric scooter, and he has them lined up on a tripod, and he's like, yeah, and this, and he's he never says they overheat or anything like that when they review them.
Tell them if they told you the truth. Yeah.
Well, they lose all their free merchandise and trips and shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I like even this. Like I know right now, even like how we're presenting ourselves and cursing and stuff. Like I know it's going to be harder for this to get monetized, but I don't want to do that. That fake. I mean, I guess I could clean it up, but I kind of want to tell it how it is. I don't want people coming out here being like, oh man, Jackknife TV made everything look so great, and
that's the thing. People are afraid of reality. That's the problem. Real people,
yeah, look, that's the whole problem. That's the whole problem with YouTube, and I'm finding that out with my kids right now. I think all electronics are disappearing. That's what I think is going to happen.
Wow.
That
it's like, dude, there's so many people that curse in their videos and they're still monetized. Like I said, I've been doing this YouTube thing.
Well, I mean, I still get mine. It's just harder. You got to have them review it and stuff and everything. But I mean, I want to. If I end up doing decent on here, I kind of do want, to be able to bring on sponsors and stuff like that. But I mean, I'm not going to lie about products. So I'm even trying to make my own products. Like I've been trying to get a hold of people and make my own APU. I'm going to try to make my own APU. That ain't $15,000. I'm trying to get a vacuum cleaner together, like a nice little vacuum cleaner that you can actually just charge and use. It actually sucks stuff up, I got some of my merch. I got some hoodies I just made that I'm going to try to wear to mats.
That little plastic shoehorn thing to go in the fucking electrical outlet at $6, and you get what it is like your electrical socket when you plug it in the pigtail and it'll get looser. He created this like shoehorn plastic thing, and you shove it in there.
Oh, you mean instead of using paper, rolled up paper and stuff?
He created out of plastic, and he sells the crap out of them, $6 a piece. His truck driver, he just came up with it one day and boom, made it. Now he does that. And I used to come up with a bunch of flatbed tools, but I'm sure everyone else already beat me to it and stuff back when I was doing that. You've heard of My Pillows, right?
Who?
My Pillow.
Yeah, everyone's heard of My Pillow guy.
A truck driver made that pillow. That is a truck driver. He used to be a truck driver.
Really?
He used to be.
I did not know that.
Now you got a truck driver that's he's in the government in New Jersey. He used to work for Raymore and Flanagan. Now he basically won a
Oh yeah,
freaking
I heard about that guy. He won it because nobody was everyone's stupid down there. No one he was unopposed.
dollars in with a cell phone. The other guy that he was going against spent millions.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. Let's see, Eddie's here said, if the weather is cold and you are outside, you I've done 30-minute videos on my Insta. Yeah, if I put it in the window and put the AC on the defroster, I can get it to run like 20 minutes before the battery goes dead. So I got some B-roll footage I just took with it. It's beautiful looking B-roll footage because it's really super wide and it's got like the Rocksteady on it is crazy. But
when you talk about B-roll footage, my B-roll footage example is, and my thing on YouTube, B-roll footage is this long ass bar with a camera, and the camera moves across on this bar, and you have like lighting and box lights and shit like that. That's my B-roll footage. That's what I'm used to. It's just crazy. What the hell does that mean? What?
B-roll footage, that sounds more like you're either doing a live stream or vlogging or something.
No, it's what we called in the vaping industry is you want to take a picture of a product. You have
like something that goes around the product or something, and
it goes and moves.
B-roll footage is here. It's like, well, you have A, which is looking at me or something, and then B-roll is like from the outside or looking in on the subject or something.
Yeah, I know. That's why when you say B, I start laughing because it's like completely different. And the B-roll footage I used to do cost a hell of a lot more money because you got to have 40-year cameras and these big ass lenses. They're like $2,000, micro lenses and shit. But yeah, that's the thing, man. With all this crap, if it's just poorly fucking made, like you should be able to get a camera like that, put a battery in it, and what it's capable of with a
See, the biggest thing that I have now is I'm usually so like when I make something, like if I get up or I'm doing some of this crap because I keep moving now a lot. Usually, if I'm doing YouTube videos and I'm trying to like talk or say what I'm doing, like I end up forgetting what I'm talking about. I'll go 20 million times and all kinds of crap. And I know it sounds like horrible. Like when I go to edit the video, there's even times where I've actually edit things out of the video because I sound like I have no idea what I'm talking about.
That's a you thing. You need to work on you with that talking and stuff like that.
Well, this is easy. I can do lives real easy.
All this shit's great though. Like the video, you should just keep doing what you're doing with what you have because it's working fine. I can't out there, so I don't even know how to make a fucking thumbnail. Like I've tried to get
Did you take that app I showed you? Did you download that app?
Oh, I didn't because I forgot what it was.
And
it like, okay, my prime example, me starting my first YouTube channel.
I make my own thumbnails. Like that thumbnail with the police lights you saw.
Yeah.
I made that in my edit. I
don't even know how to do thumbnails. I was paying people to do my thumbnails. I paid somebody $200 a month just to make me thumbnails because I couldn't figure out how to do it. And when I first started doing YouTube on my other channel, I used KindMaster. Okay, KindMaster was dumb. It was like videoing for dummies because it laid out everything. You just put the shit in there, and the video comes out like wow, And then
the thing I got, it's not that easy, but it's pretty damn easy. It's not like trying to use like I've tried to use what's the one that everyone talks about that has Apple.
Shit. Not iTunes, iMovie or something like that.
No, there's another one that everyone talks about. It's on the Apple Store. It's Creator Pro or something. Or
now for Windows, I forget the name of it. I know how to use that. But I can do that shit. I can do editing of videos. I can speed shit up. I can add music.
You're talking about graphics and actions and stuff.
Is thumbnails, like to make them goofy ass thumbnails with big words and pictures with police lights. I can't do that. Right. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, well, I like the graphic thumbnails or like even my I don't even think my intro. If you see my intro with the electric ball thing, that was kind of already set up, but I kind of that's like half decent.
But it looks good though. Like this.
Yeah.
See, when I did my first YouTube channel, I wanted to make like my live shows. I have an intro that it's almost like a TV show. Like when you go to watch a TV show on there, and they have they show people talking and moving around. And doing
YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook pay really well. Yeah, they can. I mean, you got to get big, and you got to become a really big influencer. Like, to be honest, like the most of the trucking channels are never going to get to PewDiePie. All right, there is that one guy though that he's doing. What's he got? Like 1 million subscribers, just about. I think YouTube's feeding him, or he just figured out how to manipulate YouTube. That's Andrew. I think his name's Andrew. He's the one that does a lot of the POV shots. He used to work for, I think, US Express, and now he works for Variant or something.
About, not Riding with Dave.
His name's Andrew, I think.
I think I came across one of those, but I didn't really.
He's the one that does the really practical, like, he's got that weird voice too. It's like, and here I am cooking here, and we gotta. Sometimes I don't know why the truck always has to break down, but it always breaks down on me when I need to get somewhere, and then I gotta go.
He's with
He was with Variant. Now he's with CP Transco or something.
It's his best job. This is his dream job. I'm like,
well, but Variant ain't that good either. But he's making. But I don't know how he's gotten that big, because I mean, I've watched his videos. I mean, his voice is. I mean, my voice is kind of shitty too. But he's just. I don't know. I don't know how he's got. He must know how to cheat the algorithm or do something, because they're just trucking videos. I don't know how he's up to like 700,000 subscribers.
You know what's funny is on one of his videos, he said reason why he wanted to become a truck driver is he started watching Riding with Dave. He has nowhere near subscribers as that guy. I'm like, what the? How do that?
I don't know.
He said that in his videos. I started watching Riding with Dave, and I suddenly just.
Hey, what's up, Bull of the Woods?
Oh, he was doing that before.
Hey, if anybody else wants to come in here, this is just a full bullshit fest as it is right now. I was hoping we were gonna maybe get into business a little bit, but I mean, half the people that are on could care less right now anyway. So
how he got his start was before he did the trucking. He was doing that van life shit. That's how he got big. He switched from van life.
Oh, he fished from van life to that.
Yes, he was doing that.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Because he gave the whole back.
So when he you know what happened when he was in that time where YouTube was pushing van life probably, and when he switched, they kind of kept the channel on that same.
It's similar, because living in a truck, driving in a van, driving, same thing. So nowadays, this is the thing.
You know what? Maybe I'll call it truck life. Yeah.
There's already one out there that I think that calls it truck life, but you could try it.
Maybe I wonder what happened. Does he? Have you ever seen what he what did he do? Hashtag. Does he do like hashtag van life underneath of it still and all that crap?
He's got all that shit. I believe he does.
Right? I know he does hashtag shots. So I started, hashtag shots or whatever the hell it is. So I started doing that, because I've been watching to see how he hashtags his shit, just to see if maybe I can, get in on that. But to be honest, most of my stuff, most of my subscribers are from my shorts that I don't know if people are hate watching me. I guess they're not, or they'd probably be in this live right now. But they just, that's where most of my subscribers came from, the shorts that I put out that are basically say, look at this guy, and like, this is the problem with the industry and stuff.
I'm going to give you the secret. What you need to do, this is how you're going to get bigger. I did this in the vaping community, okay? I've had people with 1 million subs on my channel. I've had people with 500,000. They came to me wanting to come on my shit. Number one is because I'm the biggest asshole in that community, but that's besides the point. Okay, what you need to do is you need to basically link up. You need to work with one. You need to go on some of these people's channels.
Oh, I was trying to go down and see, because I know the one time when I was down in Florida, I forgot it. Well, that's just before I knew you were down there. What was it, the I-70 truck stop or whatever the hell it is, or I-17? Is that it? The I-17 Chrome shop? Where Asia Maya was out of. I was trying to get down there and at least talk to him. I mean, I didn't think he'd put me on. There was nothing.
Palm Beach or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Palm Beach, down that way, yeah. That's further. That's a couple hours south.
See, I would love to just have a live feed with him, just to pick his brains, not like try to really promote anything, but just to talk to him and tell him like what really is going on. Because some of the stuff he puts out, I know he's all in it for the truck drivers, but a lot of these guys do it themselves. You know what I mean?
But
they bring the problems onto themselves.
But what you're missing though with him, reason why he is the way he is because not because of YouTube, because of what he had before YouTube. He is the reason why when you go to a truck stop, over 200 truck stops, and you buy them truck
shirts.
Yes, that is why he is where he's at today. That is his sole bread and butter. That is
he also is in with a finance company now that finances equipment. He's got his fingers in everything. You know what I mean? His business of the shirts is what got him where he is today. He even says that in his point. That's what it is. That's how he did his thing. But what I was saying with the one guy is that that's how he got. Hey, you got music on your channel?
Do what?
A place to get music?
Nah, there's a couple sites. I didn't care. I was putting like Metallica on my shit. I didn't care.
You can't get away with that now.
Yeah, well, what I did with my channel, I didn't care to do. I wasn't trying to get big. I wasn't trying to, I was doing. It was my opinion on shit, and that's what I did. And that's if I did trucking, it'd be the same thing. First of all, when you go to do YouTube, you need to go to do YouTube for yourself, and you need to do it for yourself and enjoy what you're doing. That's first and foremost. Secondly, you need to link up with other bigger YouTubers somehow, some way. We get them on your channel, get you on their channel, stuff like that. I've had lives with 200 plus people on my shit, and because I linked up.
Like, see, I don't mind marketing myself and maybe selling some stuff, but if I'm gonna like sell something, it's gonna be like something people need. I don't want to like just. Well, I want to. If I end up selling stuff or promoting things, I want it to actually like help people out. I don't want to just. I don't want to promote like a lease purchase where they don't give you the rate con. Like stupid shit like that. I don't want to do crap like that.
But you're already doing that. You're already giving the truth. You're already showing what the bullshit goes on and what you're doing and stuff like that. You're already doing that. You need to go online, other bigger YouTubers' live shows. You need to link up with them, go to them where they're at, do videos on their channel with them, and you need to do that. And you also need to do more lives. Lives bring people. The more lives you do, the more people are going to show up. You also need to post your shit on other Facebook groups where they'll allow you to do so and stuff like that. You need to post your
Truckin' MC says I use Power Director. Like is that an app or an actual program?
It's a program. They might even have an app version too. Yeah, I've heard of them. I use another.
See, when I had my laptop, I downloaded a few programs. They just seemed there was too much. It was overwhelming. So I ended up finding this one app, which is pretty much what do they call it? Open source. It's open. Like the app I use is open source, and it pretty much. I figure it's so simple. It's like right in front of you. The menus are really easy to get to. So I just, that's how I end up editing my stuff is through that little app.
Let me ask you one question. How long does it take you to edit one of your videos?
Like right now, I was in the middle of editing one, and there's probably I'll download video from here in my phone and stuff, and I might have an hour and a half of video, and then I have to condense that down into like.
Hold on. When you from the point your video, you do your videos, whatever. You have the video on your laptop, and you're starting to sit down. How long does it take you to edit your video from that point you're sitting down until you're finally finished?
If I stay with it and I don't like screw it up, like there's some times where I'll edit the whole thing. I'll put in like breaks and certain sounds and things and stuff. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I got to add my intro. And I'll add my intro. And guess what it does to the music and everything? It totally moves the timeline over. So now I got to go back, fix everything. Because, so now I've just now gotten used to like the one video I got where they asked, my name and stuff. I have to beep that all out. Well, now I got to remember not to beep all that stuff out because as soon as I add my intro and everything, it's going to move that timeline. So now I got to remember to just let it be. And then when I'm done, adding my intro, adding the music and everything to come back and add those beeps in and everything. Because as soon as you do anything, it moves the timeline for the sound and and everything around.
Get back on
But
track.
you know, I could spend 2-3 if I really go at it and it's a really good video with some good B-roll. I could probably spend 2, 3, 4 hours sometimes editing.
Okay. And
You know,
that's what I'm doing.
especially looking for the right music and everything and lining it up in the timeline.
If you're taking only 45 minutes to an hour to edit a video, you're not doing it right. When I was doing videos on my other channel, it would take me minimum 4 hours to edit video. Okay, lots of jump cuts, lots of this, lots of adding music in, taking stuff out of here, doing this and that, and everything else. That's the only way you're going to.
Alex, the trucking guy is that one.
Yep, he's like a Korean dude or some type of.
I don't know what he is, but I mean, I don't know what he does because I mean, I watch his videos. You know, I don't really watch him. I'll see him come up and I'll be like, all right, let's see what this guy's doing now. And it's I don't know. It's just. Like I don't know why people watch him. I mean, he doesn't really show any like good information. It just shows it's like a company driver. You know, he used to there for a while. He was walking over his ice. He had an ice chest, an ice chest that he had to like stand on in the middle of his floor. I'm like, why wouldn't you have gotten one that fits under the bed or something? Like, you know.
But see, I'll tell you what he's doing. I'll tell you exactly what he's doing. You know how you want the secret to what he's doing is why he's where he is. The reason why
he's foreign, and YouTube's like
because he doesn't do any interaction with his audience. He doesn't reply to comments. He does his videos, he posts them, and then that's what he does. He doesn't interact with any of his people. He doesn't talk to any of his people. That is why he does it. In my community, at my other channel, one guy that has 1 million subs, and gets mad money from YouTube and a bunch of people sending him free shit and all that. He does not respond to comments. He doesn't go on other people's channels and watch their shit and comment in it. He doesn't go on their live shows. He makes his videos, does his editing, and that's all he ever did. And now he's got a whole crew that edits his videos for him, films for him, and everything else. Because he just stuck to his one agenda, and that was to make a video on his side of things and his opinion on things. And that's what he does. He does not talk to nobody, does not respond to comments. That's how he got as big as he got.
Well, it takes a lot of time to like, you know, edit and everything. It is very time consuming. And you know what? It's that too. That's what would suck too. When I used to do some of these videos, like especially when I did the flatbed stuff, because there was a lot of cool shit I could, you know, videotape. Yeah, not videotape, but video when I was doing flatbed work. And you know, you would do all that. You'd sit down and edit it for 3 hours. You'd put it out there, and then you know. Like 3 days later, you got like 20 views. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You don't look at that. That's that. You got to stop looking at.
Well, that's what I had to do. I stopped looking at that. Now I'm up just about to 3,000 subscribers. You know.
You make a video, you post it, and that's it. If you want to be the one to answer comments, you go ahead and answer comments. You don't, you just let it be. You know, people talk shit. They'll do this, they'll do that, but they won't.
Apparently, this Eddie guy knows this Alex guy. I don't know. I think that's what he says. He knows him.
He might. I don't know. Personally, I think the guy's not him, but I think he's a tool. But whatever. I mean, GP Transco is not like the fucking dream job. They pay.
Well, everybody goes over. I think even Coach went over there for a little bit. Let's see, riding with Alex. Yeah, that's what it is.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You want to know what I watch most?
The Eddie Hall guy says I got almost 100,000 K on YouTube. Now is that? I guess that's subscribers. Or I hope that if that's money, you're doing really well for yourself.
You know what I do? You know what I watch on YouTube? I watch the videos where people are like. I watched a few videos why I left GP Transco, why I left Hurricane Express, why.
Oh gosh.
Those are the ones I watch because they put out the fucking truth about these companies.
Oh yeah, they do put out the truth, but I mean they all do it. Like they all. And it's funny is that it's like 2 months after they joined and stuff, and I'm like, well, come on, you know, like you had to know. But then again, those guys. I will have to say, those guys that do jump, you know, jump like constantly jump. There's usually a lot more going on than just a company, you know.
Of course.
Because I've been at some shitty companies and I've known I've had to stay there and I've made it work. You know what I mean?
You do what you got to do. You got to make a paycheck. And the thing with a job, finding a job is it's not about what it is mainly about is what.
Yeah, Eddie said he's at Transco now. Yeah, GP Transco.
Every place has bullshit. It don't matter where you go. Your company, you have bullshit. I'm sure you
Rest
don't-
area raccoons.
My job has bullshit. Every job out there driving a truck has bullshit. It's about
Trucking with MC. I can't even beat 100 subs.
it's about finding what bullshit you can put up with a job, and then you won't be skipping, and jumping jobs left and right. Because that looks better.
All right. Well, see, this is a new driver. This person, they said they're 19 years old, and they found me through my shorts. Now, do you think I'm too hard? I don't know what short you watched. I'm guessing it probably was that one short that went viral. That's up to like 300,000 views or 400,000 views now, where I'm basically not trying to. I guess I did call because I did say his truck number and stuff, but I was so mad at because you know what he was doing. He pulled into the place. First, I showed him almost ripping his door off and crashing on the tree and into the concrete Jersey barrier. He goes in, does that. We kind of help him because you gotta back in because it's a dead end at the end. So we get him backed in because there's a lot of trucks there. So we got him backed in. And he was backed in and everything.
Yeah.
And then luckily 2 or 3 guys left out of the dock. Then when he pulled out, I don't know why he made a left because he knows it's a dead end. And then he's like, oh, it's a dead end. So then he backed in again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, it's giant potholes out here. Oh my God. Well, whoever's LTL shipments were in that truck, they're screwed now. Sounded like a gun went off.
Probably blew a tire.
I'm in this little shitty Smith and PA. What is this? What is it? Rudders? Roadies. Woo! I'm in this shitty little roadies. Huh?
Is there a Flying J in Smithton?
Yeah. There's a Flying J right across the road.
Where I usually used to go when I went there.
Yeah. Well, it's so full. I don't even bother. I just know better. You know what I mean? But what was I saying? I was at the part where before I thought a gunshot went off.
Yeah, you were talking about the oh hell, squirrel. No.
Oh yeah, I was talking about what the guy was doing. So the guy was he came out, he made a left, and he knows it was a dead end. So then luckily a couple guys left. So he trying to back into the dock again, and we had to help him do that because he was like sideways, almost into the back side of my trailer. So we finally get him turned around. So then he comes out to make the right. He swings super wide, jumps the front of the truck over the curb, and there's like a big concrete medium or swell, and then it drops into a ditch on the other side. Well, now we're sitting here waiting for him to get his axle stuck on the curb, and none of us would have been able to get out. We would all had to wait for a tow truck 4 or 5 hours to come drag his ass the hell out, and we'd have been screwed. So now we're sitting there trying to back him up, and the problem is every time he'd go to back, he kept hitting the brakes and stuff, and he was already pissing tons of air out of his brake chamber in the trailer. So he had to build the air up, and he was just flooring it, like he was just like, F it, he was just flooring the hell out of it to build air. And then we're like trying to explain to him about his brake chamber, and he just didn't, he didn't know. Like,
well, see, I gotta point this out. The Eddie Hall, there, dude. He says your friend is right. I just want to point that out there because I like it when I'm right.
Let's see.
But like the other thing,
I keep seeing your videos, so then I figured to sub. Yeah.
The other thing is too, okay, like for my other channel, for
Epic Sounds, yeah.
Facebook group, okay, it's called Truckin's Vape Stop. Okay, I created a Facebook group. I got a lot of members on that. You got to create yourself a Facebook group for your channel. You gotta get more on more.
See, I created a Facebook for my company when I had it there for a little bit. But I don't know. Like I don't think I wouldn't have the time to keep like stuff going on. Like right now, just so happens if I didn't get screwed with this Walmart load, I would be going. You know what I mean? Okay. Like I can.
This guy you have on the screen right now, this Eddie Hall. He says he had 100K subs. Does he ever do any live things on his channel? Does he ever do anything like that? Obviously, he watches you. If he thinks you're a decent guy, he could always go live on his channel. You can go link up with him.
Well, like I said, I just had Spectre on the other night, and he's pretty well known.
You got to take your videos, your lives. Okay, you schedule a live. You know how to schedule a live in StreamYards, right? You take
Well, yeah, but I got to do a little bit better. Like, you know, I mean, I got to get a webcam and stuff.
that's fine, but just listen.
Because I know when I rewatch these, my audio is usually horrendous, and I have to get really close to the camera to read it and stuff. It's just, you know.
But this is what you should do. Like, okay, you schedule a live. Okay, in part of the YouTube thing in my other channel, I was all part of all types of groups in the same thing. I would get my video, and I would post.
See, he downloaded that app from Google Play, the one you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. But that's what's it. You gotta spread your stuff out. You gotta take your video and post to a Facebook group you're in. Ask the moderators, do you mind if I post a live video I'm gonna be doing in the group? Get permission, stuff like that. And that's how you expand. You gotta put yourself out there. If you don't, you're not gonna get any bigger than you are. So that's
hey, what's up? I'll make you uncomfortable.
Oh, come on, you know my name, man.
Now I can't see your head because it's being blocked by the live StreamYards thing logo. I can't see your face.
He can't see it?
Yeah, your face is covered by the live StreamYard freaking logo on my screen.
Why is it on your? I can see him.
Not him. I can see him. I can't see you. All I see
is me.
Oh yeah, your face is in the way. I see that. Oh, that doesn't work either. You're still in the way.
Let me see if I can get rid of that, or at least move it somewhere. The banner.
Yeah. You don't want to advertise. You're giving them free advertisement, man. They're not paying you. Get that off the screen.
Well, the thing is, I'm still using the free version, so.
$25, man. It's a business investment, especially if you're gonna.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck, throw my ugly mug in your space.
Ugh, man.
Somebody's using the Jake brakes outside.
Yeah, I can move it around.
Yeah,
no, it won't let me do it. Nobody needs to see me anyway. You know what I mean? Here, I gotta plug in my phone real quick, or it's gonna die.
Okay, you guys were talking about expanding your YouTube channel, blah blah blah. My feelings is, don't worry about it. It'll happen. And you know what? You don't want it to happen all at once either.
I agree. Nope.
And who cares if he has a mic or not? Like, fuck, I'm not going to waste that money on shit like that right now. Oh, sorry. Is this a child-friendly site?
No, it's... No, we're not. Trust me, I've already cursed too much as it is already. Okay. So.
You should just call it
straight up fucking redneck here.
TV. This would be the new name for your live channel.
There, is that better?
That's better. There we go.
Let's see if I can't make me not so big though. Like at least.
Oh man, you've lost 20 pounds. What are you talking about?
Who? Oh, me? Yeah, right. not with the way I've been freaking eating lately.
That truck stop food, man. It's great.
Oh wow.
What the hell? Goes back to the old layout.
I tell him that you don't worry about the growth of your channel. You do your thing. You do your videos. The way you've been doing it's just fine. I'm telling you from watching your videos, a person watching your videos are great. I watch them all the time. Your thumbnails, your freaking screenshots, you're doing fine. You just keep doing
the layout change it now.
Don't try and do what somebody else is doing.
We'll just go to that.
Don't do what someone else is doing. Because
I don't know. I just wanted to be a little more professional. I know it's not like I'm not very good. Like I'm good at speaking for lives and stuff, but when I'm doing my videos, I got so many other things going through my head. See Eddie. Your friends write about YouTube. You have to make videos, and that's it. After a while, you won't be able to answer or talk to anybody. Yeah, and I don't do it. I don't really. I try not to answer or talk to anybody because a lot of shit I get like I like right now. Most of those videos, especially the one like I call it the flatbedder that only has 3 straps, and I called out Western Express. You know, everybody's like, "Oh, snitch, snitch," and stuff, and I'm like, "You guys don't get it." I'm like, "These guys don't get it." So, so I don't know. I don't know if the guys are calling me snitch or bitching or owner operators or company guys, but those guys cause most of the problems for us. They raise our insurance rates. They're the ones that are on TV that are killing people and stuff and giving giving us problems. And they're like, "Oh, don't snitch on them. Don't do this. Don't call them out. Don't call out the trash. Don't call out the guys wearing flip flops and trucks are all smashed up and stuff." Like, I'm like, what do you want to do about this? Do you want to actually like? This used to be a blue collar job. You know what I mean? This used to be like a respectable, not. It used to be a semi-respectful profession. You know, like.
Hold on. Look, I just did you a favor. I'm probably going to get kicked out of a lot of groups for this, but I just did what you need to do. I took your video and I shared it to trucking groups on Facebook.
Oh, no, I know. I used to do that too. They don't care. I used to do that too all the time.
That's one of the things you need to start doing. That's how you're going to get out there. You need to put your videos, especially your lives, out wherever you can put them. Even your regular videos you record, you put them out where they allow you to put them. That's what you do. That's what I did. That's how I got.
Here, see, so this is the person that's 19 years old that says they just went to get Smith and Solomon or whatever it is to get their CDL. I don't want to paint. He says I don't want to paint a fake picture on trucking. I'd rather be told the straight to my face, so I don't end up with those truckers you mentioned in the videos. Yeah, well,
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Why is this camera doing this crap?
But I the way I see this picture on this comment, I don't know if this is kind of like trolling you or not either. I could be accusing them of something. I could be completely wrong. But
oh, I don't know. There's a lot of people that have goofy pictures there. So
I'm just saying. Oh shit!
I saw it too, but I don't even think about anything out because you want to know. When I like go onto people's lives and stuff, like James Best and stuff, you should see some of the avatars or whatever I put up. Like I got one that's a pastry that looks like a Vijiji, and it has cream in it. You know what I mean? I got all kinds of crazy shit. Like
I'm telling you, got to watch some of these people, man. I'm telling you.
I know, but I think they wouldn't be like what they're saying is like legitimate. If they were fake, they'd be saying all kinds of goofy crap.
You'd be surprised on what kind of trolls there are. There's some smart trolls out there, dude. They can troll you even though they're being legit. Like you have no idea.
Well, whatever. I don't care. Go ahead. Come on here. Give me tons of views. I could care less. It just adds to my YouTube channel. Whatever. I hate this person, but I'm gonna make sure they make some money on YouTube. Like I don't get it. You know what I mean? See, Eddie, great chatting with you guys. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Let's see, 2 weeks really to live. Have to be on Facebook, Instagram. Has to be Reels, and YouTube has to be videos, my friend. Yeah, I guess he's just saying you got to be on all kinds of different.
You got to spread
platforms.
You got to really spread yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you want to see me spread?
Let's not go that far. Then you might get his ass demonetized.
Yeah, I would like to not bomb this channel before it ever really gets off the ground. You know what I mean?
Oh, what?
Just push them. Okay, like look. Have you watched Humberto? He's doing videos every fucking day. But out of all the videos he did all day, he does a border crossing. He doesn't even have the window rolled down, and this bitch goes off on him on fucking Canadian services. Holy shit. That was the best 15 minutes I've ever seen out of Humberto.
Oh, it also depends what border cross you're going. If you're going across like 81 there, like up there in Quebec, out there, the Quebec one.
I can't speak on Canada. I'm not allowed in Canada. Sorry.
Well, I'll tell you what. I used to when I used to go up 81. I didn't really go over there, but I used to deal with the border because I had to drop the trailers off down there and stuff. When I did,
yeah, there's
who did I work for then? I used to deal with Bridgestone Firestone. I used to take tires up there and stuff. But even then, you'd be in the rest areas, and you'd have to deal with the Canadians in the bus. Not Canadians. I call them Quebecians or whatever, because they're totally different. And they're
No offense.
they are very ignorant, and I would say borderline racist. You know, and I'm like, what are you even doing if you hate what's around you and you're here and you know, shopping in New York or whatever the hell? Why are you here? Go stay the hell up there if you have a problem. You have a freaking. They always come down and they always have like a wad up their ass about, you know. And then as soon as they get, it's
a potato. It's a potato.
As soon as they get mad, they start speaking French. Or as soon as they don't want you to know, they just start. Like, they do, you know, the same thing that you know. Oh my god.
Yeah, you pissed a Canadian off, dude. Don't you remember back in the day when?
No, they're not Canadians, Josh. They're Quebecians.
You were Canadians.
French Canadian. French Canadian.
JB was ran out of Canada by Canadians, dude. They set their trucks on fire. Don't you remember that back in the day?
What? Who?
That was the G6 summit.
They got ran the hell out. Like a bunch of what it is, JBS or JB Hunt, not JBS, JB Hunt. They were mad about the race or some shit, and a bunch of people that were they went and they set a bunch of JB
Lounge in my
and ran JB Hunt out of Canada.
This is why I bought Kenworths.
Nice green screen you got there.
What was it? I know. What behind me? This ain't no green screen. It's probably actually it's like blizzarding outside right now.
Not where I'm at. It's 8 degrees, buddy. Nice.
There's a bunch of snow squalls. I tell you what, I don't know. Like I remember when I used to drive a few years ago, when we'd have a snow squall come through Pennsylvania, you would see the trucks slow down. They put their four ways on. We'd all be doing like 30 or 40 mile an hour. Hell no. Now you can barely see like 60 to 80 feet in front of you, and these guys are hauling around at 75, 80 mile an hour like it's nothing.
You don't drive on 78 because it's a death trap.
Yeah, I call that like Death Valley between Allentown and like I don't know, somewhere in New Jersey. I call it. Like I'm afraid to have my family out there half the time. That's how bad it is. And you know what? As also you get a lot of those container guys that aren't exactly, they probably can't even read the road signs. You know what I mean?
People, man, I hate container drivers, man. They piss me off.
Yeah. See it trucking with MC. Yeah, go to bed. I mean, I knew I was coming on late, but I don't have to deliver until like 5 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. So,
but that you just need to make your videos, do your thing, and don't worry about the rest of the shit. It'll come to it when it's supposed to come to. And like the only other tip I could give you is with lives. If you can, try to do your lives a little earlier.
Oh yeah, well I mean, I was driving earlier, I'd have been on earlier, but I was driving. So
talk with us all because we're all doing lives at the same time. Just talk with each other. Like if you have Doty's, Brian's, James's,
Cash.
Yeah, see,
DIY like those guys, they get like 130, 200 people on their streams. I don't want to like step on. Well, I know as soon as if anybody big goes on, you ain't getting on with no little channels. That's for sure.
And hold the phone. This whole stepping on toes thing and all that, that's BS. That's BS to me. Okay.
Yeah. No stepping.
Yeah, but those guys put out better content. You know what I mean? Like right now, if I don't have a laptop, what I was planning to do is I probably should have just sent it to my phone, but I had articles from FreightWaves and stuff. I was gonna talk about some of the projections of the bullshit that's gonna go on here. And now you got banks failing and stuff. Like it's gonna get worse, You
do know who owns FreightWaves, right?
I know. But still they do
don't worry about it.
But trust me, if they see it,
there's no toes to step on. And you know what? If people think that you're stepping on their toes, then fuck them. Those aren't people.
Well, no, it's not even. It's not that I'm stepping on their toes. I just know that they're putting out better content. That I'm basically not wasting my time, but
no offense, but I'd rather be watching you than some of the other people.
You got to stop thinking like that. It doesn't. All you are concerned with is your content, what you're doing. You go live when you want to go to fuck live. And if they got people leaving their shit to go, obviously you're putting out better shit than they are. And then
What's your name, dude? Sorry, dude above me. Adam?
What do you call it?
Call what?
What's your channel's name?
Oh, my channel. It's vaping shit. That's trucking reviews. That's all it is.
Hey,
I talk.
Why don't you just leave it? Why don't you just leave it truck and reviews and like? Why don't you stop at a dealership and like test drive a truck or something?
I told Brian to do that years ago. Oh, a year ago.
You know why?
You know,
Because a lot of people do that shit already.
no, they don't.
No,
They don't really do it. The only people you got that are really doing you got the Kenworth guy, and he's a dealership guy. That's how he does it. But
Plus, I just
like there's a Caterpillar dealer down here that has an electric Nikola truck that I should call them up. I would love to test drive it and review it.
Yeah.
Doesn't it drive itself? So you wouldn't actually be driving.
No, the Nikola is pretty much. They took a European truck, and they put they put a battery. They put a battery and everything in it.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just fucking.
So it doesn't have all that extra bullshit that Tesla has, and it's set up like a normal truck. You're not sitting in the middle. Like, it's so much better. Like, if I was going to build my own electric truck company, I wouldn't change the wheel. It's bad enough that you're going to make them electric. Start out small and then work your way into custom whatever the heck they got going on. Like, I don't know.
Your channel. I'm going to just say it like this as a general thing. Just listen to what I'm telling you, and this is what you do. Okay, my channel, my other channel that I have. Okay, I had 1.6K subs, right? Now that's nothing. 1.6K subs is nothing, right?
Yeah.
Can you both agree on that?
Yeah.
Well, at least you're monetized.
I wasn't monetized.
That's the thing. At 1,000 subs, you're monetized.
Dude. My monetized went out the window. You know why? Because I did a thing called what was my show called? It's been so long. I did it. I talk shit. I talk the truth. I put people that were doing dirty things to people out there. I did all. I actually made it to Reddit because I called out a lady that did juice manufacturing. She was doing it in her freaking bathtub, and I made it on Reddit. I got a lot of hate for that. Okay, but what I'm saying hold on one second. What I'm getting at is I had people with hundreds of thousands of subs on my channel, on my live show. They came to me and asked me to come on my live show. Okay, little old 1.6K sub guy me got asked for these people asked me to come on their show.
I started connected to my camera.
So all I did was be myself. All I did was talk truth. All I did was just do what I wanted to do. I'm not going to conform to any kind of community and how they do things. And I do my own thing.
Have you thought about Bumble? Have you thought about Bumble?
What's that?
Rumble?
Is it Rumble or Bumble?
I think it's Rumble.
I thought it was Rumble. Rumble's Rumble's apparently like the one the media says far right, but it's just.
You can say whatever the fuck you want on there.
Yeah, it's more free speech
on there if I wanted to.
Well, I don't know. No, it's not that far anymore. They don't. They've conformed a little bit. But like, look, if I had Wi-Fi right now, I can just go right onto it and stream right off the camera. Or I take a USB-C, plug it into this camera. But I guess I'd probably have to have the paid version to do that, to hook up a webcam.
T-Mobile box, put it in your truck, and you can hit that button right from there.
Yeah, I should. In fact, I'll probably, if I have time tomorrow, maybe I'll look to see if I can't find one of those T-Mobile hotspots. Because I know it's like only $60 a month or something.
$50 a month, and there's no cap on freaking usage. You don't even got to pay for the fucking box. They give you the box.
Yeah, you guys got it good in the States. Fuck you. In Canada, that shit would cost us $180.
Aren't you on with Wheelburner every once in a while too?
Me?
Yeah, you never been on Wheelburners live?
All the time. I've been on Wheelburner since the fucking trucking thing.
Yeah.
I I met Wheelburner at fucking Stonewall before he got kicked off the ice roads.
Oh, he's not doing the ice roads anymore?
No, you didn't see today? He did his first 3 lake crossings today.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant he got kicked off again.
Oh, no, not again. I talked to Dar today. I talked to fucking Doty, and then I talked to Humberto today.
Is he actually? Do they still film ice roads or no?
I don't know. I don't watch that shit. The wife wants me to watch it on CBC Gem or something.
If they still film it, you think Will Burner will get on it?
Oh no, definitely not. he talks too much.
That would be pretty neat to see him on it though. If they still like film it.
But he would tell you where to go and how to get there. And I don't mean in the nice ways. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I watched his videos a lot when he was doing the reviews of the T680 there when he was doing them. So to see if I really wanted one, because I didn't know. I was kind of thinking maybe a new Cascadia, but if I ended up ordering the Cascadia the way I wanted it, it would be way too much money for what a Cascadia was.
You got
way
a
too much
truck right now, though, man. You got a
like
nice
if I was gonna order a Cascadia, I would have had a Cascadia with the big fridge, like the 6 cubic inch fridge. I would have had the fold out bed, the Murphy bed, and all that.
You're more worried about the Murphy bed and the fridge?
You can get that new bed that Freight Skater dude from Prime has that has that shit that raises up like this.
Oh God, I saw that. Yeah, I saw what he did. I mean, that's a lot of work there to do that. But no, I like the what was it, the what the heck is they call that, the 49X, which is basically a Cascadia, but I love that Western Star 49X. If I could get one of them with the Murphy bed and the table and all that crap in it, I would love it. But this is good enough. Like look what for God's sakes, I got my own damn recliner. I got to sit here. I got a table. I can watch TV if I wanted to right now.
I want you to do something for me, okay? This is the proof. I'm gonna give you the proof, okay? Go back to my channel. I used to do a show called Cussin' and Disgussin'. It has a nice little thumb thing, a picture.
Oh, holy crap! I think this is the first time I ever got a super. I don't know. I guess it's a super chat.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Thanks. Holy crap!
Yeah.
I think I got a super. WCF Invader gave me a super. What is it? Thanks the one time.
Just make sure when you get those, you make sure you read those comments because they basically pay for those comments to be read.
Well, there ain't nothing there. They just donate at $9.99. That's all.
You don't have to say nothing. You just tell them. You ain't got to say nothing. Thanks for the help.
Yeah, that's what I said. Thanks. I can't read the name. I have no crazy MF vids, I guess.
Next time we run into each other, I'll blow you.
What'd you say?
Next time we run into each other, I'll blow you.
Yeah.
I'll do it for you for free. I'll do it. I'll do it for free. If he's my way, I'll blow up for free just for you, my man.
Good. I got an air mattress I need blowing.
Funny. I have asthma.
Oh shit. Let's see. Rest Area Raccoon. They haven't filmed it yet in a long time. Most of those companies went out of business anyway. Really? What? I guess the Ice Roads is like going under up there too. You know what? They probably, you know why they are. A lot of those, they probably shut a lot of those wells and stuff down because a lot of those wells. A lot of those wells were probably relying on the Keystone Pipeline.
Isn't it? I heard that Lisa chick is still doing it though.
There's parts of it that are open, but that was supposed to stretch all the way down into Louisiana.
Really?
That damn thing. Yeah, they were gonna trade oil with they were gonna trade oil with South America and all that. It was supposed to. It was. You're talking. You know how much. I'm trying to think. You know how much GDP that would have added to the States and Canada when that was finished? Like I can't believe they stuffed that out.
Green New Deal, man. Green New Deal.
Yeah. You owe nothing and love it. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I still can't believe people voted for. Oh God, I can't even remember his name. I call him Uncle Fester. Uncle Fester over here in Pennsylvania.
Who?
Oh man, what the heck happened? That one guy drop off?
Yeah, I think so. You talking about Fetterman or whatever else his name is?
Yeah, Fetterman, Betterman.
He's an
I didn't even get his name. It didn't pop up. I couldn't see his name.
He probably didn't put a name in there. That's why.
Shit, I wanted to thank him for coming on.
But what I'm trying to get you to do is next time you get a chance, go to my channel, my other channel, look at my intro. You'll see all these different faces and all, and look those.
Is Portland, Oregon a tough city to drive in? King David here.
Nowadays,
Well, what do we mean by tough, and what do we mean by driving?
it's a damn cesspool now. I mean, shit.
Yeah, well, do we not remember the guys like hanging on the back of the trucks and getting ran over and stuff? I mean, I don't know what kind of crazy stuff's going on in Portland, Oregon, but
Police
I mean,
stations getting run down and all kinds of crap.
yeah, like I don't. Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've been in Portland, but I mean,
Last time I was up that way, I used to do a lot of the engines for Boeing. The Boeing plant out that way. I used to put the engines in there, out of there and stuff, or in there because they would redo them too.
Get out of up there in Manitoba, they had Boeing up there. I had a friend of mine who was taking engines from there, going all the way down to Florida, paying them $10,000. Just
I have the over. Here's what I tell a lot of guys. A lot of guys anybody that's watching this know, it's not necessarily about what you know. All right, because you can know everything. You can have the nicest equipment and shit. Because anybody can go out and just buy shit and then just run the spot market. It's about who you know and how you present yourself.
Yeah.
As if you can't get in those circles, you're going to starve no matter what. I don't care if you have a brand new freaking 379 Peterbilt, brand new Fontaine drop deck. What'd you say?
You gonna make me look bigger now? I'm like how small I look next to
Oh
you.
yeah. Well, I figured maybe make you look a little bit better for the ladies.
But seriously, go back to my channel, look at my intro on my live shows, and you'll see all these faces of these people. Look them up on YouTube. You'll see their subscriber account. That's how you gotta like a roundabout way market yourself, but you gotta basically put yourself out there. And then you get on other people's shows. They'll notice you. They'll see who you are. Oh, you got a channel, and then you talk to the person. You go on their channel. If they allow you, and they're like, "Yeah, you can promote your shit here," or they ask you, you go ahead and you tell them. And that's just how you do it. But other than that, you just keep doing what you're doing, and don't worry about the other shit. Just make your videos and keep making your videos. Whenever you can make a video, post it, and that's all you do.
See, if I could get big enough, and I could get like maybe like even it's funny because when you try to do stuff like this APU thing I was trying to do, I tried to source like American parts and American manufacturers. Yeah. Some of these places just like this. I was trying to get a coal or diesel engine. It's already made. They already have it on the shelf. They wanted $20,000 just for R&D. I said, you already have the engine made. I said, I just want the engine. They're like, well, you're not one of our certified wholesalers or some bullshit like that. So we gotta design the engine for your application or some crap like that.
Licensed and be a wholesaler, and there you go.
Yeah, I know, but it was more complicated than that. You gotta there's something. Now I can go right on Alibaba, take a few pictures and text a few things and tell them, if they have a product that's already similar, I can tell them what I want the product to be, and they'll make the product to like whatever specification I want.
Yeah. A lot of them places will do that. They did that in my industry on YouTube. There's a lot of people making products. They would go and they do collabs and put their name on it, and they would design it and show it to them.
What I wanted to do with the APU is I wanted like an air cooled, because everybody has these APUs and they all run the damn compressor. They all run all this shit. I just wanted an air cooled, so there's no coolant you have to worry about, no water pump. No, nothing. It's just going to have an oil cooler. All right. Mm-hmm. So unless you're out in like Death Valley, you have nothing to worry about. Yeah. And I just wanted to generate 12 volts, so that way it'll charge the truck battery. It'll charge It'll charge the accessory batteries for the air conditioner unit, and
swamp cooler, make a swamp cooler into an APU like they have out west.
Oh, and then this was going to just be an electric air conditioner. What is it? 24,000 BTU air conditioner. And then I was just going to add, you could either add if you want a water cooler, a diesel water heater for if your engine, if that's what you want, you could just add that onto the accessories. It's a diesel heater, so you don't have to worry about, it's not, you don't have to worry about all the extra parts in the APU breaking. All you have to do is worry about the engine and the alternator / generator part of it.
The only problem,
There's no.
The only problem I see with that is that like you already got things that work. Yes, they break down a lot and stuff like that, but the reason
mine ain't gonna cost $15,000.
Well, that would be the selling. But the only difference,
although I'm not going to be able to offer more than like a year warranty, and it's going to be like, well, if the engine blows up, here's an engine,
Well, that's the thing. The thing is with that is that these things that already work, it's just like a car. If you take care of the fucking car and do what you're supposed to do, the thing will last 300,000 miles. You got to take care of shit. People don't. They forget about that.
That's true. Yeah, they forget about that little engine
frame because they're worried about the big engine. And that's why a lot of those little ones break the fuck down because they don't watch their hours. They don't do the oil changes when they do them. They don't do the things.
They don't check to see if things are rubbing and shit. Yeah, I know. Oh man, come on with it. It's in here. Let's see. I'd never buy any. I would come with it. Said I'd never buy anything from Ali Ballway because there's a song that goes Ali Ballway and the 40 Thieves. Yeah, Ali Ballway and the 40 Thieves. I'm worried about the thieves. Yeah. No, I mean there are companies that are vetted on there, and then you can kind of easily weed them out because they actually do some real vetting. But you know what? It's funny because a lot of the shit that you get on there is the same shit that gets sent over here. They don't have. All they do is brand it. That's it. That's only the same stuff that you see in Walmart is on Ali Ballway. They just don't have a brand to whatever brand. What
about that new site? TMU or TEMU or some shit. That's blowing up now too. And apparently they're all vetted because it even says when you go on the thing and you look them up in deeper, it's all like by the United States they're vetted and everything. And it seems like it's legit. TMU, TEMUA or TEAMUH or some shit. I've seen advertisements for it all over freaking Facebook, social media and shit. Buy this here for Bluetooth for $299.
Come on with it. It's like an eBay, but it's like you're with direct what is it? Direct manufacturers, direct brokers through those manufacturers and stuff like that. But the biggest thing, the biggest problem I've seen with them is shipping's a pain in the ass. If you get it shipped through a port, you got to know how to do the customs crap, or at least know somebody that does that. I mean, you can pay more. The shipping is what get you. Now if you order like a whole container load, shipping is just one price, and then you kind of sell all this stuff. Like for a vacuum cleaner, the one place I had it, I wanted a hose so you could get around the seat and stuff, and I had the vacuum cleaner laid out. I put it up on my thing, actually on my community page. You got to order a minimum of 500. Well, they came out to a random price of about $60 a piece, per unit. If you're just ordering one unit. Now, when you order more, it drops down to like I think like 40 some odd dollars or something like that. But now you got to pay shipping. And what's that's going to add to it? So you got to order by bulk. So what happens if I order? What happens if I order like $8,000 or $10,000 worth of these vacuum cleaners? Now I gotta sell. Now I got what? I got a storage unit full of 500 vacuum cleaners that I got that are like $8,000 or $10,000 that I gotta sell.
The storage container somewhere too, unless you can store it on your property.
Well, that's what I said. I had to probably pay for a storage. I'd have to pay for a storage unit, which would be like $100 a month or whatever, $50 a month. I don't know, whatever. But then now I have $8,000 worth of merchandise that now I have to hope I can sell to 8,000 truck drivers for like $80 to $100 a pop or something.
Oh, vacuum shit! I might as well buy a Dyson at that point.
Have you bought a Dyson? Yeah, $300. You know, I've used a Dyson once or twice. I've used Dysons, and they're junk. I don't know. I never was happy with their products, but they're like $400 or $500 for their crap.
Oh yeah, they got a new one that shines a light on the carpet, and you can see the dust.
To be honest, really, the only difference between mine and one you would use in the house is it's going to be able to plug in the 12 volts to charge. You know, and it's going to have extra accessories, so you know you can pull the, you know, use it around stuff. But it's going to be like that big, you can stick it under your bed. But I don't know, because you know you could always buy one of those cheapy ones. But this thing actually, you know, this thing actually sucks stuff up. You know,
Got a little Shark vacuum cordless that's rechargeable, and the thing works. All I gotta do is take the filter out. I spray it out, let it dry, and it works. I mean,
yeah, kind of like something like that. That's what I'm trying to, you know, just something that I don't know.
and I'm not gonna lie, I did pay like $80 for it, so I guess it's about the price.
Yeah.
From Walmart, but yeah, I don't know, man, but you just need to focus on doing what you've been doing. You're already doing it, and that's what you should do.
See, what I don't like about doing if anything, if I was going to do it, I wouldn't use Amazon. They take so much anymore, like because and there's so much competition on there. So when you go, like let's say even if you typed in my product or my thing, there's still going to be when it pops up, you're going to have competition that's paid more. It's going to be in front of mine, even though you're directly looking for my product.
Or
you know what I mean?
Put yourself on.
Oh, I'm doing Shopify. I already got a Shopify almost set up. I'll have my own like website that you can go to and click and order right off of there.
Also, put your shit on Home Shopping Network too, and there you go.
Oh yeah, like QVC, yeah.
QVC and
shit. You got it. That too. You got to be. That's like trying to get into Costco. You ain't gonna do that. Mm-hmm. You're thinking multi-million big stuff. No. eBay. I like eBay. eBay's pretty cheap. The rates are pretty cheap, but you know, there's no shipping. Like Amazon will cover all your shipping and stuff. You won't have to worry about nothing. They'll pick it up right from, you know, like let's say it comes in from the port. They'll pick it up right from the port, take it to the warehouse. You gotta have everything got to be barcoded so they can scan it and everything, and then they sell it right from, you know, they handle all the logistics and stuff. But you know, after you get done all that stuff, you end up with like maybe 5, 10, 15% of your profit. You know,
you shit to Shark Tank and they'll back you. They back you. You're good there.
All right, Shark Tank. I have this machine that sucks up material off the ground. I'm going to call it a vacuum. Oh man!
I mean, it don't hurt to dream, but I think you just need to do what you're doing now and keep doing that, and then eventually you'll get something.
Well, did I finally figure out how to fix this damn camera? Yeah, I did. Wow! The whole time I've been sitting here trying to get that door back on.
Oh man! See, where I got this is the thing. Like, you won't do this because I know you.
Yeah, I'll see a crazy MF vids or whatever. Thanks for stopping by, man. Good luck with your
venture.
You know, your venture. I mean, stop in anytime if you have any questions. Biggest thing is if you're gonna come out of that driving school or whatever, there's gonna be places trying to recruit you. Don't go to Swift and shit. Like, you went to those schools. You tell them.
Don't. You go to a truck. First of all, here's the thing. Here's another PSA for people that want to drive a truck. You go to a legit truck driving school, not Primes, not Snyders, not Swifts. You go to a legit truck driving school. At the end of your graduation, when you have your seat on hand, there's going to be an end of the year or end of the school thing where all these companies are going to come there with tables and try to. You can work for us. You don't need to go to these trucking schools. You go to these truck company schools. Go to an actual trucking school, and then do it that way where you'll actually learn something, and then go from there. But stay away from the Primes and the Snyders and the Swifts and the freaking Western Expresses and the freaking Millis.
What's wrong with Western Express?
They're garbage.
I mean, I guess it depends if you got a felony or not, but
Yeah, well, if you got that, then you'll be good there because that's where they all go. But
yeah, like don't like they're gonna try to hire you right out of truck driving school there. Like find some. I'm trying to think of like some nonchalant companies that are really good at like are off the beaten path.
he put on here, he's like, I want to try to stay local, but I live in a tiny state, so I'll probably do tow gig, truck gig, or something like that. You're not going to nowadays. You're not going to get lucky enough to start local. People
insurance is a real big thing.
that want experience to do local, you're going to have to go.
I've heard some LTL companies lately have been hiring right out of, you know.
I wouldn't doubt it anymore. They're getting desperate, but I mean,
hell,
like,
Walmart's talking about training their door graders and.
Hey, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't know if you ever heard of Publix grocery store chain.
Yeah, I've heard of Publix.
You can't go off the street and get a job driving a truck there. You have to start at the bottom where they hire drivers from within. You know why? Because
why?
Their way. They want you to do things their way. That's why. So there's companies like that, but you got to start from the bottom and work it up.
But let's see, small states. I'm pretty sure like food distribution. I mean, it's hard work, but like U.S. Foods and shit, and
yeah.
Because I think they're starting to get desperate too.
By my place down here in Florida, they're hiring. Start out $75,000 a year. You're gonna hump a lot of freight though. You're gonna work your ass off for that. Worst
comes to worst, I think Central Transport might hire you. I used to do $2,000 gross there, doing feeder, or not feeder. What do they call it, line haul.
Kiss my ass. I hated that company. I work for them asses too. I don't. Nope. I used to work for Ohio Express too over there in New Jersey. I work for them too.
Oh well, there's you know what I didn't think about. He said he was 19, so. But you know what? They might end up letting 18 and 19-year-olds drive here soon.
Actually, the FMCSA and a bunch of the big mega carriers are pushing to be able to have 18-year-olds go cross state. That's scary.
I don't.
That's fucking scary. I'm sorry.
As much I want to say, it would probably help if some of these guys get out of their parents' basements and shit. You know what I mean? And quit jacking off.
I know my mentality at 18 years old.
Oh yeah, I know mine too. Yeah, I was like 17, 18, still in school or whatever, freaking bringing in, pouring out. What the hell was it? I'd get the big Gatorade bottles. I'd dump half of it out and we'd fill it up with Bacardi 151, the red Gatorade, the fruit punch, and I'd just sit there and drink it in class.
Going around all your fucking automobile cutlasses and shit.
Yeah, doing donuts and shit out front of it. I almost got in big trouble. I came around the bend of the school one day. I just put a new 4-barrel carburetor on it, and I come around the bend and I'm hauling ass. And here's all the freaking tarts coming out of I don't know what it was, horticulture. They just walked out like they're just all walking around like no, like nobody drives down the road there at all. I come around and here's me in an 86 Cutlass with no ABS, hauling ass with the 4-barrel rock thruster jet, or what was the Edelbrock I put on there. And I come around the bend and here they are, like, because I know they heard me because he's going, whoa, and I was on it. I was on the brakes. I was like, like that. Oh, I had to do like how many pages? I had to do 5 pages front and back on why, on how to drive safe and all this other bull crap.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I got caught on that one.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I had my teachers bailed me out of that too because they,
So did you actually, while you were doing the trucking thing, did you actually go to like diesel mechanic school or something, or did you just start working on it?
When I moved down to South Carolina there for a little bit, I had a union job just about doing. What was I going to do? The Port of Wilmington there in North Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had like a union job set up that I'd run the cranes and do it was like $75 an hour fucking, what the hell, like the longshoreman was basically like. And when I was just filling out the paperwork there, and they told me, "Oh, gotta stop." The union had some kind of freeze and shit, and like I literally missed it out that much.
You know what they call that, right? They call that winning the lottery. That job.
Yeah, I know, and I had it.
But the Boston fucking longshoreman, he barely ever went to work. He always made a shit ton of money. Barely ever went to work. And all he did, he was the guy that went on the ships with a clipboard to write shit down that was going on the ship. That's all he did. That's it. Maybe.
Yeah, all I would have done is fucked around in a forklift and screwed around with containers and stuff. That's all I would have really done too. Tell me where they go and I put them down. Well, they had a hiring. Just then, they were literally had like a hiring freeze. Guy came in. He's like, "Look, the last night this went through and something." He's like, I know we already have. He's like, "You're not finalized yet." He says, "If you would have had that paperwork in yesterday or whatever, you'd have been finalized and you'd have been in." He's like, "I'm sorry."
Earlier about how you have every time you get ahead, you fall. You must have like a cloud over your head or something.
I'm Polish. That's all it was. So then I ended up getting a job with a They ended up getting rid of me because they were worried that I didn't have enough truck experience. So, but I literally did like a clutch on a truck for them when I was there. But it was like a mobile mechanic, like a road service / I would go out, change oil and stuff on fleets, do stuff. I'd be on call sometimes, and when I was on call, I'd get like $60 an hour. I had to drive out there and fix a truck.
But did you ever get to that point where you were doing, like, damn, I'm using these massive size tools now. I used to use these small little wrenches, and I got these big ass wrenches.
Well, I mean, I really didn't get to get into it that much. Like I said, they were worried that I didn't really have enough experience with air brakes and shit, so they ended up letting me go.
But you now have had your own truck now, so I'm sure you've had to figure out how to do shit your own. So that's experience, is it not?
Yeah, it is. But then I have to go buy the tools. Like, see, I don't know how it is at most places yet, still with major diesel. But the tools I had, Josh, the tools when I was in automotive with Jaguar and all that stuff.
You still have all them tools?
Yeah, what's sad? I actually worked for a guy under the table a little bit, and his shop got broken into. A lot of them got stolen.
Oh man, you spent a lot of money on tools. I know you did. That fucking Snap-on or Mexico guy, you be at that bus like, ooh, I need that.
Yeah, I know.
Tools you get like around $200,000 probably.
No, not that much, but I had at least like 60,000 or something.
My sister's husband, he's a head mechanic for Tires Plus. He makes good money doing that shit. He's got a fuck ton of.
Yeah, it depends. That's a who hit and miss bullshit too with that. Because either that or you're making like $20 an hour flat rate and stuff like that. I mean, like I was working at Jaguar making like $18 an hour flat rate, working on. They had like the Jaguar Portfolio Edition stuff would come in. It'd be $120,000 cars, $150,000 cars, and I'm making like $18 an hour flat rate working on them. Then we have other people. I used to have I had a guy that he ended up taking a liking to me. I was working on his Rolls Royce. When I was done working on it, he wanted me to test drive it back to his house so the lot guy would follow me, and I would drive his Rolls Royce Phantom back to his house up in where was this? Oh man, like out by Villanova and stuff. What do they call that? Shit, I'm trying to think of the name of the road. Lancaster Pike and all that. Yeah. Where all the money is outside Philly, North Philly, not North Philly, but Western North Philly, whatever the hell that is.
About you though, is I always thought, especially since you told me you were in North Carolina, which is the NASCAR capital of the country. I'm surprised you didn't get on with one of them teams working on them or some shit.
Oh, you got to go to school. Like, they pick people out of school. They a lot of stuff I've been noticing anymore. It's like even trucking. That's an actual career.
Yeah.
These big companies and stuff, they've learned how to take advantage of people. And, they'll pretty much, the way the economy is and stuff, they can pretty much tell you what they're going to pay you. There's so many people out there looking for a job. If you're demanding too much, they'll find somebody else. Either they can train or it's pretty close to your level, and they'll just kick you out of the way.
Hey, you got to be the best at it. You got to be better than that. That's how you get got.
Yeah, but there's always somebody else that's either better or the same. That's more desperate or whatever.
I always pictured you doing stuff like that. I never pictured you in a truck. I always pictured you like being NASCAR.
To be honest though, I've made more money trucking than I ever have being a mechanic, and I'm in an air conditioned, heated environment. You know, my hands aren't all cut up and everything. They don't in the wintertime when you're underneath the car and all that salt brine's dripping on you. Your hands aren't splitting open and shit. You know, it's.
But here's a scenario when you did the mechanic stuff, you used to run around in beaters and junkers. You hate working on your own. You barely worked on your own. Is the same thing with the truck now, or do you actually on top of the truck?
Well, now I got a warranty and stuff, but before, if you go on my channel, you can see me changing all kinds of shit on that old truck. I did a starter on it. I did the fuel. What do they call it? The fuel. I think they're called fuel diaphragms. The fuel diaphragms are, they're like a puck. They were leaking. I ended up pulling the whole side of the motor off and everything. It was the fuel rail basically off of it.
Camshaft stuff or any piston stuff?
I did injectors. I had to pull the Yeah, if you look, you can see me pull the rockers off and everything, and then retorque them all down, and
maybe and doing more shit like that. You got your other truck, you can do more mechanic side with that on here as well too. There's another part of it.
Well, I'm gonna probably at least pull the oil pan down and see what's making the knocking noise under there, and throw that up there. The place that I used to use, the yard, they're moving the yard, so they're losing the garage. They're going to rip it down. I don't know. They sold it to warehouses, so they're just going to rip that garage down and everything. So that sucks. I'm going to lose that. I'm going to lose a JLG to pull the engine out and stuff. So I'm going to probably have to take it somewhere to have the engine done now.
I believe you moved back to the Bay, man. You were already out of there. You were already in fucking North Carolina. Like, you were already fucking good.
Oh, why'd I come back?
Yeah.
Well, family, I guess,
California, North Carolina would have been way better than fucking POTA.
Well, I was in South Carolina, Little River, South Carolina.
Better than South Carolina.
Yeah.
South Carolina.
Right now we're debating whether or not to move to Tennessee.
I love Tennessee. That's where I moved out of Pennsylvania.
Well, I kind of want to move around Bristol. That way, I can always go right across into Virginia for the free sales tax.
I live in Greenville, Tennessee, which is right there at the exit 36, where the Davy Crockett truck stop used to be.
And then you have no income tax in Tennessee and stuff. It's just more business.
There's no state tax. It's like Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and there's a couple other ones I can't remember that are no state tax paying states.
Now on goods, the goods are taxed a little bit more. If you're not buying stuff, you're not paying taxes really. But that's why I said I would live right there at the border and then go across, because the tax in Virginia is like nothing for stuff.
In Florida, if you come to Florida and you bring a car in Florida, you have to pay a convenience tax of $250 to bring the car. But if you buy a car here, you ain't got to worry about it. But if you bring a car over, you have to pay $250 convenience fee. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, you still driving around that Cadillac DeVille?
Oh, that thing's been gone. I junked that years ago. I had it done up nice. I had 22-inch rims on.
Yeah, I know you had the white wall tires on it and stuff.
I had that thing checked out, and then what happened is it was something. It wouldn't start, and it was something with the
heads
or something, and then it also.
Yeah.
I went and got a new battery thinking it was the battery. It wasn't the battery. So I junked it. I sold the rims and tires, got most of the money back to them, and let it be. And then I went and got a 2002 model.
See, the problem out in Florida, if I was going to still be an owner or operator or whatnot, like Florida is like, you got to know somebody to be able to be profitable in Florida. You got to either be in connections with one of those fruit or...
The one guy out of Jacksonville, Rusty Cracker, he just rebuilt the whole fucking Volvo. He's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good.
But I said you still got to know somebody in Florida. The market's so condensed down there,
It's the niche thing, man. Like, we get all kinds of freight. I mean, my company's based out of Southern Florida, down by the fucking Keys. They're based out of there. That's where their main company is. But they all are trucking side of me.
See, I could stay working for Tyson, but I'm afraid if I move down there, they're going to want me to change down to their southern district. And if I change to their southern district, I think like my base rate right now is like 225 a mile or something is my base. You know, if I go down there, I think it drops down to like 265 or 165. I think my base drops down to.
Like a lot of companies do. Like my company, for instance, they're based out of Florida, but their work and stuff is in Iowa. You don't have a member's address there. You can keep as far as like business stuff, like but still be out of Florida, like do that. So,
Well, what I was thinking, I think worst comes to worst, I could always use my father's address and just stay up, and just tell them like, hey, I don't know, my wife moved, or my ex-wife or something moved down to Tennessee. I got to be down there a lot. Maybe I could still run down there. I don't know, but with the fuel surcharge and stuff, like I said, I can make like $3.15 a mile.
But if you're on a contract, it doesn't matter where the hell you're going or where you're at.
Well, the problem is they have their contract with Tyson is in those different areas. If you're based out of those different areas, because Tyson could probably get somebody out of that area to run it cheaper. You know what I mean?
Different areas.
So they have to be competitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to run the Northeast, so they pay the most in the Northeast. And
the thing you got to look at too, living in Tennessee is a lot cheaper than Pennsylvania.
Oh God, I know, and I won't have to deal with New Yorkers anymore. No offense if you're from New York, but I'm talking about the ones from the island and Bronx and shit. And
that's what I'm saying. It'll basically level itself out because like you're getting paid where you're at because of what the cost of living. You go to Tennessee, the cost of living is slower. So it's going to kind of level out. So you'll kind of be in the same situation where you're at now. Yes.
convenience fee equals tax. They get sneaky. I remember when I used to pay income tax and stuff in Pennsylvania, you just paid state income tax and that's it. Well, now you have like municipal taxes. You have the township tax. You have the county tax. So I'm getting taxed. I get taxed like a couple $1,000 for my income now. I have to pay like $1,200 for my township tax. I have to pay $1,800 for my county tax, and then I got $3,000 for my state tax. And then you got to pay registrations going up and everything else. I'm like, holy crap! Like everything is a fee and a tax here in Pennsylvania.
I got done paying the fucking IRS, the U.S. government shitheads, $3,700 for back in 2016, and I still send me. I owe them $158 and some change. I haven't got a tax return in the past 5 years because every time I will pay it, oh, you owe this for this now. Oh, and now you owe this for this now. It's like I feel like I'm being picked on.
Unfortunately, I owe Uncle Sam a lot of money too because I listened to a few people about taxes and about how easy it's not to pay them or get around paying them when you're a contractor and stuff. And I'm kind of in the hole pretty bad with them.
It was all the way back when I was owner operator. That's why I'm paying these back fucking taxes.
That's what I'm gonna end up be doing too. Yep.
That's the other reason why I got out of the owner operator shit. Especially this is the thing. When I realized I can get paid as much as an owner operator and be a company guy, that's where I want to be.
Well, I don't know. I can't say it because every time I've ever been an owner operator, I've always netted more than like $120,000.
Yeah, when I was an owner operator, my highest year I made like $250,000.
Well, that's gross. I'm talking about actually what I made.
Oh well,
I've actually netted like $150,000, $120,000.
Right, but you see what I'm saying? As a company driver, I can bring home over $100,000. As a matter of fact,
without all the stress and everything, yeah.
Home net $120,000 a year.
Without all the stress and bullshit and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, because one year I would net $120,000 or $140,000 or $150,000. Next year the fucking engine would blow up, and I'm barely trying to make it fucking go, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, the way to make
well, some of these guys on YouTube, I know some of it. Like, I'm not talking about like Just Truck and stuff, but some of these guys I watch on YouTube, it seems like nothing goes wrong. I'm like, what the? I'm like, they got an old truck. They buy the old truck for like $15,000, $20,000, and they're working. It's been 2 years, and they haven't had to do anything to it, and they've been doing.
That's the part that pisses me off. They don't show that part. That's why I get pissed off with these big trucking industries.
Well, I do think some of it's luck, but still, you know, some people just have luck like that. But still, like that's like the crap that pisses me off. Like that truck,
Business is failing. You're not going to put that out there, Joe, because it's
Josh.
gonna make
Josh, sorry. I mean, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I don't want to put your name out there.
But that's what I'm saying. They don't want to put that. It's going to make them look bad.
But look, if I still had that 4,900 now, there's weeks there because all I have to do, I have to pay for fuel. They pay for reefer, they pay for the trailer. I have to pay for fuel, and I have like a $450 progressive truck insurance payment.
Yeah,
And
use tax of $500 every year. You got 20.
ooh, yeah, that and the fuel. Well, I get a lot better fuel mileage in this truck. I'll tell you that. The other truck ain't fuel, but still, even with that other truck, you know, there's times I'll gross like $6,000 or $7,000 here, and all I would have had to really do is put away. I had a $1,500 truck payment.
Right.
So if I still had that older truck, I would be like net. I would be like netting like $5,000 every week.
So what you're saying you could have done instead of getting that brand new truck?
Well,
to get a new engine put in.
If that truck would have decided to blow up and waited like another month to decide to blow up, I'd have been able to put an engine in it, no problem. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna put this out there. I'm not saying he would, but like that Tim Gentry guy from Gentry and Sons Trucking, he's put out there so many times and so many how many times he's gave engines to people to help them out. You could have possibly reached out to him.
I did try reaching out to him on Facebook. I don't know if it was actually him or not that I got a hold of, but I tried. I said, hey, you know, because I wasn't too far from where his shop was too when it broke. But then right after that, his shop caught fire. So you know what I mean? Yeah. But like, you know, I don't want to really beg for help anyway. You know, I'm not one of those people. I mean, I don't know what he's really dealing with, you know, because like you said, you don't know what they're really putting on YouTube. If I was really actually doing good and I had my own shop and stuff, I would literally have somebody write me a letter explaining what's happening with his owner operator. And I would actually, you know, pick an owner operator that's had some shit times happen or something. And I would pick one and I would put a used engine in or something, or a rebuild engine in. And, you know, I wouldn't mind doing something like that. I have no problem with helping somebody out that's actually working and trying to do something, you know.
Talking shit.
but then again, you know, like that, he don't know me, you know. So
yeah, I'm not saying go out and beg, hey, can you give me an engine or put a GoFundMe? What I'm saying is,
well, I said it professionally. I said a real big long thing like, hey, I don't usually do this kind of thing, but you know what? It might have found it like, I'm sure he gets tons of scam shit all the time. You know what I mean?
I need a new engine for my truck. Can you work out a deal where you get me an engine? I pay you so much, or on my profit, I give you so much every month.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, yeah.
That's not begging.
Like I said, it would help. It would help. It would really help if I knew somebody that knew him or had a contact with somebody like that. You know what I mean?
Not even in your area, even. Like you could have, you know, you just got to search and look around.
Yeah. Come on with it. Says you should structure your business for the most tax advantages. Consult and enroll an agent for the IRS certified tax. See, I was using. You know what's weird about the up here? When you get up here, Josh. Oh, see, I did it again. When you get up here, it's like, you know, it's hard to find. It's like, especially in my area, it's hard to find shops you can rely on. And it's hard to find services for trucking services. Like if you're in Texas or something, like anywhere you go, you can find a trucking tax account at a trucking shop, you know, things like that. Same thing with like Tennessee and stuff. But when you get up in like up that way, northern Pennsylvania and stuff, there's nothing out there. If you want to like a trucking, somewhat trucking account, you got to go into like Newark, New Jersey and stuff. And then you know what you're dealing with then over there. You know what I mean?
You got to be where the trucking industry is. You're South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri. That's where the heart of trucking is. That's where you're going to get most of those type of places.
So I had a girl that kind of knew how to do it, and what happened was, I guess it was just after the pandemic. I guess she booked. she overbooked her things, and she just ended up forgetting putting mine on the back burner and forgot about it. You know what I mean? And I wasn't checking with her because I just assumed, I think it wasn't too long before that she sent me something, so I just figured she was working on it. And then what turned out is she forgot to file my taxes last year. So now I have an unfiled tax from last year. I'm going to get all that penalty. I already have a penalty from the other free this year. It's like if I get ahead and start paying my taxes off, something like that happens. And now I got a penalty. Like everything I was paying off is, I'm behind the 8 ball again. I mean, it's not that much, but still, it's like going backwards. I'm trying to row the boat and I'm going against the current,
Are you happy to get rid of that fucking fifth wheel toe thing? That thing was like garbage.
Oh my god! It's funny when I brought that back. They tried getting me for more money. They did end up. You know why they got me for more money? Because I couldn't unbolt the tow unit. I had chains on that damn thing. I was ready to rip it off in their yard and take off.
Oh, wow.
So they said it was supposed to be 350. They said it was supposed to be $350, right? So I paid them $150 for the initial, deposit on it.
Yeah.
And then I was supposed to pay him like another 150. All right, that's when I took it.
Yeah.
Well, I ended up getting stuck out an extra day, and I told him, "Look, your thing's a piece of junk. That's why I'm stuck out here. I didn't even feel, it's leaking the fluid and all that stuff."
The shit you bought to fix to get the thing to work too. Like you owe me this. Look at
So they said, "Look, we gave you the extra day for free because you had all the problems, but you owe us." $150, another $200 for the thing. I said, what about the $150 I gave you for the deposit? Oh, that was a holding fee.
Oh wow.
Look, I don't want to. Just kind of guess what kind of people these were. You know what I mean? The lady drove over. Huh?
I already know. I know where you.
Yeah.
You got it from. I don't need to. I used to work over there. I know.
Yeah. So you know what happened there. I was right at the shop. I should have grabbed bolt. I should have thought something like that would happen. If I could have unbolted the big bolts that clamped it to the frame, I'd have just yanked it. Because I already had it off. I already had it slid back. I couldn't get it off the frame. I already had it slid off the fifth wheel. I had a truck tire down. I was just going to drop it and just go.
You could have went down to fucking Bristol over to Rob's Towing and probably rented a decent one for.
I don't. The Robs would have been like, yeah, I'll drive down there and pick it up. With all the time I wasted and stuff, I should have paid the $3,800 to have the tow company bring the truck up.
Well, that's kind of pricey. I don't know.
Well, I lost a whole week's worth of pay, Josh. Oh, god damn! I did it again.
I don't care. It's fine, dude.
Well, I don't want people finding you coming after you and shit.
You know how many jobs there on this world?
I know Florida doesn't make my day state. Let's see.
Put out on me from an ex-girl. She actually came down when I wrote my house and cased and looked at everything. Described it on YouTube. She's gonna hire.
Was it the one that broke up with you, or I had to finish off the bottle with you? We were like practically both dead from freaking alcohol poisoning because you broke the glass in your hand.
No.
What was it? What were we drinking? We were drinking Southern Comfort. You and me finished off like almost three bottles of Southern Comfort. Josh, we were almost dead.
This girl was from New York. She was in New York.
Oh, well, right there's your problem. Man, after that, I did not want to touch liquor or anything for like almost a year. And plus, because I was drinking orange juice, I was so fucking thirsty, dehydrated. Oh god, and I was throwing up orange juice and shit.
Well,
I was like, as I sat down with you, I was like, I'll have some because you were gonna finish all 3 bottles of that Southern Comfort. You would have been dead. Because you broke the glass in your hand. You had like a piece of glass sinking out of your hand. You're like, you didn't even know you did it. I'm like, Josh, there's a piece of glass hanging out of your head. I was like, here, let me pull it out for you. Your blood was like water pouring out of you. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, those were the days, man. No,
yeah,
it wasn't her. Some crazy psycho girl. I actually got this girl I met her through the other community. I met up with her at that TA truck.
Consult a tax pro. Yeah, that's definitely consult a tax pro. Especially you don't want to owe Uncle Sam. They can take everything. Well, I don't technically own anything. Everything that my house is in my girl's name. Everything that's usually I don't really technically. This truck's financed, so they can't take that yet. So I made sure that I can't get too screwed.
You know that PA over there, it's right across from New Jersey, from Pennsylvania. That I actually met this girl over there the first night she came
At that TA?
At that TA,
Oh, come on.
hopped in my truck just to say she got on her knees, and I'll leave it at that. And then after that, she started to buy me a brand new GTX, bought me new shoes, took me out to dinners and this and that and everything else. And after that, I was done with her. And then next thing you know, she goes apeshit on YouTube, putting all my business, who I worked for at the time, all kinds of shit. It was nuts.
Let's see. Come on with it. You can always file an extension this year if you need more time. It buys you 6 months to file, but penalties will apply. Yeah, I filed an extension last year on that tax that I did. I always file extensions. That's what businesses do best. They file extensions. And she just forgot. I guess she had too many clients, and she just forgot mine. It got stuck on the back burner.
Well, she should pay for that or fucking be some type of trouble for that. It wasn't your fault. You hired.
No, you're not. If an accountant screws up your taxes, guess who's still reliable for it?
Well, yeah, you are reliable for it, but if you have paperwork and any kind of proof that you hired this person to do the thing for you, and they just,
I don't even bother trying to even half the time pay that. Like, I go online and do it. Hey, I don't even care about trying to. Every time I've had to wait for the phone to talk to the IRS, I'm talking about like 6 hours on hold, 6 freaking hours, and then you get a hold of them, and it's always a Shaniqua. No offense to anybody, but it's always a freaking Shaniqua, and she's always pissed off and hates the world. And she goes, "Hello, hello," click.
All I do is TurboTax online, get it done, and I still make 6 figures a year, man.
Okay, we know Mr. W2 over there. All right.
It's just easy. I mean, I don't have no headaches, no nothing now. I'm good. And you know how earlier we were talking about like going to here's a prime example of how good I got. I went down to Laredo one time. I had to take a load of pork from Iowa down to Laredo. I had to sit there for 2 days and wait for the Mexican truck to come across. Thank you. I'll see you later. Come on down. And I sat there for 2 days.
I'm coming after you, Josh.
You know what I got paid for 2 days of sitting in Laredo?
Yo, what's up, WCF Invader?
Like that. That's what I got paid. What do you think a company guy would get paid for detention pay? You've been at a company, you've worked at a company. What do you think a company guy would get paid sitting in Laredo for 2 days detention pay?
I would hope he'd at least get let's say $300 to $600. I would hope.
Yeah, I got paid $600 to sit on my ass, watch movies, eat, go to the movies.
Well, that's all right. Apparently, I'm supposed to get $40 an hour because this load came out of Tyson late. All right, so it came out of Tyson late. I wasted my hours sitting there, so I had to finish up until my 10-hour break was up. So I had to finish it up. I finished it up. I get down there. I'm supposed to go to Walmart in where was it? Washington's Crossing, Ohio. And I know I'm not going to make it, so it gets right near my appointment time. I call the floor manager up. I get a hold of traffic, call the floor manager up. I'm like, yo, can I? I'm this far away. I know I'm going to be past 5 o'clock. I know that's usually your cutoff, but is there any way I can get in there at 8 o'clock and you unload me? And he said, hello, EC. And then he came back and he's like, that's just going to be too late. I can't. You're going to have to reschedule. All right,
man.
Well, I've been able to at least still deliver. You know what I mean? Unless it's going to be really late, then you're screwed. But at least I've always been able to talk to somebody and been able to still deliver. Some guys are hour after they're done. There's no way they're getting in.
How you present yourself too, like you said earlier.
Yeah, it's how you present yourself. It's if you know how to go through the proper channels.
Yeah.
Like I try to say on same thing I said on Facebook. I said there's guys that send lewd pictures of themselves to brokers and stuff.
Wow.
Instead of trying to find out who actually is the manager of the company or whatever, and be like, hey, I dealt with this brokerage, I dealt with this agent of yours. Is this how you guys present yourself? Blah blah blah. No, they'll send like lewd pictures and all kinds of stuff. And then they wonder why people view us like fucking dog crap on the bottom of your feet. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I know. I've seen-
And if they would just act more professional and not like psychopaths, we would probably get what we ask.
yeah.
But yeah, what I was saying is, it's just how you present yourself to the shipper manager and everything. So, so I ended up stopping. They told me to stop at dispatch said stop at wherever you can right now, and we'll get a hold of Tyson and have them reschedule, because I was going to reschedule, which I should have probably done. I was like, all right, because I didn't want to step on anybody's feet.
Uh-huh.
So they got a hold of Tyson, and Tyson supposedly was going to reschedule. Well, they never heard back from Tyson.
Oh,
They
wow.
tried to get a hold of someone, and they were saying, no, we don't have it rescheduled yet. Well, the wrong department's got it. The wrong people within Tyson didn't tell somebody else in Tyson that told us. And they actually rescheduled it for midnight of the following night. Well, guess what? Nobody told us, so I sat there 34 hours. I got my 34-hour break in. And then they're like, oh, yeah, we rescheduled it.
Like way to do things, like a plan to follow to do things. Like my company, JBS, like I get all my load information. I get emails. That's how I get my loads. I don't.
Yeah, I get all the load information and stuff to pick up and stuff, and the delivery times and where they're at and everything.
We have what's called OBT time, out by time. Okay, and in the email,
Yeah, we call it drop dead time.
Yeah, that's what I used to call it when I was with National Beef. But we have a thing on email that says if you're not if you're 2 hours of your out by time, you hit reply all, and then you write down what time, what's going on, and then I start getting paid immediately from that point. And that's it. I don't have to do nothing. And all them emails go to JBS, go to everybody who's coming.
Well, that's what I'm going to start doing now if that happens, because the guy, the dispatcher's like, oh, you could probably make it. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to make it. He's like, well, you're not going to be that late. Well, ended up turning in that late because nobody called me. The security guard there that takes care of the when the loads are done didn't say anything that was done. And I got out of there at midnight to make so I left Monroe, North Carolina at midnight to make it to Washington, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Yeah. I was supposed to be there at 2 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. So I got screwed. And I'm not going to ever let that happen. I'm just like, look, if it's that late, I'm not doing it, especially if it's for Walmart. But supposedly, I've been told I'm going to get $40 an hour for the 34 hours for the time I waited when the load was supposed to be done.
Do you have it on email or writing somehow?
No, they told me on the phone.
Well, you ain't guaranteed that now.
Yeah, I know. But even then, even if it's just on the phone, it ain't guaranteed.
Email, man, and tell me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know. They've been pretty good with detention with me already. Like that, even stuff I haven't really asked for. It's been, kind of gray area. The kind of gray area. They've actually tracked it for me and paid me on detention. Gray area stuff.
But
so I guess
instance where you were supposed to get $40 an hour and you actually got it because everything went the way it was supposed to.
What with?
You actually had another instance of where you were supposed to get the $40 an hour or whatever per hour.
The detention. Yeah, I haven't. There's been times where it's been kind of like a gray area whether or not I should get it, so I didn't even really put it down, and they would pay me an hour anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, the only thing I ask you is please do not become a YouTube channel that's a recruiter for his company.
Well, I did put some information out for this place just to help some guys out because I know the spot market's really shit. But even then, like I said, I didn't know that different areas had different pay, different pay structures. So like I kind of gave up on it because I don't want to put bad information out. And even then, we had so many people come over here. In fact, they're probably going to get rid of people because there's people showing up in Tyson here with flip flops. They said, please don't wear your. They got people wearing their pajamas with like pajama shoes into the freaking. Yeah, no vest. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, when you go to them slaughterhouses and stuff, they have a certain attire you're supposed to wear including fucking safety vests, which I keep on my truck. I keep all that shit on my truck.
They caught somebody. They caught somebody like urinating by like where the actual chickens are or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What the fuck is wrong with people? Damn.
I was like, yeah, great. They're gonna kick us out, and we'll all be screwed. I won't be getting my 315 a mile anymore and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
That's they need to get those people out of there quick. But if you're doing your thing, what you're supposed to be doing, you ain't got to worry about it.
Well, you know what's funny? That Walmart load actually made this Walmart load late too, so I had to reschedule this Walmart load. I don't know what's going to happen with that either.
Did you
If I'm
put down that the blame is on the Walmart? I mean, you got to make it known.
Yeah, because I had to take my 10-hour break, and then I was hoping, like I said, I should have rescheduled this one because I would have been there at 8 o'clock at night, and the delivery was 6 p.m. I could have probably, called them and rescheduled it for the end. I'd have been the last one to get unloaded, but I at least got in there. But now I got to sit another day. I have to make my load now tomorrow at 5 p.m.
So now you get like 2 resets. Yeah.
Something like that, not 2 resets, but 2. At least, I'm wasting. I'm not moving, so I'm not making money.
Yeah. That's fucked.
And like all these other idiots. I mean, I know it's kind of cold outside, but like everybody here is running their freaking truck. Like,
I run my truck. I got an APU on my shit, but it don't work half the fucking time.
APU, that's different, but these guys are all running their goddamn truck.
That's what I'm saying. I run my truck because my APU.
It'll be like 60 degrees, and these guys are idle in their trucks. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's the 2 things I won't do. I won't freeze my ass off, and I won't sweat my ass off.
Well, I'm not freezing right now. I mean, I feel very comfortable, but I mean, if I don't know.
Yeah, I get hot real easy. I gotta have like an ice box for me to sleep. So I mean,
Oh man, I can tell you what. Oh shit, what's up? F8's still in the hack. Let's see. Recruit. Here's what he says: recruit and stack cash. We're all adults and make our own decisions. Jackknife could be the next great coach. Yeah, right. I still can't believe what he did with when I first started the trucking coach guy, I used to look up to him. Especially when he started his own and he got his own authority and everything there. And what do you call it?
Guy that was like a fucking some type of tax guy, and he all of a sudden got a truck and fucking.
Oh no, you're talking about a podcast. Yeah, I've listened to that too. That's different. That guy knows what he makes real money off of real businesses. He doesn't really get into trucking. He just takes money off truckers. But like trust me.
A young Tim Gentry. You kind of look like his actually. You got
maybe.
Yeah, you kind of look like him.
But
dude.
What is it though? What was I gonna say? No, he had his own trucking company there for a while. Hard Knock or something. It was something to do with like Jarhead. I think it was Jarhead Transport.
Yeah.
What it was called. And I don't know what happened. He went from like having like 5 or 6 trucks and his own authority to now he's like on his knees with Swift, getting that recruiting.
Probably fucked up somewhere. He didn't pay attention or something. I mean, you're human. People are human. They make mistakes, but I mean that's you live, you learn. But that's the only thing I can think of.
I have respect still for him, but I mean, I don't know what the hell. Like, man, he must just he must be a domino effect, and it's just been, I don't know.
Well, like you said, every time you got ahead,
that's true. That's true. I just could not imagine selling myself out like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
I'd rather go do OnlyFans. I guess I could do 2 guys in 1 cup. At least it would pay better than Swift, probably.
I mean, people knock Swift, but it's a true thing. There's people that have been at Swift for 20, 30 years driving. They're there.
Are they at Swift because they're doing good, or are they at Swift because they drank the Kool-Aid?
they're if they're 20, 30 years doing it, they got to be doing good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be. There's people that were there back in the old days when they had cab over and shit.
See, I remember back in the old days, Swift was actually like a respectful company until I don't know when the hell that kind of fell through. But I remember people used to talk pretty highly of them.
Miles an hour too, but you get so big, you gotta tone shit down. 17,000 power units.
But you know what though? Like I have to say though, the freaking owners of Swift, like most of their shit's dry van. All right,
Yeah.
like I said, they make money off of volume. They get like 12 cents, 15 cents off every truck. They have 2,500 trucks. You're talking, with mileage and everything, you're talking about like $2 billion of gross profit at the end of the year or more.
They've got more than 25. They got 17,000 trucks, dude.
I thought it was 2,500 trucks.
No.
Well, what are you putting together Snipe too and all that?
No. Oh, if you look up Swift online, 17,000 by themselves.
I think that, or is that trailers? Is that trucking trailers? Watch, go look it up. I bet you they can't have that much.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Let's see. How many power units does Swift Transportation own? 18,000 units right there. It's gonna
Okay, well then I'm wrong. They even make more. So then they're probably doing like $10 billion a year.
And the thing is
I gotta plug this.
I've seen Swift trucks pulling car haulers. I've seen Swift trucks pulling grain trailers. I've seen Swift trucks pulling flatbeds. I've seen Swift pulling everything, dude. Not just driving. They got everything. And now obviously now they're reefer because they got night transportation too. They pretty much dominate the fucking industry. But the biggest concept that people can't grasp or understand is the fact that when you have 18,000 power units, for you to haul a load for 50 cents, you can afford to do that. And that's why. But you got people that are going to hate on that. That's capitalism. It is what it is. A lot of people will hate on big corporations, but they don't realize these big corporations didn't start out big corporations. They got the way they are because of what they did. And, I don't know when the last time you worked for somebody that was poor. Poor people don't create jobs. Rich people create jobs. So I can't hear you, but I don't know why I can't hear you, dude.
Either rich people or poor people that are willing to take a giant risk. And I guess that's what I kind of done a few times. I tried to take some risks. Hell, I took a risk with this thing,
Yeah, you did. But I mean, that's the biggest thing. Like, people want to hate on big corporations should be paying more of this, more of that. Why? Because they're big. Because they busted their ass to get how big.
That's true though. If you're, I mean, I know people ain't gonna watch this live feed this long, but anyway, if you're not willing to take a risk, you're never gonna get anywhere. That's all these people that have become wealthy, unless they've been, the silver spoon people. Everybody has taken a huge risk to get where they're at one time or another.
Mm-hmm. That's the point.
And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes you gotta know when to fold them, and sometimes you gotta know when to keep them. And it's the same. It's the same thing.
It's like fucking Gentry and Sons Trucking. What is he doing right now? He's taking a big risk. He didn't before, and look how far it got him. Now he's taking a big risk. Now look how much further he's going.
Well, he's got to, because he lost a quarter of his business, because I'm sure he made money off the shop too.
Yeah, but see, if he would have, instead of waiting to the point of where he has no choice but to take the big risk, if he would have took the big risk before.
Well, I'm pretty sure him making a calculated risk before, he probably wouldn't be doing it right now, because this doesn't seem like the best time to take a risk. You know what I mean? But he has to.
He said it himself. There is money to be made out there. You got to be willing to go get it. It's not going to come.
But it's also like you said with Swift. If Swift wants to get in somewhere, they'll lose money to get in somewhere, and then once they're in there and they got their roots buried into that shipper or receiver or whatever, that company, then they can start negotiating and raising the rates and doing stuff and making money. Because by that time they're already so implanted into that business, it would be hard for that business to be like, well, now that Swift's able to give me, 80 trailers or 100 trailers, am I going to be able to find somewhere else to do that?
Yeah.
Because if you think of that, if you have big contracts like that and you have that much product that you need that many trailers and stuff, imagine being that company. All right, so I didn't work for a week for that stupid tote thing. I lost almost a whole week. All right, so I lost $5,000 in revenue plus or whatever.
Yeah.
Now imagine being a major company and being like, okay, Swift, we're crap. We're gonna get rid of you and switch. How long is it going to take before you get a new company and everything and make that switch and be able to put your product out there? And let's say you need 80 dry vans. You know what I mean?
But
you're talking about shutting down a multi-million-dollar operation to switch carriers.
But how many times has Swift been denied or rejected because they did poor performance? I guarantee you, there's plenty of times that.
I'm sure that but I know those companies probably lost lots of money doing that. But then again, like I said, there's a lot of them that'll stay because it's just it's a huge process to do that.
Another aspect I don't think you've ever thought of though in this industry. If you take the mega carriers, all the mega carriers there are, right? You put them to this side, you put them over here, and then the rest of the people over this side. The heart of this industry is the small mom and pop people. There is more. It's a whole. Small mom and pop 1, 2, 5, 10 truck, 25 truck carriers and people than there is mega carriers. If you took
that is true. That is true. As a whole business, yes, there are more smaller fleets that take care of, on a whole. But I mean, I'm kind of starting to think though that those the ATA. I'm pretty sure that the ATA is manipulating certain interests in government to enact certain laws and certain regulations to pretty much cut out their competition, which is us smaller fleets and stuff.
Are trying to make the playing field level for them.
Yeah.
All the small mom and pops is what they're trying to do. One.
They have the big money bags where they can afford to take the little bit of the hit to get rid of their competition.
Number two, okay, we talked about this one website earlier, FreightWaves, ATA. FreightWaves is basically owned by the ATA. There you go.
Wouldn't doubt me at all. Because I know when things were good, you could tell. It's funny because you could tell FreightWaves when things were good, the kind of stories they were putting out. Like I would say they were more fake when the things that they were putting out was more fake when rates were good than what they are now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and I think and the way the ATA, I mean the way FreightWaves is putting it, and the way the data is looking, it just doesn't look. But then again, you could just look at the economy as a whole, and you could tell that this is bad. And then trucking's flooded. It's still flooded.
Yeah.
It's flooded from all those hustled people, and everybody's barely hanging on. And
Dude, this whole weird driver shortage thing is bullshit.
No fucking driver shortage. There's a pay shortage and lack of. If they would just actually train real professional blue collar people and actually give them the traiing, and
pay them what you're supposed to pay them, what
they wouldn't have the problems they have.
Nope. That's the thing. You got that issue. Parking is another issue. You have this whole
Well, you know why parking's an issue, right? It's not necessary. Even if they wanted to invest the money into it, who wants to deal with bags of shit and traffic? They need. I've been starting to see some shippers do this. Some shippers I've been seeing they're actually putting dumpsters up where you can actually back up to the dumpster and throw your shit out. I'm starting to see that at least.
The thing on the news where they just passed in the Senate or one of the government agencies, they just passed a thing where shippers and receivers now have. I think it's New York. They now have to allow you to use the bathroom.
Yeah, they did that because of the pandemic and crap, and then they just kept it that way because it was cheaper for them because the guys would go in and ruin the bathrooms and do stuff. But we all know what happens.
And you also have companies like Smuckers, Smuckers, Jelly, whatever. Smuckers today in Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, They had a Category 4 a tornado come through there, and the security refused to let drivers in the building. They got sued over that. They got sued big time. Now you go there, they got you can use the bathroom, you can order something to eat, they can come and bring it to your truck. All kinds are all nice now.
Good. That's the way it should be. But then again, that goes hand in hand both ways, though. You
shouldn't have to sue or go to court for somebody to use a bathroom.
That's true. That's for sure. Yeah, but I don't know. It like I said, it goes both ways.
Yeah. Every situation, there's always two sides of every coin. There's always thing, but until the group over here of the small guys and the amount of people there's actually more of say enough is enough, these mega carriers over here are going to pretty much rule the roost. They're going to pretty much say how everything goes.
Well, and those mega carriers when they call people, it's a business to business transaction. You know what I mean? Like I said, the people know when they work for Swift, if they piss Swift off, they're not going to get some lewd picture of their junk, sent to them, or you know what I mean? They're not going to have to worry about that crazy stuff.
What you're also going to get from Swift, though, is how big Swift is. You piss Swift off, you're not going to get your load on time, and they Swift don't care. See what I'm saying? They're that big that they don't care. They don't have to care. Which is why you get Swift loads delivered that are all messed up in the trailer. You don't get your loads on times because of stupid things that happen on the road and stuff like that. They're that big. It's just unfortunately that's how it is. But
Swift will put your crap out when they get out.
Yeah, money rules the roost, and Swift has got the money. Swift can afford to haul a load for 50 cents a mile, and there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Yeah, he is right. There are companies that gradually shift, but I mean, I'm talking about like when a carrier gets that bad, which I'm sure Swift has screwed up some places big time.
Mm-hmm.
When it starts becoming that balance where either I get rid of this carrier or
Plus,
I have seen places have to almost shut down because they can't get their stuff out.
Plus, Swift can go to Walmart and say, I got 50 power units I can give you with drivers to pull your trailers for you. And guess what?
Yeah, they do a 3PL. Yeah.
Guess what happens? They're not going to hire. Walmart's not going to hire their own drivers, and they're not going to have to pay a bunch of people $100,000 a year because they got the Swift people doing that for them right there.
Yeah, it cuts out their workload. Yeah, and they don't have to pay workers' comp. They have somebody else do it. They just write a check and that's it. And let Swift worry about the problems. I know. That's what I said. That's the same way with JB Hunt too.
Oh yeah.
He said that's not how a company switch carriers. I've seen it firsthand. They gradually switch. They slowly start giving it from one carrier to the other. Yeah, but you know what though? What I wonder about that stuff is about what is it? Like these contracts. Don't these contracts mean anything?
Not,
you know what I mean?
Big companies.
If you would think these are big law-abiding, lawyers write these contracts, but yet when I try, like, let's say I went somewhere and I had a lease purchase or something, and I broke that contract, why am I able to get screwed so much on that lease purchase contract, and these big companies are able to walk away from this stuff?
You know why? I'll tell you why. Because you don't know the loopholes. Loopholes. There's always loopholes. Everything has loopholes, dude. The law has loopholes. Government has loopholes. Business has loopholes.
Everybody hates the ATA, yeah.
Loopholes.
Giggity.
They have big time lawyers they pay lots of money for. They know the loophole. That's how. It's loopholes, dude. It sucks, but it's part of it. Unfortunately. But what are you going to do, I wish the contract we have with the IRS was not worth the paper it was printed on. Shit.
Probably, technically, it ain't. You probably follow the Constitution.
Yeah. Technically, we should all be getting consumption tax, not fucking income tax. Period.
I'm not going to get into political. I could be, oh my God. But things are so left up.
Oh yeah, I agree, man. I think I'm gonna run for president, 2024. I think I'm gonna put my.
You saw that crap. You saw the stuff that happened with January 6th, there, right? How that's all BS.
Yeah, I knew it was BS the whole time, dude. I'm Mr. Trump 2024. You're talking to Trump 24 right here. I've said the COVID was BS. The fucking Trump shit was all that.
I voted for Obama.
I hated that fucker too. He was BS too, and he proved it.
I can't, a change you can believe in. Yeah. I was like,
that change in your pocket. That was it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, Obama.
I was raised Democrat. You know how Democrats always help us poor people out.
Obamacare. I got a prime example. My fiance's mother, right? She's got Obamacare. She just got told she owes taxes for Obamacare $900. She's got to pay back in taxes for Obamacare.
WCS Invader said you're full of shit.
Do what?
WCF Invader said you're full of shit.
Of course I am. Look at me, dude. I'm a person that's full of shit that don't give a shit either. Like, it's just the way it is. Like, I just.
Oh, come on. He says, "Oh, come on! You're over 3 hours. You might as well get political." Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Let it all
well,
out.
before it didn't really. Before politics wasn't that screwed up that it really didn't affect us peasants that much. Now it does.
That's why I don't do a checking form, because I have no issue with withholding any information or what I got, my opinions and shit like that. Because
the most money I made in trucking, was when Donald Trump was in office. Actually, the most money I made doing anything.
There you go. Proof is in the fucking.
My 401ks were doing great. My Vanguard account was doing great. I mean, not my 401k, my RA, Roth RA.
I don't consider myself Democrat or Republic. I consider myself a busted, hardworking American that does what he's supposed to do. That don't believe he should be doing certain things.
Oh, there's people in the Republican side that are.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Every it doesn't matter. I believe you work for what the fuck you get, and if you don't,
I'll tell you what, though, all the Democrats are all. I don't think there's a good one in the whole thing there. So
government period is garbage. I like I said, I believe in obeying the law, paying my taxes, doing what I'm supposed to do, earning a living. And if I want something, I go and do what I got to do to get it.
You do stuff on your side of the fence, and I'll do stuff on my side of the fence. What goes on in your bedroom is your business. I don't need to teach my kids it and shit.
Yeah, I don't care that Bill Clinton got a blowjob behind a podium. As long as he's doing his damn job, I don't care.
No, I don't give a shit about that really either.
Donald Trump,
same thing. I could care less if Donald Trump said anything about getting pussy.
His attitude and what he says. Is he making you prosperous in the fucking in the world? Like, you making money, you be getting good insurance.
What I can't believe is Obama got what was that reward he got? The Nobel Peace Prize. Obama guy blowing up people with freaking what the hell are they called? Drones, all those drone strikes. He got the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump actually had the Lincoln Accords, or whatever the heck they were called, the peace treaties between the Middle East, and they just looked right over him like it was nothing.
Of course. Put it this way, okay? The dumb shit we have over there in fucking Russia right now. He made a couple of the presidents look like sissies. The only one he didn't was Trump. When Trump was in the president's office, there was no fucking war overseas or anything. This one we got, this dipshit we got now, and the one before Trump and all that, made this country look like a bunch of fucking sissies. I mean, come on, the proof is in the pudding. I got family members that voted for this jackass and the jackass before Trump too, and now they're wishing they didn't. Meanwhile, I'm
Like
making.
I can see where progressive values have their place to a certain point, but when they get so far, like they've gone off the deep end. Like they're not even like you can't even put the American flag out in front of your house without being like labeled as racist. You know?
Exactly. It's my favorite part that happened recently was when fucking Elon Musk bought Twitter. That pissed off the freaking what's it called?
Because they didn't know what to do because they love him because of Tesla cars and all that shit.
He pissed them all off. I wanted to have a party that day. Like literally. But my state, we're good. We got Ron DeSantis. The whole time the pandemic, people were flourishing, making money. None of the COVID bullshit. We did it. We had made. We still got it made. I mean, I hope he doesn't run for president because I want him to stay the fuck in the state. I don't know what other dipshit we're gonna get.
I still think, yeah, that's it. You don't know who you'd end up with. I still think that like the ultimate card would be Donald Trump for president, Ron Paul for vice president.
Who?
I'm trying to think who Ron Paul for vice president.
I would rather see DeSantis as vice president.
I mean, DeSantis. I ended up reading something. Yeah, DeSantis is vice president, and I don't know. I don't know who we'd put in Florida then, but I'm sure DeSantis wouldn't let anybody take Florida.
Right. No, the next guy that would fall in line, he's actually not that bad, but like I'm with you. Trump president, DeSantis vice president. When Trump serves his last 4 years, DeSantis runs for president, and then we go.
See, the only thing though is Trump would have to like he would if he gets in there, he's gonna have to do like all out like nuclear war.
I mean, he went to freaking Ohio with the train derailment.
I know. He's over there. Yeah, I know.
That's a disgrace, man. He should have been impeached just because of that.
He should have. What about Afghanistan?
Yeah, exactly. He should have been impeached there. There's so many times he should have been impeached. It's not even funny. He's a babbling 82-year-old guy. He can't even create one sentence put together. When kids touch him, and it's like disgusting, man.
But like. What I don't get, like, okay, so if Trump gets in there, he's gonna have to do like sports, like through the government, because I know DeSantis, he's a good guy and everything, but I don't think he has the. He's not the kind of bull in a china shop kind of mentality,
He's a bull in a china shop to a certain extent, not to the extent of Trump. He's like Trump is like me. And I would say DeSantis is like you. And I'm not belittling you. I'm just saying there's certain lengths I'll go there.
He's more calculated. He takes more calculated risks and stuff. Yeah.
Trump is always like, no, this is how it's going to be. This is what we're going to do. And that's that. And all Trump has to do is get in that seat again and do everything he did last time. And it'll be right back to where we were. We'll be perfectly fine. But, like, what's the damn...
WCF Invader, to be honest, unfortunately, the way I view the whole election, I don't think it's going to matter who runs. I think they're going to run anyway. I think they already screwed the system, and I think the system's in the Democrats' favor no matter what.
In my opinion, what's going to happen, Biden's going to run again, but he's going to end up having to drop out because of some type of medical thing or some shit's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because the Democrats don't even want him to run. There's been many
or he's gonna win, and then I'll put like some idiot, because I don't think Kamala Harris is gonna be in there again.
He's screwed. Kamala Harris ain't gonna get nowhere. He's not gonna win, dude. He's done. He's fucked up.
People are talking about Pete Buttigieg running for president.
Oh hell no! That's you're gonna hear. Featherman's gonna run for fucking president.
Yeah, people don't even know where he's at. The Republicans want to like subpoena him because they think he's dead.
He's in some hospital or something. That's where. I mean, Biden spends most of his time in Delaware or his basement. So, I mean, that's telling me.
Renting out his $50,000 house.
Uh-huh. what that's telling me? The president we got right now is I can run the fucking president. That's what that's telling me. I do a better job than that jackass.
Just promise everybody free marijuana and free money, and you can.
It ain't gonna be free money. It's gonna be consumption tax, no income tax, and I'm gonna tell Russia to beat it, or you're gonna pay the consequences.
Burn down the Federal Reserve.
No more freaking money. No more freaking money to fucking Ukraine. It's a corrupt country anyway. We've helped them enough.
Go back to the gold standard.
And fucking as far as like, you know, all these big corporations that are moving their shit to China and all that. You want to sell your shit here, you better bring your shit here. If you don't bring it here, you ain't selling it here. Period. Done. End of story. That's something.
You know what I really think? I still don't understand why we don't have ID to vote. It's one of the most freaking important things in our like nation's history.
Yeah.
Part of the system, and we treat it like it's, you know, a joke.
Oh, I know. Like I wanted what
if the government can go out and issue Social Security cards to everybody, why cannot they issue a voter ID?
Exactly. But
like, I remember how we used to get on other countries about this crap, like, you know, because we used to be like, oh, you know, especially like Libya and stuff, like, oh, your elections are rigged and stuff. Our elections are the biggest joke in the world right now.
Yeah, machines supposedly breaking down on a Republic side, like, and then the lady running it wins all of a sudden. Like, how the fuck is that? Like that one jackass in fucking Arizona that what's her name was running against, and she won, and she was the one in charge of the thing. Like that, if that's not rigged, like
to be honest, all that stuff should have 2 or 3 different. It should be open source, and
Yeah.
in fact, I'm almost saying it should be computer ran technically, but not on the internet, but on a intranet. Like,
right.
you know, the machines in that building are just there. That's it. They're not hooked up to outside at all. There's only, and you just have two or three. What do you want to call it? 2 or 3 organizations that basically oversee each other. So there's no way there can be any kind of like how the government's supposed to work. Hey, the Senate, you have the House, you know.
Oh, and the other thing I would do, people, I'd get rid of all 87,000 fucking IRS. I'd abolish the IRS. Get rid of the fucking people. We don't need them. I'd hire.
But if you got rid of all these IRS agents, who's going to carry all the guns and ammo?
The 87,000 Border Patrol that I would hire. Oh, and
you know, it's funny. It's funny. They're like, oh, we're gonna arm all these IRS agents, and we're gonna go after all the rich people. And then they tell you, oh, by the way, we're gonna tax the shit out of your Macari, your Cash App. Rich people ain't using Macari and Cash App. It's the middle class people trying to keep above water, you know?
Oh yeah, exactly. And that wall would definitely get built all the way across the southern border from fucking Texas all the way to fucking Yellowstone.
Oh no, I would just put we didn't really technically have to do that. You just put a process in place that says, you know, you get this many warning shots and this, and if not, you get a 50 caliber bullet to the head. That'll sure slow down the coyotes. I don't think they'll be coming across the border much anymore.
We'll get those big old, what you would call guns that pop up out of the ground when they
turrets, yeah. No, I'm not talking about mowing down groups of people. I just mean you only have to shoot 1 or 2 to make it effective, you know.
Yeah, I mean, hell, they shoot over from their border over here to get people. So
and the cartels, oh my god, the cartels in Mexico are ridiculous. They practically run the country.
So I could talk about this shit. My last name is Mexican, so I could talk about it. I'm not racist. So
I care less if you go talk about something. I don't get how trying to make a solution to a problem, even though it's that kind of a problem. I don't know how we labeled it. Trying to make a solution to a problem is considered racist now. It's just it turned into a way to control a conversation or control a debate. Yeah, and people are so stupid and naive that they just put up with it.
The problem with this government that we have today, there's no common sense. If this government had common sense, we'd be a lot further than we are today. And history has an unfortunate thing of repeating itself, and that's the other thing.
We got somebody coming in here. What the heck? It just said there was a guest waiting.
Well, you got to be careful with that too, man. Somebody might pop up some damn porn playing or some shit.
No, there was nobody there. It said there was a guest waiting, and I go to click on it, and there's nobody there.
I'm telling you from experience, when you make sure when there's shows a guest, they got a camera on, you can see what's going on. Because if you don't,
Well, no, it wasn't that. They just said there was a guest waiting. There was literally it says no participants.
oh, okay, yeah, I don't know.
Let's see.
I'm gonna
Pool
get
of
off.
Woods.
It's 3
Only way
o'clock.
to solve a voter issue is a person with ID and paper ballot.
Yep, I agree, 100%. That's it. That statement right there is right on the money.
Yeah, that's the only way to solve it. And it makes sense. Like everyone has to have a Social Security card. What is Social Security card's racist to minorities?
Oh, that you put it out there. That's gonna be the next thing. Thanks. That's gonna be the next thing in the news. Watch.
Oh, Social Security cards are racist to minorities. They don't have to pay taxes now. Do you want to know something funny? So out by me, there's a town. It used to be mostly Polacks and Italians, and Pole left, so the town got a little smaller. It's almost a city, like Hazleton, PA.
Yeah, I know Hazleton.
So apparently, during the Obama administration, they were handing out pallets. I mean, not pallets. Pamphlets down South American stuff to come there, and then they would get all this free stuff and help them out and everything.
Right.
Hazleton, PA, right now is like 60% Latino and like 10% something else. They're like the what used to live there has totally been pushed out. They're not paying enough taxes to keep the schools going, but the schools, because they're just not paying taxes. They probably half of them are illegal immigrants. And so now what's happening is they're having to take money out of the surrounding communities to pay the taxes for the school so the school can keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And they got like 40 to 50 kids in a class.
You want to know what a shittier town than that is in Pennsylvania? Reading, PA.
Right, the same crap happened there too, and it's happened in Lebanon,
The crime rate.
Hanoi City.
Yep.
Yep. All those small little towns and cities.
Bucks County is a shithole.
What? Oh, Bristol.
Bristol, Levittown, New Falls.
Bristol's getting pretty bad.
It's a fucking shithole there anymore. They redid 13, put all them concrete things and make it look all nice. It's still a shithole.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the same. That's government intervention right there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm glad I got the hell out of that state, man. I am so glad. That state is garbage, dude.
It's like instead of fixing the problem, they'll do everything to blame it on somebody else or on some kind of mass, racial thing.
Oh yeah, everything's racist. And then all these people that their relatives were suppressed, so they should get thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars because their relatives were suppressed. They didn't go through no.
Man, I'm pretty sure most of my family got slaughtered by Germany. Am I going to get my reparations from Germany?
Right? Fuck no. No, no.
I'm also probably Yugoslavic too. Should I go after Russia too for slaughtering my people for hundreds of thousands, for probably almost at least 600 years or something?
Well, exactly. Oh, and you got to be illegal. If you come over here illegally, you get $450,000 too because you got separated from your family. Fuck.
I don't know. I would love to actually get a hold of somebody like that would spill the beans on that. I've never been able to talk to anybody like that, to find out about that. I know they do get I've talked to some people that own gas stations, And I've heard of some of the bull crap that they get for
Oh,
help
they
out for the
come
government.
over here 7 years tax free, and they get the gas stations, the hotels.
And what they do after that they end up signing the business over to the next family member in line,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
and then
Yep. Let people in this country go to these other countries and see if we get the same treatment. Ain't gonna happen.
cross the Mexican border illegally, find out what happens.
Yeah. Hey, you ain't coming
Bring
back.
a gun along like the coyotes do, and see what happens. What the federale do.
I don't know if you were driving trucks when this happened, but there was a kid. It was like 22 years old or whatever. He started driving trucks, and he ended up going down somewhere. He had to go to Laredo or something. Well, he ended up crossing through the border, and he had ammunition in his. That was his load. He got caught with that, dude. They kept his ass there for. I don't even know if because I lost track. I don't even know if he ever made it back into the States. But they were holding on for a long ass time, and parents and everybody's government. This was years ago. But
I've heard of people that forget. I've heard of people that forget. That have a bullet or something in their car. Like they had their guns or something. And the bullet dropped, and they go across the Canadian border and they search the car and they find the bullet.
Yeah.
And they arrest them.
Oh yeah, and they can't leave Canada. Canada. That's the weirdest thing about Canada. You get in trouble in Canada for like, say I have a felony on my right. I go across, I get caught. They'll hold me there. They won't let me come back. They won't deport me to the States. They'll keep my ass there in jail. It's crazy, fucking nuts. You're not allowed to go to resist this, but yet when you do get there, they'll keep you there. Like, okay, well, you're not gonna send me back. Like,
well, it's just like it's really crazy. Like even the laws for like us, like just the trucking community. Like look at the crap I posted on about New Jersey. So after your 10-hour break, you get ticketed.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Is it because you're only allowed like so many hours in there? You're not supposed to be there.
I don't know. Like, what happens if you have to take a 34-hour break?
I don't know. They did.
It's Jersey. It's Jersey. Where are you gonna park?
Nowhere. There's nowhere.
You're gonna go down to the Loves down there in the TA because they're always empty.
You have to go to the PA side, man. Park at the Wawa. Like
yeah, because that's turned into a parking lot too.
Yeah, I used to go there. When I used to go there, I used to park at that Wawa all the time.
I parked at that Wawa.
I parked my truck there, and my sister come pick me up and go hang out for the weekend or whatever. And I never got bothered, so I just kept parking. That one and the one in the trailer parks too. I used to park my truck in there. You remember that one?
Yeah, when they put the parking lot in on that one.
Yep. And no, I didn't know this. I had my truck when I was there. Everything. Never bothered.
Jersey, though, apparently they'll give you a ticket. Some of them guys, I noticed when I watched the video, some of them had 3 or 4 tickets. I should have went and looked and see what they were.
Why didn't they ticket you? Because your truck wasn't running?
Well, I don't know. I actually woke up. I woke up and here's the state trooper had the box truck that I filmed. The state trooper had the box that had the hood open on it and everything, looking through it and grabbing it and through it and stuff.
Oh,
wow. I just looked at the state trooper and he looked at me. And I was like, don't tell me he's just going down the row like inspecting people. And I'm like, I got it. So I get out. I do my pre-trip inspection. And I was like, thank God my 10 hours up. And I was like, and then he left. He went around the other side. And then I got out, and I'm kind of wondering what he was doing. I saw he put a ticket over there, and then I saw everyone else had tickets, and I'm like,
oh shit,
what the hell's going on? And that's when I looked, and it had like idling, parking for over 10 hours. It was like $230 or $40 for the tickets or something.
You had a camera on and went and asked him like, "What's going on?" Like, if you say, "Oh, I just got here,"
that's what I liked about this thing. He would just,
That's just a clip to hold my sunglasses or hold my shirt up. You could have got the inside. That would have probably went. You could have had.
I know they had to crack down on the Vince Lombardi one.
Yeah,
that one up
there. Man, they park everywhere. They make spots in that place. I hated going there.
But that's what I said. It's turned into like third world trucking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for them to start bringing over the Chinese trucks and putting the little dingle things on them and the lights and stuff and tying down loads with their slip flops and rope.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
And that's what I mean. Like nobody's calling it out, and if you do call it out, and the government ain't gonna do it about it because they don't want to be called racist.
I don't mind anybody trying to make a living and do the thing, but if you're gonna do this, you need to do it the right way, and you need to be respectful of it. Like,
don't turn our country into the country that we're trying to get away from.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the whole. Okay, you got all these illegals coming over here and all these other people that are coming legal that can't even speak a lick of English. We got to press 1 in our own damn country on a phone just to get English. No, that's the first fucking language. Come on.
I used to feel a little bit like, okay, it's America. Maybe we should be a little more considerate because everybody's coming here. You know how many other countries teach English like in school, like from day one?
Exactly, a lot of them.
Almost around the whole world, English is almost the world language. Like I've been working with suppliers over in China, and they speak English. They speak better English than some of the people here do.
It's not far fetched like it. It's crazy.
And it's not just them; it's like their whole crew. Their whole group like knows like a decent amount of English.
Yeah, I went to a store. I was down in southern Texas. I went to a store called HEB. I went to go in there and grab some groceries. And when I went into the store, it's in Texas. Now, keep in mind, it's in Texas. I went to the store to go get some groceries. Every damn thing, what it was labeled, what it was, meat and shit, was labeled in fucking Spanish. I'm like, I'm in fucking Texas. I'm not in Mexico, Texas. I'm in Texas. This shit should be in English so I know what the hell I'm buying. Like this, I raised hell. I went to the manager. I raised hell. I was like, this is ridiculous. We're in Texas. We're not in Mexico. We're in
the same way if I go to Hazelden. If you go to Hazelden, that stuff happens too because the majority of people,
we don't conform to them. They need to conform to us if they want to come over here. Just flat out, straight up.
Before you were supposed to assimilate, you were supposed to be proud to be an American, but kept your heritage and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what our great grandparents did. I got Polish heritage and stuff.
It's like when you hear people talking that are from, let's say, Mexico, they come over. All they speak is their language. Now you fled over here for a better life. You left your country, but yet you're still going to sit there and talk like that. Why did you even bother coming over here? Obviously, you're not too disingenuous or not too.
It's a lot more than that. You know what I mean? It's like even the way they view the culture and
Mm-hmm.
like my great grandparents stuff. They came, they fled like World War II and all that stuff. They were able to buy their own farm. They learned the language. They taught their kids English. They still kept all the Polish heritage. But they were proud to be an American. My grandfather fought in World War II. He got his hip not blown off, but shot and shattered and stuff. They were willing to die and fight for this country, and it was like now you go down to like North Philly, where when they had the Puerto Rican parade, and you see what goes on and shit, and you want to see if you think those people are real true Americans.
No.
You know what I mean?
Oh, no.
If Law and Order ever really like fully collapsed, it would turn into like third world chaos in no time.
Exactly. It's nuts, but that's what we got to deal with because that's where we're at.
That was a great video. The signs all over New Jersey with the rules of parking and a service plaza is crazy. Following the rules or pay the fine, I guess. Like, I don't get it, F8. Like, if you have to take your 34-hour break, where the hell are you going to take it at?
Yep, exactly. Well, I got to get out of here. I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah, I'll see you. Yeah. Like I said, I guess it's about getting that time, too, for me. That was Trucking Reviews. If you want, go check his channel out. I'm guessing he says he just reviews vapes, but I don't know. Maybe he reviews other things. Blow-up dolls, sexual accessories. I don't know. But anywho, let's see. Yeah, F8. Yeah, I'm in Jersey too all the time. That's the first time I've ever really seen that happen. I mean, I guess
I know they said they were cracking down on it at the Vince McGuarty place, and I can understand why. That place is like, if you just went there, if you got teleported there and they took the blindfolds off and you couldn't see like New York behind you and everything, you would be like, where the hell am I? Like the amount of trash and disgusting smell and everything that's there is, it's like you're teleported into a different dimension. But I'm guessing the way I did kind of get some information off the one guy, I guess, because the one guy spoke to the trooper. He said that all the troopers, there's a trooper assigned to all those rest areas, and that's what their job is to do, is to go in there, check how long the truck's been in there, and if they're idling and stuff, and I guess other violations, and basically, write tickets. And if you think about it, I didn't look to see how many people had tickets on the other side, but if they were all like $250, $300 tickets, there's like $5,000 or $6,000 worth of tickets in that damn parking lot, And it ain't like shitty tow truck tickets. It's like, New Jersey State Trooper, state tickets that you're not going to be able to really like maybe get out of or fight or anything. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I woke up when I did, but I mean, maybe I wasn't idling either, so that might have helped. But still, it I don't know, you're at a rest area, you're parked in a proper spot. I can get why the box truck got it. The box truck should have been there because they took off. I'm sure there's other guys there that parked there to go see their family or stay there. I'm sure, that I know it's hard to find somewhere to park, but that's supposed to be for guys that are stuck out on the road that need a place to stay. You just have to suck it up and pay somewhere. Pay somewhere to park. And if you're with a company that won't cover your parking or something, you're with a shithole company. Don't stay there. It's like I said, the whole thing's turned into a giant joke. Just the trucking industry in a whole was. I wish it would turn more professional. That's all I want. I wish it would go back to a little bit more professional. A little bit of finding feces and stuff in the parking lot. Maybe let's try not to send brokers lewd pictures of ourselves when we're mad at them. I think only once I ever slightly with a broker, even remotely threatened to hold the load, and that's because they had me driving around to the wrong shipper, and I was wasting time and fuel and mileage and putting mileage on my truck and stuff. And I was like, look, either pay me to go back to the next stop, or this load's gonna get sold somewhere else. I said I'm not trying to. I've asked like 4 or 5 times very nicely, like, hey, can I get a new Raycon to go deliver this? I'm not working for free. This ain't a charity case. And I just got tired of asking it, and I pretty much threatened, I guess when you get to that point. But it's funny, I ended up working with that broker again, even after I did that. I'm surprised we weren't blacklisted. But, yeah, anywho, I don't know. Like I said, I do a lot better talking on a panel, talking to, bringing up topics with people. Like I said, I had plans to do, geez, I'm already in this, 4 or 5 hours. I had plans to talk about freight waves and stuff, but that kind of went to shit because I couldn't hook up the camera, and I'm pretty sure this live feed's been demonetized between some of the cursing, at least the 20 F-bombs that have been dropped in it, and talking about politics and racism and stuff. I'm sure it's there ain't anybody gonna want to. There's not anybody gonna want to freaking put ads in this video, but it is what it is though. This stuff has to be talked about, and it's what's affecting the industry. It's what's affecting this country right now. People will still have their opinion. If somebody watches this, they'll still get their own opinion of me and of Josh and God damn it, I said his name, but whatever. Nobody's gonna know where he lives anyway. I knew his address. But yeah, it is what it is. So what are you? I figured you were. What are you like making deliveries right now, Left 8, or are you just getting up? Because I know you. What was it? 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. You were on Cash's live. So I'm guessing either you're still working, making deliveries, doing LTL freight, or or you're just waking up. I guess WCF Vader probably called it quits too.
Yo,
Yo, what's up?
I thought I'd give you some advertising.
Advertising, yeah.
Advertising.
Okay, what do you want me to sell? I'm pretty open to sell. I'll market anything.
Why don't you come in? You're on your 34, right? Is that what I heard you say?
Not really. I'm stuck between. I ended up having to reschedule my Walmart delivery. I don't have to deliver until like 6 o'clock tomorrow, and I'm like an hour away.
Well, I want to say thank you for keeping me awake all morning. You went live right before I had to get on the road.
We're trying to beat James Best here. Yeah.
Those are some big shoes to fill. Maybe just walk away.
Yeah, my hour. Yeah, I know. Walk away, fall asleep on the couch. Yeah, I'll turn the camera. I'll fall asleep over there on the bed. Yeah. No, my sleep schedule's so screwed up right now. I'm set up to where I'm sleeping through the day, and if I fall off of that and make a delivery at night, I'm all messed up. So I'm pretty much wide awake kind of right now anyway. So
yeah, I know how that is running this LTL freight. My schedule's so backwards. I mean, I got done. What?
Oh, okay. I'll finish it. And even then, if I don't like reset it, sometimes it like the whole week I'm just like falling behind.
Yeah. No, like I said, I get it. I'm running this LTL freight nowadays, and my schedule's just so backwards. Like yesterday, I did 3 drops yesterday, but only drove like 130 miles, but somehow worked like 10 and a half hours. Like had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to start the deliveries, and then went to sleep at like 1 to 5 in the afternoon and woke up and couldn't go back to sleep and had to be at this delivery at 1 in the morning. It's like
then you gotta make sure you're awake for your phone calls and all that other crap. Yeah, people banging on the door.
I got a green light right now, and I don't know if I'm supposed to go in or if they're gonna call me. So I'm gonna wait here like half hour and see what happens.
Probably call you. That's what most of them are now. Especially if you paid by relay.
This is actually no lumper. Like, that's the other thing, kind of. A lot of this LTL freight I run is I don't go to a lot of big grocery warehouses. I am at one right now, a bigger distribution center, but they're all like small mom and pop places, that they just unload the trailer. They get like 3 pallets that came from like Massachusetts or something. It's very interesting.
They're like middlemen storage for like larger warehouses and stuff.
Yep. A lot of 3PL stuff.
Not what the hell is that name at one warehouse that screws everybody? Shit. I'm trying to think of it. I can't remember. That one frozen warehouse that everybody hates.
Which one?
Lineage? Yeah, no. Lineage, yeah. It's not like a Lineage. Yeah.
No,
you know what, though? I never had that many problems with Lineage, though. I'm surprised, though.
Depends where in the country you are. Yeah. Some are really good. It's no different than Americold, you know what I mean? Some Americolds are really quick. Other ones, like, I was over in your neck of the woods at, isn't there one in, like, Bethlehem or something like that?
That's U.S. cold storage. I think you're thinking of.
Isn't there an Americold over there?
The Maricold is Allentown. It's there
Allentown.
behind that one behind that shitty truck stop there. A
Yep.
little shitty truck stop. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that Americold sometimes can be hit and miss. It can be either a nightmare or you can be in and out of there.
I've had good experiences at that one.
Yeah. But it sucks when you come out of there if you're not from around there. There's no parking there at night. You're kind of like screwed looking for parking and shit too.
I almost called you because I was stuck in. I delivered to, is it Wigman's in Pottsville, PA? I got out of there. I'm like, where the hell do I go? I had no idea where to go.
You saw the non-parking spot and all the no parking signs and all that crap.
Yeah, I saw that.
Usually, as long as you're not there, that's a hit and miss too. Whether or not the local decides to give you tickets too. There.
Yeah, right there on the shoulder of the road.
Yeah, they usually try not to bother you, but then I guess there's times where he needs to get a raise or something, and they'll come through there. And if you go, if you go south of there, there's the Pilot in what is that called?
Oh, Loves, isn't there?
Something with a
81,
G.
right?
Yeah, 81. Yeah, if you go south there, there's a Pilot not too far away, but that gets filled up pretty quick. But there's a diner across from it you can park behind too. And then if you go north, there's it's gonna be three people are gonna know where it is. There's a exit called Delanco or Delano, and there's a big it's really only on the northbound side. There's a big pull off there, big dirt pull off. You know, where the ramps, between the ramps and the actual bridge, and you can fit a couple of trucks in there easily. There's a big place to park. You either park there or back in on the other side, and nobody bothers you there.
Okay.
It's like one of those off the mountain in the middle of nowhere dead exits, you know.
Good to know. I ended up going all the way back up to 80. I went to that Loves off of 80 and what is that, or 157 or 257 or something like that.
You didn't take the back way up there, did you?
No, I got.
You could have made a left and then made a right and went down. I think it's like 895 or 959 or something like that. Went past Knoebels and all this stuff, and like it's like you're climbing like 10-15% grades, and yeah.
Yeah, I've done that once or twice out in PA, and I learned my lesson. Some of those roads are like goat trails. I mean, even 322, man. Like, I take that highway all the time, and there's parts of that highway that are just, I mean, your truck's climbing the hill at like 15 miles an hour. You know, it's just crazy. But
yeah, you can find some crazy grades there, real easy, especially when you get up in the Poconos there and stuff.
I learned that in Pennsylvania and Maryland. I did it once in Maryland too. I took this, you know, when you're on a road for like an hour and you don't see another truck and you're thinking to yourself, what did I get myself into? Like, they all know better. You know what I mean? And yeah, so I've learned that a couple of times.
I remember I had an oversized load. I was doing utility poles and I had to take a road in Maryland, and it cut through a what do they call it? A U.S. Park road. It was a forest road, like the middle of a park, and it started getting narrow and bendy, and I was like taking up 2 lanes, and people were flying around there like 50, 60 mile an hour on these little 2-lane roads, and I had a pilot car guy and actually the power company in front of me, but still he would try to get people, and they would just go around him, and then here's me. I'd be like blowing the air horn and shit, and they'd have to slam on the brakes and stop and. Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I've learned, you know, I'm one of these guys that likes the East Coast. I don't mind it. It's not something that like intimidates me.
As long as I'm on a highway, it's fine. When you just have to get off the highway, like get it, like there's some places I've delivered to that are in Newark, like, you know, when you come across the bridge, you know, the train trestles and shit and all that crap that split the city in half, and you don't know what road. And then if you turn right or left, you're stuck on a residential street and all that crap. And
I was just in Union City, New Jersey last week, and that is by far, like where I was the tightest place I have ever brought a tractor trailer. And I'm facing oncoming traffic while getting loaded and unloaded. It was insane. But it pays. So that's
Yeah,
why
it does pay going up, through there sometimes, and nobody else wants to do it, especially if you're doing LTL.
you know, I really like your setup, by the way. I like how you have that chair turned around, and I'm a little bit.
Yeah, I unbolt it every time and bolt it back in. Yeah.
Do ya? I'm able to do that with my driver's seat. Like I'm
Your
able to
driver's seat turns around?
not all the way like yours, but what would that be, half? So like I can face here, or I can turn it to where I'm facing this direction. And I think they make it unlock for like if you're a little bit bigger of a guy and need to like turn.
Slide out.
Yeah.
Is yours not an automatic, right?
What?
Your truck's not an automatic, right?
No, yeah, yes, it's an automatic.
Oh, well then that's really, man, you really get out there. You really slide around.
I don't know why they have it, but I didn't even know it had it. I bumped it. I bumped the lock.
Start driving and you're like, oh. you go to bump it, and you go around one of those fucking turns where all the damn puddles are. You go, fall on the seat and shit. Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. I'm like, what the F just happened? And then I stopped and I'm looking. I'm like, oh, the seat did it.
Oh, here, I'm just gonna put this thing in gear and push the brakes in. I'll just sit here like this.
Pretty soon we're gonna be able to.
Yeah, right. I could barely sleep with humans driving a truck when I did team, let alone relying on a computer doing it. How many computers I've had crash in my life?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm freaking beat. Still got a long day.
You're still getting good fuel mileage with that truck and everything?
Yeah. So last month was the first month where all the revenue was generated by this truck. So what was that?
No, I thought it was a new comment to you.
Oh. And then all the fuel last month was spent on this truck, and the fuel savings paid my truck payment. So
yeah, that's the way I feel. My fuel savings is like half of what my other truck was. So
yeah. That's why I got it. I wanted something.
$600 a week.
Go ahead.
No, like you said, that's why you bought it. I said it's $600 or $700 a week I'm saving. So.
Oh yeah, easily. There's things that I don't like about it, but not enough to really complain. It's definitely the quality of life has increased versus the Mack truck I had. That Mack truck served a great purpose for me, but it was time to kind of level up a little bit. And some people would say I didn't level up at all, but I feel like I did. So
you might have not leveled up brand wise, but you leveled up living wise.
Yeah, living, and I like the motor. Not that I didn't have a lot of problems finding service for the Mack, but where I live, like there are so many shops that work on
anywhere can work on ISX. So,
yeah.
In fact, there's so many people that can work on ISS. You almost got to be careful who you have working on the ISX. That's the problem with that a little bit. Hey, did you find your filters?
I did. So I just bought them. I bought. So that email you sent me, I bought sets of two. I bought two filters of each. Two fuel filters, 2 water set. You know what? They're calling me.
Well, there you go. That was F8. He's getting a call to get his books. His paperwork. Well, yeah, I guess he just dropped off right now. Well, that's good. I'm glad he was able to. I sent him a link. He was looking for not fuel filter. He's looking for a whole filter set for his ISX. And, you can go online and find them cheaper and everything. You just don't know if they're real. Well, I may have found a dealership that sells their overstock, and they're selling their overstock filter kits, and they're genuine. They're genuine, genuine Cat, genuine PACCAR, genuine Fleet Guard and Cummins. So you don't have to worry about the filters falling apart or not being true to the make. And I guess he bought some. I'm glad I helped him out because they probably saved him a couple $100 easily. Because I was looking at filter, when he said that, I ended up looking on Google for some filter kits, and the some of the filter kits were like $200-$300 for an ISX, and I was like, that's crazy. An ISX, everybody has an ISX. There's no way an oil filter kit should be $300 for an ISX. Like, I was looking at $300 or $400 oil filter kits for a PACCAR engine when I had my 14 PACCAR. They were ridiculous, and that's how I found that. So I mean, if you want, you can look. I'll at least give the name of the dealership. It's Coopersburg Kenworth, out in Coopersburg, PA. I'm sure other dealerships, like maybe near you, do it, but that's what I did. I just had them go online and look at Coopersburg Kenworth, their eBay store. So find a deal on filters, because I was looking for PACCAR filters one time, and I could not believe how much. Like, each filter was like $110. I've been looking at $500 just the oil filters plus the oil change. It was cheaper for me to go get an oil change at TA or something, because they bought it filters in bulk. But until I found them, and then I started changing my oil a few times. I hate how this camera keeps. I don't know. I should be able to lock it, but I don't know. Eventually I'm going to set up a real like studio, not a studio, but like a webcam and everything. Because this is a pretty nice setup, to have. You can see parked at a truck stop, you see trucks going by and stuff, and I guess when I originally did this, I figured I'd be doing it on the bed, and I would get like a jackknife neon sign and all that crap and put it in the back wall. But no, I think I'll leave it like this. Maybe I'll still put the sign back there. I don't know, but I don't want to get too crazy with a bunch of lights and start looking like a dweeb. But man, I wish I was tired. Like, I know I should probably go, call it quits here, but I've already edited some video. When you're sitting here just roaming, I would rather do lives. I'd rather sit on this live for 8 hours than sit bored combing through the nether regions of YouTube and end up watching like people pop blackheads and take tartar off your teeth and pull parasites out of your fingers and stuff. Because that's usually what ends up happening. Is I'll be out here late at night, bored off my butt, and start watching the nether regions of YouTube. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if the 4 people on here fell asleep and left something on my feet. Oh crap! Either that or they're driving, which that's kind of a no-no. But we know people that are usually either watching this channel or F8 or DIY. You guys are professionals. You're not. At least you don't have your feet up too. All right, I don't know what is this phone finally connected. If this phone finally decides to connect to the Wi-Fi after all this time. No, it won't. It still won't connect to freaking the pilot truck stop across the road. I was gonna say, after all this time, it decides to connect so I can actually read some of these topics. Well, I don't know how much business, I don't know how long anybody's gonna watch this, like 5 hours as live feed's going on, but I don't know how much business knowledge there was. There's probably a lot more YouTube business knowledge went on during this this video, if anything. So that and a little bit of politics. And hey, if you're part of the other party and you think other ways and stuff, I'm perfectly fine. I don't have any bad animosity towards Democrats or whatever. In fact, I don't even really want to call myself a Republican. I would say I'm more of a centrist on a few issues and topics. I'm probably more libertarian, if anything. I'm libertarian with a hint of law and order. I don't want to become an anarchist. So if I offended anybody or offended, maybe the guys that might want to buy a commercial on my channel here, I am deeply, deeply sorry, but that's just how I feel about some of the stuff. And yeah, so we're gonna try to, like I said, I'm gonna try to clean my verbiage up, clean my cursing up and my swearing, and maybe one day I could be buying Hellcats and stuff. So, like I said, I don't have no real big goals. Some people have a goal to get up to like 100,000 subs or 250,000 or something. I'm just happy to see the sub numbers just keep going up. I mean, I guess I must be talking and connecting with somebody. Considering technically, like I said, there's no way. Like I was talking with the trucking reviews there. If you weren't here earlier, there's no way I'm going to be able to compete with a Gentry and Sons. There's no way I'm going to be able to compete with a Just Trucking, a DIY, a Cash, or even F8 most of the time. He's able to put out more content than I am half the time because I'm usually constantly moving. This is I very rarely get these stents where I'm sitting. So I'm just trying to, and I also don't want to hustle anybody. I want to put out the true. I don't want to make everything look bad. I know I do that. I'm more of a glass half empty guy, just because I've repeatedly had, like I said to Trucking Reviews, I've repeatedly had to restart from scratch again. I work my way up, and either something politically, economically, or mechanically, I guess you would say, would happen, and then you're starting over from scratch again. So that's just the way trucking is, and I want people to know that. So that thing come up. So yes, again. I guess I'm getting phantom guests. I don't know. It said I had a guest waiting, but I don't. Let's see here. I think here, I don't know. Can you guys see me when I bring that stuff up? Here, I'm gonna try to read this one comment here that I got on my one YouTube channel here. It'll let me do it. No, I guess not. I was gonna read some of the bull crap I get. Like I said, was telling Cash, like some of the most idiotic, hateful, troll comments I get are between midnight and 4 a.m., which it's coming up on that. So I see that I have like at least 10 or 15 comments on my YouTube channel. So I can only imagine what the hell they are. And it's funny, I might get like 2 or 3 comments during the day, but after midnight, it's like 15, 20 comments, and you'll get 2 or 3 that are good, and the rest are just like total nonsense. It's like the haters like to stay up late and screw around with people. So I guess I'm going to call it quits because, like I said, I do a lot better having a panel of people to talk to. I like doing like not really devil's advocate, but I just like throwing around ideas. That's probably the best thing is, don't rely on one person for your information, especially in trucking. Take a little bit from everybody, make your own assumptions, and go from there. Because everybody runs their business differently. Everybody runs their life differently, and don't take my word for it. I've screwed up a lot, and like. I kind of would normally I would have said I screwed up buying this brand new truck, but so far it doesn't seem like it. I'm not running for the truck. Well, I guess technically I'm running for the truck, but I mean it doesn't. It's not affecting me like that. But if you really want to do this and you really want to run your own company, when times get tough, don't just give up right away. Work as hard as you can, because at least if when things fail completely and there's nothing you can do, at least you've already picked up usually half the pieces to be able to try to start over again. And that's the one thing I learned, because if I would have just gave up after the truck blew up, I would have had to become a company driver again. I would have started living paycheck to paycheck again. Went through what savings I had, what personal savings I had, and my business savings would have just went out the window. I would have ruined all my credit again for 7 years probably. And instead, I took a bigger risk. I said, "Screw it! I'm already in the hole." You know what I mean? And I said, "Why not just keep on going?" Now that not necessarily. That's not necessarily the best idea to do. If you're on the spot market and crap, and you don't have a way out or a guaranteed income, don't take a bigger risk like me. But I already knew I had this dedicated freight guaranteed to me, and I said, "Screw it." I have a solution to my problem, and I'm going to take the risk and go get it. So, and that's what I did. So. All right, I'm gonna get off of here. It's 5 hours now. I can call it quits. I'm not gonna do a no 12-hour live feed like James. Maybe if I was home and I had plenty to drink and a couple cigars, sure. I'm thinking about clearing a space out in my basement, like a little corner, and maybe putting a nice little lounge chair down there and a TV and stuff. Maybe, well, not to the extent of James Best, but maybe I'll be able to do that sometimes when I'm off. I'll be able to go live and bullshit with a bunch of people. So, and it would probably help if I paid for the actual subscription for StreamYard. So, we're going to call it quits. Thank you everyone for showing up and participating in this live feed, and be safe out there. F8, I know you're driving in Jersey and shit. I don't know if it's snowing over there. I know we got some snow squalls here. I know it was worse up by New York City and stuff. So just be careful and watch out for the idiots. It's Jersey. So we're gonna sign off with that. Thank you for stopping by. If you want, please like, subscribe, and if you have any comments or questions, feel free to just drop them on any of my videos or even on this live, and I'll try to answer the best I can. If not, I'll put you in touch with somebody that can give you an actual educated answer that'll point you in the right direction. So thanks for stopping by. Just Jack Knight TV, and peace. We are out of here. Someday we are out of here. How many times I gotta hit end?